sienta triste yo canto, ay canto, ey. Vive una vida llena de personas que te quieran, que te respeten de veras y que lloren cuando mueras. Deja de mirar la acera y levanta la cabeza, sigue pa'lante y no temas, resolverás los problemas. Ay mamá, si una cosa no te gusta, cámbiala. Si la situación te asusta, enfréntala. Si la vida es injusta, tú grita, deja de callar, escucha. Si la alegría te abraza, acéptala. Si la suerte no te roza, búscala. Nunca te prives de la felicidad, de tu libertad. De tu libertad. De tu libertad. Tengo la fuerza, vivir no me espanta. Si me conoces sabe bien que no soy santa. No me privo de lo que me encanta. Si no hay razones para que lo haga, no me gustan los problemas, sabe que yo ando como quiera, no digo que no. Yo soy a mi manera, no me arrepiento. Escucha mi consejo, mi amigo. Vive una vida llena de personas que te quieran, que te respeten de veras y que lloren cuando mueras. Deja de mirar la acera y levanta la cabeza, sigue pa'lante y no temas, resolverás los problemas. Ay mamá, si una cosa no te gusta, cámbiala. Si la situación te asusta, enfréntala. Si la vida es injusta, tú grita, deja de callar, escucha. Si la alegría te abraza, acéptala. Si la suerte no te roza, búscala. Nunca te prives de la felicidad, de tu libertad. De tu libertad. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na.
Move your body to the sound of the tuba. body to the sound of the tuba.
or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I trap me inside your walls now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Crush me with all that you are now. Tell me I won't get out. So tell me I won't get out.
Elohim, you home? Can't you come over?
Ayy, I know my way to the paper. All of my women look tailored. It costs a few thousand, it's tailored. Can't drop a dime to save a wall. I'm in the room with the bosses. All of our pockets look gorgeous, ayy. You'll see the boys in the Forbes, ayy. Constantly plotting, we want this, ayy. I need my bag and clips extended, ayy. Blast you haters to fragments, ayy. Got no time for the cameras, cause I might just pull the extension, ayy. Young, back to the basics. Get in that bag on occasion. She top it until she get brainless, hey. Damn it, I love to be famous. Ayy, I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no. Ayy, she's watching me stack it, so what am I capping for? Ayy, if I spend it all, it's just cause I'm racking more. Ayy, you so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most. Yeah.
Ayy, I got nothing to lose. I ain't got nothing else to prove. I see they all tryna shoot. Ashamed though, cause I'm bulletproof. Can't touch me, I'm up on the roof. I'm catching bodies, hiding all the proof. I make them disappear like poof. Just like that, you're gone for good. Lil' baby say she want the wood. Man, I'm so misunderstood. Done playing games when you want the goods. Really did start from the bottom. Those moments can't be forgotten. And they been trying to see how I got it. Just know they ain't the least like body. I body.
Ayy, I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no. Ayy, she's watching me stack it, so what am I capping for? Ayy, if I spend it all, it's just cause I'm racking more. Ayy, you so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most.
A second night, an hour ago, so I am still awake. I've said I love you so many times, but the meaning is starting to fade. You and I are past our prime, but I don't wanna let go today. So I'll put on a smile, push feelings aside, bite my tongue and pretend we're okay. The feeling just can't seem to go away. 'Cause I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. I'm overwhelmed by the smell of your graceful touch. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. And I'm here trying to think of you with somebody else. But that creeping thought is slowly helping me hate myself. No, you and I are past our prime, but I don't wanna let go today. So I'll put on a smile, push feelings aside, bite my tongue and pretend we're okay. But the feeling just can't seem to go away. 'Cause I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. I'm overwhelmed by the smell of your graceful touch. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah.
Been a long way since day one. I came to hit but never run. I would take on anyone. I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. Hello, can you hear me? I think I'm still in
the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your best friend could go and develop a new twerk scene. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Understand you can't hurt me. I got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple thickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like the twerk team. Run straight to my yard and have her up in my bed. Yup, 20 minutes I'm dead. I tell her okay, leave. No Snapchat or back chat, please. What color is your backpack? Yep, green. Tell your boyfriend he's a whack twat G. Shake it. Shake it. Shake it. Let's go. Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Got a couple dickies chilling in my room. We'll be shaking it like the twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your bestie could go and develop a new twerk scene like.
Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL One DPC Eastern Europe is brought to you by Intel and DHL.
Hi all, I'm Let's Wanna Fly, Andrei Bodorenko. I'm playing position 5 for Team Navi.
Hey, my nickname is Yamich. I'm the position 4 player of Strike team, and that's all.
Hello, I'm Safe, and I'm playing position 4 for VP.
Hello everyone, my name is Yaroslav. nickname is Viboshka. I'm 23 years old.
My nickname is G. I'm playing for Team Extremum, position 5.
Hello guys, I'm Soneka from AS Monaco.
And I'm playing for Dota 2 professional like for 4 years. Also, I'm playing for Team Spirit right now.
Hello guys, I'm Dukalis. I'm playing on position 5 for Team PacChamp.
Hi everyone, my nickname is Ghostic. I'm playing for Team Unique for an offlane.
Let's see. Yamic scouts it.
Oh, the Shashto's not even going to get the jump in. They get the arena down. The kiss is coming in from the side as they'll take down Shashto, take down G. Nefris trying to commit with the BKB in the Enrage. They'll buy some safety here with the Snowball, but the Enrage and BKB is going to come to an end. Dracho getting low. They will lose the Aegis, but it's 4 dead on Extrema. They're in on it. I see the counterplay with the Soul Bind. Look at the two. The two's going to get in with the Echo Stun. They make the jump over towards the Slaughter. Can they quite burst in those? He's still escaping. The follow-up stun is there. They will manage to take down Cheshire Cat. Razor Chew comes in with the stun control. Shashto, can he get out? He can't. The damage is done. They'll lose the Razor. Dracho, who's he going to look towards next? Nefrit committing with the Rage. Silence comes out, but it's the second killer for the Troll. False Promise comes out just in time for Dracho to continue to fight on top of the DP as the Death Prophet getting going. The finger into the spear. They lock him down. It's another one for the Troll. Ultra kill. Astro's getting a good link off onto Dracho. So they start the fight with a good bit of damage done. They get the jump over towards the line. They take down the line. They get the 2 supports. A perfect wrap round, but of course the buyback from Windstrike come out with no hesitation. Relble's back in. Has the spear locked down onto the Lifestealer. They're turning straight over towards him. Can they bring him down? Dracho heading in. He's going to end up in a business himself. Chew comes out with the Echo Slam. They bring him low. Chew. He's been able to keep control of the fight for Extrema. As they take down Cheshire Cat, they take down Relble. They're going to fully surround him. The link is building up. And there's no help for the Troll. Extremum, they're going to hold on as Chew, he's making it work with this Shaker. Every single fight I feel that we've seen go their way.
Some great plays there from some of the ESL One teams, in particular the recently promoted Windstrike. They did a great job in their opening match against Extremum, and today we're going to be able to get a chance to look at PacChamp and see how they fare as a recently promoted team as well. It's going to be a good day today here at ESL One, powered by Intel.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Now, part of the job of being a host here at ESL One is not just, leading you through the story and passing it off to the casters, but it's also about being able to create a warm and friendly atmosphere and create good synergy with my panelists. And I've got 2 members of my panel who are going to be joining me. One member synergized perfectly with me. The other one, not so much. You can go ahead and take a guess which. I've got BSJ as well as Robson. Come on down, gentlemen. Welcome to the panel. Brian, you're looking very nice.
Thank you. You too.
Great suit. Great red dress shirt.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice, Robson.
Hello, everyone. Hi. This is going to be a really good day today. We've got a lot of great series.
Robson, turn around so
all right, I didn't get the memo.
See.
All right, red,
blue,
white,
and white.
Right, yeah.
Obviously, the memo was black and red.
I don't know get it.
Happened,
okay,
Robson.
I'm really sorry.
Well, apparently you didn't silence your phone either.
No, I didn't. Okay, and that's everyone ridiculing me for this, egregious mistake of not synergizing with the Americans on the panel. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll forgive you this one time, Robson. Maybe in 2 weeks' time, we'll make sure that you're up to speed. Brian, good morning. How have you been?
I'm great, man. Didn't have anything going on last night, so I got a nice.
You got lots of sleep last night, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Robson, of course, you got lots of sleep as well, right?
Honestly,
nothing going on with you anymore.
No, nothing.
No, not even a coach anymore.
No, I don't. Yeah, all I have to do is stand here and talk for a little bit. So, yeah.
Yeah, so why aren't you a coach anymore? You just decided you wanted to put most of your effort into putting on a good show here at ESL One?
Yeah, just didn't want to try and do two things at 80%. So I decided to fully lean into this, and I'm now doing it at 99.9%.
Well, you have been doing a great job.
I was hoping he was going to say less because there was room for growth.
No, the red shirt was going to be. It
could have gone the opposite way, and it could have said 99%. Really?
Yeah,
that's 99%.
No, I'm surprised how nice you were.
No, I know. Yeah,
I already gave Robson a little bit of crap. We gotta keep it a little bit light here.
Please. Okay.
All right, so we have almost hit a week here. What do you guys think about the game so far?
I think there's some teams that are kind of struggling to adjust to the new patch. I think. Yeah. I'm not liking the people who are dwelling in the past. I'm really liking the new picks. I'm like,
okay, name some names. Who's living in the past so far?
Navi.
Okay, then.
I was wondering if he was going to say it. That's the number one. That was the number one.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're all thinking it. I think, you pick up this Ramsey's kid, new kid on the block. Of course not, he's all gone. But yeah, you put him into the off lane, but you're still picking the heroes, which are General's best heroes. And it's not really, we're not seeing that new flair. Maybe it's, take some time to get him into the team, but it just feels there's still things going wrong right now for Na'Vi specifically.
Well, they don't have too much time left. I mean, again, we've been talking about it. We learned from the last season. Every single one of these games matters, starting from the very start of the season. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the standings here of the teams here at ESL One and where everybody is listed. Team Spirit, who you will see later on today. They are currently 1-0, and they're going to have a matchup against AS Monaco Gambit, who's down there at the 0-1. So this could be a very early lead for Team Spirit against what was from last season their toughest competitor, right? Like that was a team that they had to match up against, play tiebreaker against to try and get third to get into the major. And unfortunately, they didn't make it in that season one.
Yeah, I think for sure, Spirit being able to start the season with a Na'Vi win helps them quite a lot. Obviously, got a lot still to prove themselves. I think in the previous season, they also were able to beat Na'Vi. So it's not as if they've had issues with this kind of matchup before. It's for Spirit specifically, they need to be able to look at Monaco Gambit and VP and go, okay, we want to try and prove ourselves as one of the top 3 teams in the region to get to the major and to contend for that TI spot once again.
Yeah, first season, VP was really the only standout team. Everyone else was battling hard for that second and third. So I'm looking forward to really seeing who clinches that spot this time around.
And what do you think about PuckChamp, who we saw both PuckChamp as well as Unique there in the standings, did not have a game to their names just yet. They're going to be our opening match today. You guys think that PuckChamp has what it takes? I mean, Winstrike already impressed, right? And they tied with PuckChamp when it came to the standings. In fact, didn't they play a tiebreaker for first or second just to see who got a grand more or something like that in the lower division?
No, I think it was quite clean cut for that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay,
but for Winstrike PuckChamp, it's so refreshing seeing these teams come into the upper division because we saw Winstrike, just the enthusiasm that they have and the enjoyment they've had from the game, that's so infectious. And then PuckChamp, they're not so, we haven't seen them yet, but they have the same type of flair in game. They're tipping, they're chat wording, you can just see they're having a lot of fun. And I think that type of gameplay and that kind of just confidence in their own style is going to be very scary to these teams that have kind of just existed within this season and haven't really proved themselves.
Brian, how important is it to have fun on the team that you're playing with?
I think fun is honestly one of the best parts about Dota, not because it itself is so important, but because it distracts you from the negative things. It distracts you from the worries of failure, from feeling like if you don't win this game, you're thinking about all the consequences going on in the future. That's the biggest part for me. And the teams that enjoy themselves, I think it's a healthy distraction. I don't know if everyone views it that way, but I realize when I'm laughing at the game or having a good time, I'm also not thinking about what I've already done wrong in the game, and that's the biggest thing.
All right, fair enough. Speaking of good times, we are going to have a good time here at ESL One today because I think we have some pretty hype matches. We've got Unique versus PuckChamp, as we already mentioned, as our opening match, and both of these teams yet to be able to play. PuckChamp in particular yet to play in the upper division. And then we've got AS Monaco Gambit versus Spirit, the 3rd and 4th seed from last season, matching up very early on. And Gambit already having lost a game. This is going to be a spicy match that I think is going to be pretty even. But again, we'll just have to see who is still living on the past, right, Robson?
I just love the fact that Spirit, they've had to play 2nd and 3rd seed in the first week.
Yeah.
And it's if Spirit, they look so good, right? If they beat Na'Vi, then they beat Monaco Gambit, they're already okay, so as long as we don't drop any series to teams that we shouldn't lose to, they're already pretty much looking to be like a major contending team from the region. So today is pretty much Spirit's play to just prove that they are much better than the previous season.
Yeah, we've been going back and forth, but I really do think it benefits the team that is considered the underdog to play them earlier on in the season, especially on the new patch. So if they can seize this opportunity, then there's no better time than now.
Well, you know what an opportunity you at home can seize? An opportunity to be able to grab yourself a fresh new emote. That's right, the last time we were here in ESL One, I announced to you guys in half an hour there's going to be some fresh Twitch emotes. Well, we worked out the kinks there, and now the emotes should be there. So you can go ahead and use your channel points, pick up an OS Frog, pick up a Hey Guys, you know, make sure that you're known in the chat for supporting here ESL One. Of course, you can also sub as well. But
which one's your favorite, Cap?
I love OS Frog actually. I think that is a sick emote.
No, please, it's the Hey Guys.
The Hey Guys.
It's the sneaky lion.
Yeah, I was going to say he scares me a little bit.
To the old ugly lion.
He has some ulterior motives with that wave. Like he's sinister. I don't know. I don't like it. It makes me feel uncomfortable, but yet it looks right. You know?
Well, I want to keep you in your comfort zone, BSJ. And
Yes.
of course, you being a big fan, homegrown fan of North America.
Homegrown indeed.
You want to talk a little bit about what's going on in NA? Because we ESL One, we cover the CIS Eastern European Division, but we do want to take a peek at some of the other regions, right? What's going on in NA?
Yeah, did you give me any homework or?
Yeah, I did give you some homework.
Oh,
there
okay.
should
Oh,
be
sorry,
some
that's what I
clips
got.
we're going to
I
take a
got it,
look at. There
got it.
should be maybe some win percentages going on there. I've got all the homework you need.
Yeah,
Brian.
so we were talking about dueling on the old meta. So both the teams are still prioritizing the Pucks as well as the Void Spirits, but the new hero that really made a breakout is Warlock with 4 picks and 100% win rate in those 4 games. So Tiny is also being played by primarily Simply 2-Based, who's a new team that came up from the 2nd division. They played him in all 3 games of their best of 3, and they ended up taking that 2-1. So awesome to see the lower division teams making a splash in NA as well. And then we also have yet to see any of these games reflect Quincy Crew or EG, who have their first games coming up today. Quincy Crew will be playing against 2-Based, and EG will be playing against the Cut. So both of the top 2 teams from the major will be playing against the 2 teams from Division 2. So that will be the real test of whether or not they belong in the upper division.
Well, will it be a test or will it be like a speed bump for EG and Quincy Crew? Like,
It depends on
didn't even notice that.
This is the proof. This is where the cut actually turns off, and it's like EG. Like, wait, what?
Okay.
We're not the best team, and then no, yeah, this is just a speed.
What do you give their chances individually, each one of those matchups?
5%.
For both of them?
For both.
You don't
All
put
right.
Simply 2-Base a little bit higher than the Cut?
Was
for
this
example?
EG in the cut? Sorry.
Yes.
What did you say in the green room, though, Brian?
I
Seems
said
like you've added
5%.
4% since we spoke before. We won't let you have this masquerade for the show. Give me the true percentage that you said.
Yeah,
for
the
the cut,
hard
Brian.
truth,
The hard
Brian.
truth.
I said 1.4%.
1.4%. That's what he said, guys. Thank you, Brian. Thank
you said
Brian.
the 0.4 was generous, and I said, come on,
No, I know,
bro,
it
that's
was.
not very nice.
I mean, I'm just curious the fact that you guys rate EG versus the Cut and Quincy Crew versus Simply 2-Base is like equally outmatched.
Yeah, as you know.
Oh, that was collective. Oh.
So for the rankings coming out so far, we are yet to see EG and Quincy Crew play, so we see them in the middle. But for Zoomers and Undying, they both took their first series, and that's my hype series coming up later this week, is the 3rd and 4th place seeds of last season. Undying gave a real run at it. They were ranked 3 and had to go through a 3-way tiebreaker, ended up dropping to Quincy Crew and EG. But this is one of those series where it could very well decide the standings at the finals. So I'm really looking forward to seeing 4 Zoomers versus Undying. And aside from that,
you're forgetting the most important storyline here, Brian.
What's the storyline that I'm forgetting?
Z-Freak leaves Simply 2-Based, joining Penta Ace. Then Penta Ace start losing, Simply 2-Based start winning. Did Z-Freak make a wrong choice? Did he make a mistake?
Isn't that like an NA special though? You know, like you ride one team, the coattails of one team to the top, and then you just ditch them.
Maybe
jump ship, and then usually it doesn't work out the best. Like I don't know, I haven't seen a great track record. I think the #1 offender of this is Eternal Envy.
That's a good one. That's a good one for sure. Well, Z-Freak, he may be a star player, but that is not the region we're going to be covering here at ESL One. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to go ahead and break down Unique versus PuckChamp. You won't want to miss this game. It's going to be fun. The two teams who have yet to be able to play in the upper division for this season are now going to match up against each other. Team Unique and PuckChamp. For Team Unique side, of course, they were here in the upper division last season. They didn't have the greatest run of things, but then again, they didn't get knocked in to the lower division. They didn't get relegated. So, mission success, Robson?
Yeah, for sure. I think when you look at the how that team was going last season, they were never going to be getting top 3, so survival was very key. And they also made an upgrade where they replaced Pikachu with FN. Simply the trickle-down effect of Monaco Gambit picking up no one. Suddenly, you know, FN, a very, very good player. He now needs a team. Guess what? Unique. Whoop, there you go. Join us. So that's unfortunately how the region works, but the team is looking a little bit better in terms of roster. We'll see how they play, of course, within the next hour or two.
And where's Pikachu left to go?
Nowhere, mate.
Nowhere, not for now.
I'm checking. I'm
Now
not seeing him.
the question is he going to make it into an upper division team, or is he going to have to go to a lower division team and get promoted back up? It is funny how this trickle-down effect
It's so
does
brutal.
work. It just,
he's
you keep
nowhere.
knocking down the
He's
next
actually
guy.
just gone. I just thought he'd trickle down. I'm so sorry, Pikachu. That's no one's fault.
It really is. Well, I mean, it could be his team's
Do you
fault.
mean like literally no one,
know.
or do you mean the player no one?
You decide.
Damn.
All right, well, talk about more with Unique. Do you think that like FN as an addition to this roster, do you think that it's going to change things for them from last season? Because I remember thinking I wasn't particularly impressed by them.
They've never really had that flair for me. I watch their games and they're pretty consistent with their performance level. I don't ever see a breakout game where I'm like, okay, there's the spark. That's what it'll take to take down the likes of VP and Na'Vi. And I think that's just the big difference between them and a team like Team Spirit, and why they aren't going to place as well, in my opinion.
Fair enough. Do you does FN add a little bit of spark in that regard?
I'd like to think that it should, because FN has the experience. He's been playing in these teams that are, contending for major spots. So it's not like he's going to kind of bring that down the team when he joins. The question simply is, last season, they're only able to beat the two teams that got relegated. So if anything, they can only get better, right? Like, sure, you could tend to get eliminated, but if realistically, like, they should be able to just have strides of improvement with FN. And I think for their position, it is the best change that they could have made, based off of how they did play, because they needed someone to be consistent in their lineup, in their cores, to then give everyone else a bit more of a game.
All right. Well, hopefully that addition will actually help Team Unique out, and maybe they can battle a little bit better in this season. We're going to get a chance to talk to Ghostic here, and he's got some interesting ideas moving forward.
A dead quad, but they just call the GG.
My nickname is Ghostic. I'm playing for Team Unique for an offlane. Our goal for this season is qualifying for Major, obviously. It's the main objective. We were not much satisfied for our last season because we thought that we can do much better. We lost some really upsetting matches, for example, versus Extremum and against Team Spirit also. We could have shown even better Dota, and maybe we had the chance to qualify from third place. I have a lot of support from my family, from girlfriend, everyone watching my games. Even my granddad watching my games. He's typing me some advices after the games, or when he's getting really upset, he's typing a lot of advices, what to do, what to change. It's kind of regular thing. I think Pachyam is a nice team. They a lot of young players, young blood. They all want to show their best Dota. We will see how it goes against our team. Very important to win first matches at this stage.
I can't imagine, it's annoying enough when you're losing games and you're getting backseated by like Twitch chat or whatever, and maybe you've got a friend watching you or something like that. I can't imagine being backseat gamed by my grandpa.
I had the same thing, but for my dad. When I did the first, my first coaching job at the CQ Major, we have Weeha mid lane. He picked Timbersaw. He crushed the game. We then lost game 2 and 3. My dad just texted me, he's like, "Why'd you not just pick the tree killing hero in 2 and 3?" And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Just pick it. What? Don't be stupid." I'm like, "I'm sorry, Dad. It was great."
I mean, did it win?
We were out.
100%
it was
win
too
rate.
late.
Then, you know
my
what?
dad gave the advice way too late. If my dad texted me earlier and loved me a little bit more, we'd have won the major. No, my dad loves me very much, but no, you get the point.
That turned dark quick.
All right, BSJ, you got any things that should probably go into therapy instead? You want to air
I
out
don't
on
have any
desk?
influence necessarily from my parents. Like they don't have like the Dota knowledge. They're supportive, but they don't follow closely enough to describe the heroes so vividly as your father put it. But the
Having
grandfather,
flashbacks.
that's a first one. I don't think I've ever heard that before. I got to respect that. I wonder how much of that is strategical or how much of it is like...
They need to win today for us to find out, right?
The mental battle.
That's the interview. Please tell us the advice.
Let's go ahead and turn our eyes towards PuckChamp, because they are going to be the opposing team here, and a hungry team that is coming in from the lower division, and something that we have seen a repeated storyline no matter what region it is. These teams coming from the lower division are legitimate threats. coming into the upper division, no matter where they're at, whether it's Europe, whether it's CIS, whether it's even NA. We'll see how they do against Quincy Crew and Evil Geniuses.
I'm ready for that one.
You know, they are a legitimate threat to the bottom 4, I would say, right? Like if you're anywhere from like 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th from last season, you do have to worry about these lower division teams, right?
Yeah, especially in this region, in Eastern Europe. I think the bottom 4 of upper and then like probably even like the top 6 of lower, they're so evenly matched where like on online tournaments outside of DPC, they're regularly taking games off each other. So just getting into a division away from them, then it's kind of just survival. But yeah, I think PuckChamp is a dark horse in this group stage. I think Winstrike played well. This team will be better than Winstrike. And if we're praising Winstrike already, I'm excited to see what type of run PuckChamp can do. So I think they can beat pretty much all teams, but maybe VP in this group for sure.
There's a lot of reason to believe in this team, right? Like we may be a little bit outside of the knowledges of some of the CIS team, but they've got a coach and they've got an analyst. They've got Liamir, who's their analyst, and they've got Artstyle as their coach. Like these people believe in them, right, Brian? That says something.
I mean, the biggest thing for me is that if you come with 1 or 2 really good strategies, that might be enough to like get you 2 or 3 series wins, and that's enough to keep you in the upper bracket. You don't have to have perfect play to make it to 4th or 5th of the region. You have to just be consistent at what you're doing, good enough at just a small portion of strategies. And there's just a huge drop off from like the top teams, but there's really not a huge drop off between, like you said, the 4th to the 10th. Like that's the part where consistency is the big difference maker there. And just what I want to see is, I hate to say it, but the same heroes, similar heroes picked both games from them because I want to see that they like believe in what they're doing.
All right, well, let's go ahead and check in with PuckChamp. We've got Dakalis on the line who has a little bit of thoughts about their coach, Artstyle.
Will the Cabal do just a small cube? Can they kill Krillon? He's relocating back to the base. He's capable of making it away. Instead, Six is taking his power strikes. They've stopped the Weaver. False Brother.
I'm Dukalis. I'm playing on position 5 for Team PuckChamp. Make first place in 2nd division, and now we promote to the 1st division, and we're very proud of it. And we're gonna try to maybe beat some teams and maybe place 3rd place. Artstyle is our new coach, and he helping us in-game and not in-game. He's helping to make us just a family in communication, in calls. Just overall, we are a good family now. We was having connection without, but when he became to us, he helped us to know each other just better. We was having good connection. We don't have any problems in communication. Just he made it better than it can be, and I think it is because he's got a lot of experience and in coaching good teams, and he know how it needs to be a good team as a family.
You know, for a region that's sometimes known for its toxicity, it is good to see that some of the young up-and-coming players just bring in a lot of good vibes. And I'm looking forward to see whether or not we actually get to maybe interact with some of those good vibes. It all comes down to whether or not PuckChamp can actually win their opening series. Of course, we're going to be talking about that. But first, we got to go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to go ahead and have Unique versus PuckChamp, our opening match.
It's been a road less traveled, all alone. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it, 'cause I'm out here staying. It's lies to my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until
right, so let's talk about it. PuckChamp versus Unique. I've got Robson as well as BSJ who are going to be joining us on the desk here with their fresh edition of FN. Is Unique actually going to be able to turn up this series and knock down the lower division hopefuls that have been recently promoted? Or is it going to be the young guys who managed to come in with all that fire like Winstrike did?
I just think PuckChamp is an incredibly scary team. You know, the flair that they had in the lower division, and then they had flair in online tournaments. And on top of that, they now have Artstyle as well, like we heard in the interview, where they he's helping just merge everything a little bit more together, make it a bit more refined for an upper division rung. So yeah, for sure, I would not put PuckChamp as like the underdogs here. They're two very evenly matched teams, and yeah, very excited to see if they can continue.
Brian, is Beastmaster living in the past, or is the new Aghanim Scepter good enough to... is that a new future?
I feel like it's both, you know, because it's obviously a hero from last patch, but it's not even the same hero. It might as well have had a full makeover as... I don't know. I don't like the new Beastmaster, but I can't argue with the fact that it is absolutely absurd to have to play against. It just puts you on... It just makes you play Dota differently, and it's not in some abstract way that a hero, I think, is meant to. It literally just pelts you with 300 damage nukes on a 0-second cooldown from that make them do more damage every time you...
A million miles away, yeah. Zero committal. It's very annoying.
Yeah, what's... Lena, why pick up a Skywrath Mage when you could just have an Axe?
Exactly.
Does that job better. You pointed out Lena. Lena ended up getting a buff in the recent B patch.
Yes. Radius on her stun. They also made her passive 12-second duration, so that allows you, once again, to stack up the Fiery Soul with just the Light Strike Array.
Which means, of course, that's why position 4
allows I think that's
Lena
what
to
this
go back
is.
through. Yeah.
Yep. I think that people were picking it a bit mid. I believe we saw it win yesterday. And I personally think it'll be much more of a 4, just because the way runes work nowadays, you don't really spend much time roaming as a position 4. At least you don't have to, I think is the biggest thing. And Lena loves to just camp in her lane and constantly spamming that stun. And they just made it so that her timings come on that much earlier. And if you have a strength core like the Centaur that stands in front of you, as long as there's a deterrent to keep them away from you, super high range, super high damage, I personally can't stand laning against it.
Pairing it up with a Centaur then. I mean, Centaur who got, again, one of those heroes that got just a bunch of blanket buffs across the board. That dual offlane has got to be one of the stronger pairs of the current patch. I mean, I can't really imagine support or core that feels stronger specifically in lane.
It is two unreliable stuns, so if they're able to pick really any hero that's a bit more elusive, you know, the Slarks, the Rickies, the PLs, anything like that, I think it could give them a little bit of an issue, at least later on. But yeah, the beefiness of the lane itself, I think, is why they're opting to first round it here.
Well, it's the classic beefy offlane plus any range here, right? Like, if this was a Willow or a Skye, a Rubik, you know, even an SD, like any of these heroes look good because of the Centaur. It's the same thing for Mars. And Centaur getting all the buffs, like you mentioned, of course, is just Stampede cooldown. You know, the hero comes back in popularity. Therefore, you don't have to pick the Mars to be the beefy boy now. You do have an alternative.
I think the biggest thing to take home about them choosing Lena over all those other ones is that Centaur tends to struggle against these right-clicking, passive heroes like the Slarks, Ursas, Lifestealers that usually are weak against the physical damage in lane. And these Rubiks, these Dark Willows, are usually also countered by heroes that are countered by Centaur, basically. Or that counter Centaur, excuse me.
Yeah. Unique ensuring that, of course, we've seen how Beastmaster is really strong for its idea of zero committal damage with the axes. They have two heroes now that can connect, you know, break down that distance with Storm Spirit and Centaur. Centaur Stampede, Storm Spirit with his ultimate as well as Zip. So
I like it more than the Rubik.
Oh, that's so bad. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the idea of how Unique is. They're looking at the problem and again, okay, so he does a lot of damage, yes, but if we lock him down, if we stop him from using these spells, he obviously won't be able to do anything. Like the itemization of mid Beastmaster, it's Ags, maybe a bots. You want to go Aether Lens for more cast range. Like,
Sanj Kaya.
Yeah, Sanj Kaya. You're never really wanting to go for like a BKB or something truly defensive.
And as we see, Team Unique has been studying the North American region for 400% win rate if people weren't here in the North American region. I'm surprised we haven't actually seen as much Warlock as I expected just a lot of quality of life buffs, the talents, the shard, overall the stationary aspect, as I mentioned with Lina. I really do think amps up these supports that really just want to sit behind their carry, spamming their spells in lane. So I like Warlock a lot this patch. Any teamfight ultimate that you can get from your 5 position, similar to something like a Phoenix, it really does just allow you to draft and play the game differently.
I think the pacing of the game right now, though, for Unique, they want to keep a slower game where they have their big spells to react. They can then punish poor positioning with the Centaur and the Storm, like I mentioned. Obviously, the Warlock gone for the big team fight, but it does feel like they can't really do anything in the game outside of maybe Storm getting like an Orchid and then making the moves. Like, they're not grouping up together quite quickly. And then PuckChamp, they have this ability to punish quite early, I feel. As long as they don't, get overwhelmed by the Golem.
I'm not a huge fan of Spectre, man. I'm curious how Unique conceptualizes, like, how do we pick a carry-to-carry matchup against Spectre? But I'd say I've seen it 4 or 5 times now. Everyone just buys Satanic. And the whole idea of Spectre is that she creates this chaos and you have to do something about it. But a lot of the heroes, their strategy is just to buy a Satanic, they haunt, and you just clump up and wait for the haunt to end. And if you ever go on the carry, he presses Satanic. I don't really see what's going to prevent Team Unique from kind of following that exact game plan, just because there's no AoE hard punish coming out from PuckChamp necessarily to prevent that team fight, as long as they have Warlock sitting in the back.
This is quite the damage over time, right? If we go the axes for Beastmaster, Earth Spirit's Ultimate, Death Prophet Exorcism, this is not a initiate and 1, 2, 3 burst somebody down. They want to play really long, drawn-out fights.
Yeah, at least the duration of the Exorcism, about 30 seconds.
Which is an interesting way, and I think maybe why the Spectre does rise up in order here is simply because like DP can soak up some of this early damage. Like Unique does like early damage, and now you have the vision from the Beast, the damage tank from the DP, and then after all of that, Spectre just ults, and Warlock and Lina will always die. Lina, for sure, being a 4, you might be able to get like a Yule or something to just give yourself some more life, but these supports are just food for a Spectre. And if you have one more pick, one more kind of killer that can maybe punish a Storm, you're going to be in a good spot to play out like a long game.
And that is kind of what, when you talk about the other side of things, Unique is very burst-oriented, right? Stormseer doesn't want to be doing lots of zips. He wants to be able to go in, take somebody out. Same goes with Centaur and Lina. So I could see a tankier core definitely working to their benefit.
So is this almost certainly an off-lane Death Prophet, we think? I think with the buffs, it should probably be. I don't think support's nearly as potent.
I think
with the base stat nerfs.
The PuckChamp, I think, will happily put it into either lane. There's also a scenario where it's just, DP mid, some beast off lane scenario because it's, PuckChamp and a bit more, creative, and they want to get a really strong 5 to pressure. But yeah, they're keeping it open. I think, honestly, I'd prefer to have a big active off lane pick from PuckChamp. I don't want to put any spoilers out there, but I think they picked Sand King. I heard a Sand King sound.
No, that was Leshrac.
What? Is that not Epicenter? Just keeping it open there, Chief. All right.
I mean, the sound cues. It was some sort of base level.
They seem to think they need an offlaner.
Yeah.
On the side of Team
I think
Unique
DP5 is probably the play, just because of the idea of. Oh.
Hey, there we go. I heard the anti-mage sound. I was like, what? So they do pick Sand King, and they respond with the carry matchup. I actually think this is a really good anti-mage game. It's good in lane and game against Sand King. It's a good carry-to-carry matchup against the Spectre because you can easily disengage or engage on top of the Spectre before she pops the Haunt. And they don't really have the best lockdown for him. Most of their lockdown is either single target or silences, which once he gets Manta, I'd say he's almost unkillable.
Normally, I don't mind the Sand King into anti-mage matchup if you have a strong 4 to bully and play off Burrow.
Yes.
So when you have... yeah, exactly. But when you have this Earth Spirit, it's kind of like 2 dudes who just kind of stun but don't kill. So I think it is a very good anti-mage game, but it's also a very good Spectre game. So it's just going to be a very fun matchup of which carries better.
And that was part of the reason you wanted the Death Prophet 3 position, right? Was the range with melee 4 position sort of
more lane
together.
presence.
And now it feels like they're kind of getting punished for that.
I think they've been wham bamboozled by the anti-mage pick.
Oh. Is it an anti-mage patch? Do we believe in anti-mage?
Not necessarily. I don't think the hero's that great, but I think it's about as good as it gets for anti-mage.
Okay. Well, any last minute predictions outside of that? Do you guys think, how does Unique actually, how does PuckChamp actually turn this game around against a very good enemy?
They have three very greedy cores: Anti-Mage, Storm, and Centaur. So if they're able to cripple one of them early, then that hero is going to become a liability, and the other two aren't going to be able to make enough space, especially if it's either the Storm or the Centaur, because the Anti-Mage, he's going to spend that first 20 minutes farming. So I think that's like the 10 to 20 minute window is where they have to punish real hard.
Okay, fair enough. Did PuckChamp get wham bamboozled, as BSJ put it? We'll have to see. We've got Moxie and Purge on the mic.
Oh, thank you so much, Cap. I am loving the shirt colors, by the way. Everyone except for T-Gov. T, you didn't seem to get the memo. Neither did Purge, apparently, either. Purge, we have to talk about that. We got to work on that synergy. But it sounds like we've got a very long game coming up here.
Essentially, yeah. There's some pretty late game hard carries for both sides, but like Brian pointed out, both carries are feeling good about the enemy lineups that they're playing against. And Spectre AM was kind of a classical matchup in the past, where Spectre was better, arguably, because he did pure damage, and that cut right through Anti-Mage's magic resistance. But the real story right now, at least in the current meta, is that these carries are going to want to kill the enemy supports very effectively. And one thing that I really like about the AM pick this game is we saw the terror that was Beastmaster Ags yesterday on Dream League with Ags. It's a ton of magic damage. Well, AM has built in massive amounts of magic resistance, and the Beastmaster, if he plays normal, is going to buy Ags, maybe an Aetherlance. He's going to have a really fat and juicy mana pool that AM is going to love to jump on him and blow him up, and he can protect himself with a counterspell if there's a potential counter roar. So I think AM is a really cool pick here, not just for the matchups, but also as a potential solution against that Beastmaster core that seems to be such a problem.
So it is going to take some time, though, obviously, for this Anti-Mage to come online. What does PuckChamp need to really do with these lanes to make sure that, they're getting that momentum going and that this Anti-Mage doesn't just start balling out of control?
Well, like they pointed out, there are some greedy cores on Unique side. The AM and the Storm usually farm a lot. Centaur kind of sits in his lane and pressures a lot. It's not necessarily the same type of greedy because he is on the map, but he can't rotate very easily early, at least until he gets his Blink Dagger, which usually comes after 1.5 defensive items. So if their opponents on PuckChamp can pressure well and take towers and do objectives, then it could look pretty good for them. But the downside is that their supports are only okay at that. Death Prophet's going to need 6 before she feels really effective, and then Earth Spirit can roam and go for kill type stuff, but Beastmaster also might spend a lot of time jungling too, so it could be that both lineups end up being a little slow.
So funny to think about, considering that the CIS region typically, back in the day, oh no, they're just offering the courier to Astral. That's Slayer's courier killed and a salve that he's not going to have for quite a while.
I mean, he's already got a built-in salve anyways, the Shadow Word, right? So it's not the worst thing. Pairing Warlock with a hard carry that gets pressured in lane a little bit is the classic pairing that just makes the hero feel so valuable. Just because, once you get level 2 Shadow Word, it is 300 HP every 14 seconds. The amount of survivability it gives you is insane. 3/4 of a salve is massive, and that's why you rush Basie on this hero, because it just guarantees your laning stage goes well for that carry. So if Anti-Mage gets a reasonably timed Battle Fury, he doesn't have to worry too much against Spectre. The enemy disables are pretty strong between like Sand King and Earth Spirit, but as long as he's a little bit careful in the team fight, then he's going to have no trouble at all staying alive. So I think the game looks pretty darn good for Anti-Mage. Definitely agree with what Brian said about that.
It's definitely going to be a fun one, being able to watch both of these guys go head-to-head. And seems like you're thinking that the Anti-Mage is going to have an edge over the Spectre here.
It kind of feels like that to me. Spectre can't quite do as much offensively. He's slightly more limited. Also, he's laning against the Centaur here, as we just saw. Centaur has 70 base damage right now. Spectre only at 52. He tries to throw out the dagger to get the last Sand Ghost Stick, still denies it. So AM should be a little bit safer farming against Sand King. Spectre should get a little bit slower to ramp up, but it's still a great Spectre game. He's very effective against Warlock and Lina, and both those heroes have to be careful.
Already you can see that Dekalis is just moving back here, having gotten very harassed. But middle lane currently looks like 12-5 over on the Beastmaster's, doing a tiny bit better than the Storm, but pretty neck and neck.
Yeah, I don't expect to see any huge differences in the mid lane. FN's an excellent mid player. Obviously just recently switched teams, but he's one of the best in the region for sure, so he'll be fine.
Bottom lane, though, did try to make some plays here. And Bignum, he's chunked down quite a bit. But looks like he's going to be able to walk away from this engagement. And Ghostic is perfectly fine, just being very upfront here and continuing to hit the creeps.
Yeah, this Spectre Death Prophet dual lane isn't as strong as the AM Warlock one. Spectre is a little contested. Yes, they can slow Lina a little bit with Spectral Dagger, but her dying here is pretty unlikely unless she makes a big mistake. So, and she should match up just well against Death Prophet. They basically have the same damage. Death Prophet's a little bit faster, but Lina's got stronger skills at the early stage of the game right now, so should be fine.
Looks like Astro might be able to get himself another courier snipe here, as it just happens to walk right in his path. But Slayer is going to try to protect it this time.
Courier's got 4 legs. This can be just fine. Slightly faster than Earth Spirit. Centaur is just completely bullying this lane. He's already got Ring of Health picked up, 2 points in Retaliate. He knows how he wants to play this. He is just going to plant his butt in this lane and not go anywhere. Because like Spectre just can't fight him really. Spectre's gotten a lot of nerfs to make the hero even weaker in the laning stage. So the only real vulnerability is that, you know, Spirit Siphon is really effective against high HP Centaur, but Ghostix can have a great lane. And I generally find that he as a player really succeeds well when he plays these initiator type heroes. So I expect him to do really good this game with Centaur.
Definitely be watching Centaur for sure here as Desperate picks himself up one of those new runes. The water rune, of course, fills up that bottle for 2 charges here and make his way back over to that lane. But it's been pretty quiet, you know, we talked about CIS used to be known as like the very skirmishy region, and we still, you know, we're almost 5 minutes in and there has not been a first blood. You see, Bignum was considering pulling up with the LSA, but just back off and
It's the nature of the lanes. That's all it is. It's just because of the heroes that they picked. Sand King and Earth Spirit have the best kill potential against Warlock, but as long as Slayer doesn't make any major mistakes, he's going to be completely fine here. And maybe there could have been a kill in the mid lane potentially, but not until they hit 6. Beastmaster's got 6 now, so there's a small chance that FN messes up really badly there and dies, but I'm not surprised we haven't seen a kill just yet.
Again, everybody just hard at work at hitting creeps and farming up for the time being.
Mm-hmm. Once again, Centaur getting another range creep tonight. He's doing a great job. 30-7 on the Centaur right now. Compare that to the 20-4 of Sand King on the opposite side. And this is, for a long time, this is one of the real big values of picking Centaur. His base damage was insane. So against any carries that have low base damage, you can get a bunch of denies against them. And it gives you a really nice early laning advantage. It doesn't necessarily come from kills, but puts you in a great spot. And then you're just also hard to kill, so everything just looks solid for him. His Vanguard's finished. He's got tons of HP and regen. Vanguard's a little cheaper than it was the last patch. Part of the reason it's popular here. And he's going to be really happy with how much pressure he gets to put on this lane.
It's all about slowing down that Spectre and making sure that you've got the space, of course, for your anti-mage. But Bignum trying to secure the rune if it shows up bottom. It does not. It's actually top. So Astral picks himself up a double damage rune, denying it from Slayer. And just back to hitting those creeps and pressuring towers.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look around the map, see if I can find any stacks. So far,
Roar the Roar over in the mid lane. The roll forward coming out from Astral, and that's a quick pickoff coming out from the side of PuckChamp.
Great kill. Yeah, Earth Spirit's still in the area, gets the Rolling Boulder. I don't even think he utilized the DD, but that was a little bit too much damage there to pick up for Storm Survive. And I think he got his wand off there, but he also had a Fairy Fire, but still just a little bit too much damage.
This does not look good for Melis, though, here in the top lane. They're going to try to roll back on in. Astral going a little far. Doesn't quite manage to land the roll. Does have the double damage, though, so he'll take a good chunk of Palantimos' health.
Mm-hmm. God, if only he had a way to heal back up almost instantly from his support.
If only.
This would have been effective otherwise to take away 200 of his HP, but yeah, this is the downside of playing a lot of offlane heroes against anti-mages, that if they are melee especially, and they rely on mana to be useful, Aim's such a good pick. Because every time that he gets a chance to slap Sand King like 4 or 5 times, boom, he's out of mana, then he's limited on Sandstorm, he can't Burrow Strike defensively. He has picked up a really fast Arcane Boots at least. Ooh, some damage on Death Prophet here bottom. She's healing great though.
Yeah, she's gonna
that
be just
Spirit
fine.
Siphon. Yeah, she will be okay, but little damage dealt, not terrible.
I'm sure it was calculated because FN is also making rotation down to this bottom area.
It was a good attempt to rotate. Basically, they had a catapult wave, but unfortunately, that's why they got a little aggressive there. Creep wave got cleared. Ghost Stick tanked it a little bit, but their catapult ended up dying, so they'll have to wait till the next one to take the tower for free.
Ooh, but a nice stack along the way here. FN's going to be very happy about that. And gets himself a broom handle while the Sand King's found a couple neutral items himself.
And an Ocean Heart, really good item for the mid hero, because it's a lot more common that you're standing in the mid wave here with this neutral item. Big Gnome was praying. He's like, please, one bottle sip, sir. And Storm was like, nope, need this, sorry. Too bad for you.
Should have bought your own bottle, bootstraps.
Exactly.
You know, what are you going to do?
Storm's going to spend a decent amount of time jungling. He is probably the most vulnerable core on the map for sure, especially with Beastmaster spending so much time in the mid lane. He's got to be a little bit worried about getting roared into those follow-ups, just like we saw before. Faded Brooch, another great neutral item. We'll see which one ends up using. Passes it over to back to the base. Probably end up on Centaur or somebody like that.
Plus the Keen Optic also getting found. This is just nice stacks here for FN. He is going to be very, very happy about this. Make it a lot easier for picking up the Orchid.
It's not massively common for mid players to get stacks. Usually it's always like carries, right? But this is going to make a huge difference in accelerating him, because Orchid is not that expensive as an item these days. And if he gets it really fast, it's going to completely change Storm's playstyle. He can become a spirit-like hero where he moves around the map getting kills and setting tempo. And you normally don't get this, but man, that was a lot of increased farm here for the Storm. And it also gave a bunch of levels to Warlock. He sat around to get those some of those levels, and that's going to mean his 6 comes faster. He just had 5 at 9 minutes as a 5 position. That's pretty rare, actually. So this is like a tactical choice by these guys to not only stack a lot for Storm, but catch up Warlock a bit faster so those early skirmishes go better for him.
Well, I think it makes sense, right? Because you need to be just allowing Anti-Mage to have enough time to really come online. And his lane's going fairly well considering, so you want to be at the same tempo as this Beastmaster, and you want to be able to make the space for Palantimo. So Storm is definitely the hero that is going to be able to secure that. Melis, the roll forward though. Epicenter's already gotten used. Slayer is going to fall. But in comes the Storm Spirit. Does get slashed up for a minute. They'll use the Mana Boil. The follow-up roar, though, coming out now from Desperate as they'll clean up and take down FN. And Palantimos is all by his lonesome now in this top lane, thanks to a good rotation coming out from Desperate.
Yeah, I have to assume that they were ready for that because of the fact that they had this ward on the cliff. They knew that Storm was in the area, so they ended up rotating for it as they went on Warlock. Stampede did not save Warlock, unfortunately. Just a little bit too much burst damage and a huge rotation because that was Spectre getting in on the fight, and now they are pressuring the safe lane tower, which is certainly going to restrict some of the farm potential for heroes like Anti-Mage. So great rotations and good kills so far coming out of Beastmaster. That's 2 Storm deaths now.
And that's definitely not what you want to see happen. That is one of those heroes that needs to be accelerating, and if he dies too many times, he just sort of becomes a liability.
And for sure. Yeah, here's a smoke now for Slayer. They get the Tome. They've got 6 on Chaotic Offer, and they do not have Stampede for 30 seconds, so it's going to be a little harder. But never mind, they're going in.
Yep, they've got that pull right back in. Silence coming out, though, buys her a little bit more time, but she still will fall. And now the pressure is on here in the middle lane. Ghost Stick's just going to tank it up. Big Gnome and
in some ways better. Very good that they did that, because they didn't even have to use Golem or anything, so not too much resource. Now they should be able to take this tower or at least get it really low.
I mean, the nice thing about it, right, is that when you can initiate with someone like Storm and you have follow-up stuns, it just makes it so easy. You don't have to go and use any of these larger ultimates.
Huge that they got the tower. And here's a big buff to Lina, actually. She is still amazing at killing trees. It is not easy to clear trees now with things like wild axes, but Lina, I mean, with Light Strike Array cooldown being so low, she can actually clear a lot of these really relevant trees near the towers that are very difficult to spot when your opponents are TPing in now. So kind of a cool little advantage there as well that makes her a little stronger. Orchid's almost up about 150 gold to go, and FN is going to have it. So next neutral camp, Orchid online, and the ganks will come.
That is so scary for a lot of these heroes here. They cannot afford to get caught out here by the Storm. And I love the way that they're playing over on the side of Unique, the way that they're rotating together. You do have, you know, follow-up stuns. It really shows that they're making that concerted effort to really try to put pressure on the map and allow AM to just continue to farm.
Yeah, and the net worths are looking pretty good for them. Beastmaster obviously in a great position from his early kills and farm speed, but the other 2 cores on the PuckChamp side are not sitting very high. Blade Mail will accelerate Spectre a little bit, but it is not the same speed as something like a Battle Fairy Anti-Mage unless he ends up getting killed a couple times. And now that Orchid's up on Storm, there's going to be a lot more gank potential. So with that said, though, they are still pretty team fight focused on Team Unique. There's still Warlock Golem. Center doesn't quite have his Blink Dagger yet, but once that Blink Dagger comes online, the pressure is going to be pretty dangerous for them to worry about.
I mean, on the flip side of this, though, too, right? The Agnum Scepter has been completed for Beastmaster. They are making a rotation now that they have this item, although it's not looking super great here in the top lane because they do pick off Ducalis fairly easily, although they're still making their way top. Not sure if they're still going to jump in. I don't think Ghostic is necessarily the person they want to find.
That's why he's hitting creeps right here, just in case there is a rotation. He's got a hood and a Vanguard. We'll see if he can take it.
I mean, they used the Haunt for it too, so he's very, very tanky, but they should be able to get the kill. It's definitely, you know...
It didn't look that close.
No, it didn't. But the fact that, you know, it took that much to take down the Centaur, and you managed to keep your Storm alive, I don't know. Do you think that's worth it? Oh, never mind. I say that. And the melee jumps right in. They follow up, though. They drop the rock down. Still will end up losing FN. Laguna Blade comes out, but they just don't have enough distance here. Slayer next to fall. Palantimos, he doesn't want to fight this. Not yet. So the aggression coming out from PuckChamp will... look at all the sentries they dropped over on the side, too.
The couple, they really wanted to get that Sankin kill.
They're
Great
mad.
initiation, though. Little too much damage for AM or for Storm to tank through there. Now they get to use Exorcism on this tower. Very likely this tower's going to fall.
I don't see it standing for much longer. For sure. So
Yep.
down goes the mid tower, and Unique's just going to continue to try to protect this anti-mage and make the space.
Yeah, and this is the downside right now, and the thing that scares me about Unique's lineup is that, like, while they are getting kills, and that's great, they are still too vulnerable to this initiation into 2 to 3 stuns. Storm is absolutely the weak point in their lineup in that sense. Obviously, the supports could die easily too, but Storm has to hit creep, so he's always going to be in a slightly more dangerous position. So if their opponents initiate on him properly, which they should be able to do consistently, he is absolutely going to get blown up. And even things like Shadow Ward on Warlock, it's just not going to be enough to keep Storm alive in those burst moments, because Sand King brings the burst damage that they were missing a little bit, and that buys them setup time for Roar and like 2 to 3 axes, which is almost always going to clear him up, make him die easy. So game's looking a little bit difficult for them, but they still have better gank potential.
I think one of the situations too is just the fact that this anti-mage has gotten exactly what he needed, right? He got the space, he's got the Battle Fury online. And now you've got a Blink Dagger picked up for Centaur, so I have a feeling we'll be seeing more initiations, and whenever Haunt's off cooldown, they'll be hunting. But as I say this, PuckChamp doing their own hunting. They're putting melees up front and center here. LSA comes through from the Lina.
No, you don't.
She's got to be careful. There's a lot of heroes here, but I don't think she knows necessarily. Up the
She's
side of the
hanging
map.
back, though.
Yeah,
Vision on
she's
the
got to be
side.
really worried. Those Hawks especially, spotting everybody here. But I think they just don't want to put the pressure into a Lina under a tower. They'd much rather grab a different kill instead. This tower is kind of hard to take anyway, so...
Zip in, though. They found themselves a Death Prophet, and FN will collect himself another kill.
Yeah, we'll see if they keep that Observer Ward alive. It'll probably die later on, but a lot of mana spent on Storm Spirit, but once again, that's the hero they get. It's a 5. I like his itemization. He went for no boots, mech with wand, and the whole purpose is that mech is a lot cheaper mana cost. You can buy it by itself, it doesn't hurt that much, and if he just plays near his Spectre, that's a huge amount of survivability added on top of it. So he's just trying to make sure his Spectre doesn't die, Spectre can continue accelerating.
And that's a dead Lina.
That didn't look hard at all.
No, it definitely didn't. These axes are so nice, and then if you've got a little roll to slow her down, easy cleanup.
Yep, it really is. 1 axis and you clear a whole small camp, and yeah, maybe this needs to change. I don't know. The mana cost got reduced from 80 to 65, and you got the added damage. Some of that damage has been reduced now, but wild axes with Ags has probably been good for a while, to be honest. But looking good right now.
I mean, the game that we cast the other day with the just axes flying everywhere because the Rubik was stealing them as well, that was just absolutely ridiculous.
It was, yeah. And he's doing great. He's on the map, aiming for a BKB next on Beastmaster. That'll make him very survivable if he gets dived by Anti-Mage or Storm Spirit. Doesn't have to worry about mana drain or disables as much. But Unique's still playing around each other. They've got Golem ready, they got Stampede, and here's the smoke. They're going to try to get a grab on somebody important.
I mean, they've killed Ducalis a couple times now, I'm not sure. Melis, though. Smoke does pop.
Broke smoke on that. I I think they know where they are, that they were in the tri-camp, and they knew that they wouldn't be able to smoke into it, so he just decided to break his smoke on the creep wave, hoping that they would go on, but then they got cold feet about it seems like.
That hero's not in the game. They didn't get cold feet, Purge. Come on now.
True. Oh, my bad, guys. Big mistake.
It's all right. We'll let you have one.
A fast Solar Crest on Warlock as well. Also no boots. Very similar strategies for both fives. Don't need boots. We just need to buy these items that are very cheap that make our allies so much stronger. And Solar Crest is huge here.
Yeah, I think everyone should be picking that. Ooh, immediately.
Why is he here?
Trying to get a D ward, I guess.
Or break a smoke. I think he's trying to break a smoke there or something.
It's possible.
That was kind of weird.
Yeah, I think every single team should be picking up a Solar Crest now. It's just so good. Just so cheap.
It is so good.
Does so much.
This sentry that they placed is actually not going to spot the ward on the cliff. Oh, here's the go.
From FN. The follow-up initiation, though, as they go, they drop the rock. And that's a really nice LSA as they're trying to run them out. Laguna Blade's going to get thrown out, but FN, he's falls.
Alive.
And now Slayer will fall, Ghost Stick as well. Roll forward, chasing after Bignum. Not going to be able to quite close that gap, but they just run right into that Roche pit. I can't believe Melee's got that stun off and survived.
He ends up staying alive. He's got a lot of HP as a strength here, 2,000, and all he's built is Aghanim Scepter, Ogre Axe, and a Soul Ring. So, you know, with these extra levels, they just ended up being a little too much. Their single target damage does suffer a little bit. Like, Storm can do his combos or whatever, but there was going to be counter initiation, and you can't get like 3 or 4 ball attacks off. Am was obviously going to be somewhere else hitting creeps, and from there it's a support Lina, which does damage, but not like an insane amount. And Centaur does some single target, but not insane. It just wasn't quite enough.
I mean, he's had some really fantastic stomps throughout this game, but again, like you said, it's just not quite enough when you see what they're bringing over on the side of PogChamp.
It might have been Lotus Orb as well. I did see the Lotus Orb reflect Fatal Bonds. The Fatal Bonds didn't latch very well in other people, but it very possibly removed the Orchid almost instantly and maybe stunned Storm on himself. I didn't catch that. We'd have to see it in a replay, I think, but either way, the Lotus Orb was insanely fast, and that's Sand King picking up so quickly. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that was one of the major reasons he ended up staying alive in that fight.
Well, Mount is completed now for the anti-mage, and this time FN's feeling a little bit more confident. He knows that he can probably get a zip over on this Earth Spirit, but immediately backs again. Not able to burst him down the way he was hoping.
Yeah, this is one of the downsides to playing Storm this game, is that the heroes that you're playing against are not vulnerable. Who's going to be the replay here?
Yeah, Lotus
Orchid gets removed. He does pull himself, I believe, and then he gets silenced afterwards from the Earth Spirit. So yeah, he didn't really get to do that much Storm stuff here.
Oh, the Laguna
Lotus was
back.
massive. Yeah, a lot of things got reflected. That Lotus was actually insane how much it accomplished. Saves, like, if that Orchid damage gets all the way through on Beastmaster, completely different team fight. Beastmaster dies. He doesn't get Roar off. He doesn't throw wild axes. There's no Laguna Blade reflection, just completely different team fight. And that is going to hurt so much momentum for Unique. Now they're kind of on the back of Anti-Mage as the game continues. And he's got to play against 2 carries. He's got to play against Spectre, and he's got to play against Beastmaster.
That is a scary thought here as Astral keeps running on. And ooh, just a little bit short here as they try to get the jump onto Palutimus. They'll find the Solace over here. Lotus Orb, though, and that he's keeping her alive as they'll jump back in. Palutimus, he's looking. The Roar's going to come out, but does actually get bounced back. They're still going. They're chasing after FN. He doesn't have any mana left. He's ticking down to this vessel. Oh, the blade mail. FN, he's trying to bottle through. The dagger comes out. He's not successful as they try to just get this final hit off over onto crit. They don't have enough damage. 70-something hit points. He's going to survive, Purge.
Rough one. Next try by the Warlock. He was pretty out of position at that point in the fight. He tries to do an upheaval to buy enough time to save his allies, but it wasn't quite enough. An okay fight for them, killing Death Prophet again, but losing Storm made it a little bit costly there. But hey, at least AM got the first kill on that guy. Seems like that's the only hero they can kill is Death Prophet so far.
That's definitely not good enough for the side of Unique. But again, a lot of pressure being placed on this anti-mage. Do have a little bit of a lag here, but yeah, the mechanism coming out here onto Callis, just enough to keep him alive. And the bounce back, yeah, that spell shield.
And it was the Lotus Sword as well. They removed the Orchid damage again, which meant that AM has to use his ulti just to kill that support. He could have instead used that to pressure Spectre in this moment, for example, or maybe to secure a kill on the Earth Spirit, but wasn't able to. Maybe you can, I don't know if AM would have been able to do much to stop the Spectre from killing Storm there, but So that Lotus is literally the item of the game. It is insane how valuable it's been this game.
Yeah,
as like and I haven't
plays with it.
And it's amazing that he got it at such a good time that it felt like it just shut down the Orchid. And there was like one Orchid gank that was successful without Lotus, and then the next one Lotus is ready to go. And it's just like making Storm feel like a not good hero anymore. Because his whole purpose is like killing that one guy at the start of the fight. Lotus massively limits that by removing the silence and the damage amp.
You know, it feels kind of bad because, you know, FN was looking pretty good. He was getting these stacks. He was, you know, getting the Orchid online. But, you know, I don't even want to say that FN, you know, is doing poorly. It's just that the Sand King almost always seems to be just waiting for that initiation and then jumping in. And he's really made FN's life a living hell.
It makes it really difficult, and that takes a massive makes a massive difference. It's kind of funny in chat. They said ESL say to them that we're ready. Maybe we are muted because of voice lines, which is something that some teams do for sure. They just mute the whole enemy team because you don't want to. In a match that has huge stakes like this, you do not want to mess around with getting tilted by your opponents. A lot of pro players will do it on purpose to try to unsettle your opponents a little bit, and as a result, nothing has happened yet. I don't know. They've spammed a lot of voice lines. We haven't heard anything yet.
I'm not sure. Maybe they need a couple more seconds. Maybe production needs a couple more seconds. We never know, you know?
Okay, all right. Dire Team now said go. All right, we're good to go.
All right.
Hard to know.
Hard to know indeed. But, you know, what's important is that the Dota's back on, and the action is going to get ramped up again. So, Blink Dagger now picked up on the Beastmaster. He's already having a very nice game. It's about to get even nicer as Palantimos continues to farm. He's looking towards getting that Scotty next, but I'm starting to get a bit concerned for the side of Unique.
Yeah, me too. It's a little bit worrying. I mean, there's some okay things. Again, Anti-Mage is still very survivable against Beastmaster's Axe's damage, and he's very mobile, so he doesn't really have to worry too much about getting killed. But and once he gets Scotty, he's going to be really good at hitting these backlines. He'll have to basically be the new Storm Spirit. He'll jump in first, ideally, pick off a target. He's also got this new armor talent at 15. Doesn't get his blink talents anymore, so he's going to be really survivable against physical damage as well, which is not too bad against Spectre either. So I think he's in an okay place. I'll let Bignum hit the tower because he doesn't want to get ganked himself. Very chivalrous of him.
Oh, Palantimos, he blinks forward though, takes the tower. Desperate, he wants Bignum though. Immediately finds him over in the tree line. Looks like he should be able to go get the kill on Lina.
Ooh.
They're trying to bring someone else in here, but the BKB comes out from Desperate as he has to run away now.
That doesn't feel too bad to me. I mean, if that stun would have landed, actually Beastmaster would have died because he was about to take like 1,000 damage mana void there, and would have gotten hit by like a Lina ulti as well. So, you know, forcing BKB for just a support kill, not the worst. But it's kind of blowing my mind that every game that I've seen Beastmaster core so far, he matches farm with a guy with a Battle Fury or some other like one position hero from the mid lane. It's kind of insane.
I don't think it's kind of. I think it is insane.
It's insane. It's going to need to get nerfed again pretty soon, I think.
Well, give it a week now, or two. Guys. Get that nice, juicy, free MMR. Purge is like, no, please don't bring it to my pubs. I don't want to see it. Just ban it, Purge. Just ban it.
I'll try hard, guys. Yeah, I actually should. That's a really good point. Everybody ban Beastmaster right now.
I know. I am the logical one in this duo.
Bad. That's true. Smoke on both sides. They're going to break it partially.
Yeah, the jump forward. Immediate follow-up, though. They go and they drop the rock, and immediately they just blow up Astro. Ducalis is now left in the middle of everyone else's Spectre. Going right onto the back lines, though, Ducalis. Nah, it looks like Slayer goes down. Melee's also falling. Ghostic just going to teleport out now. He's sitting pretty low. He does manage to teleport away. As the rest of the side of Unique. Can they make it out? Bignum, Bignum. He's trying. Throws down the LSA, but Crit, sidestepping off the side, still wants the kill on Lina.
Oh, there's the perfect example of what we expected to happen at the start of the game. They basically jump on each other's backlines, and the Spectre is really effective against that. Warlock's going to die like every time. He hasn't even bought boots yet. He's like, I'm going to buy a Shadow Amulet, and in fights, I will sit still. That way, every time I die, Spectre has to at least spend 80 gold on a dust to kill me, you know? That is one solution. But the initiation was huge. The BKB timing for Storm changed everything here. He jumps in, he silences the Earth Spirit, it gets Lotused off, I believe. Luckily, Ghostic happened to catch the Sand King with his follow-up. Then they did more follow-up, easy burst there. Death Prophet trying to offset this, jumps in as well, but at that point, she's completely by herself, and all they get out of it is 2 support kills with Ghostic's really wise, quick TP here. So really nice fight there for Team Unique. Net worth is still the same, but that was amazing for Team Unique. I'm sure they got a lot of levels out of that fight.
It's actually crazy to look at the fact that it's been less than a 1K lead for quite a while now between the two. At least it feels that way. It's gone back and forth a couple times.
And they've got more kills on the PuckChamp side, so it just means the Unique's farming a little bit faster to help offset that team fight disadvantage here. But again, they use another smoke. They're ready to go. Because what are their cooldowns, right? It's Warlock Golem is the biggest one, but Stampede is not that long anymore. It's only 90 seconds, so they're going to go high ground. This doesn't get spotted.
Because, but Desperate is here. Good roar. Will get knocked back, but they still have the Laguna Blade. They've got the silence over onto Death Prophet. They haven't quite managed to take her down completely, but next she will go down. And there's going to be a little bit of that slow from the defusal. The roll forward, they have the spell shield up, followed up with a nice stun. The LSA coming through, though. Buys them a little bit more time. And look at these fatal bonds as they go through. They get the kill onto Astral, then take down Crit. And they end up losing Ghost Stick, and they'll end up losing FN as well. But it looked like it was going to be a very fast sort of pick-off, and they end up losing some very important heroes over on the side of Team Unique. But with the Spectre down, buys them a bit more time. In fact, Helen Timos might have gotten a little bit too greedy because they have the stuns. They've got enough. Can they kill him? Yes, they'll be able to find the kill. Melees. Kurt's chasing after here to cause him desperate, just clicking away, throwing the Axis Slayer. He accepted his fate at that point. He knew he was not surviving that. Too greedy.
Way too greedy. It looked kind of okay because he had Scotty, so he's thinking, oh, I can just slow this Beastmaster and kill him, but the Boar was there, attacked Anti-Mage, which offset the Scotty slow advantage, and then he's like, uh-oh, he's gonna run away from me now that they counter-initiate. They had a heal on the Anti-Mage as well, and he has Shard as well, so he got bonus movement speed there, but it was not enough to keep the AM alive there, and that was maybe one of the bigger mistakes of the whole match, without a doubt. An unforced error there by the Anti-Mage to die. It looked fine before that, but now Anti-Mage off the map's going to slow down their farm.
Well, they're still trying to just get these kills over to Dekaz, but it's been very difficult here. Oh boy, yes, it's extremely difficult.
another unforced error there.
They're getting themselves
really
a second kill here, Purge. Crit?
That was a big one.
I think Crit just, the roll not quite connecting. Actually, Big Them's going to survive this. Crit really wanted it, but if Astral had landed, I think they would have been able to make it happen.
And with these 2 deaths, it just buys them so much time on PuckChamp to pressure lanes. But on the bright side, they don't have good tower hitters at all. Their best tower hit is Exorcism for sure. But yeah, so it doesn't punish them as much. It's going to start them on Roshan. We will see. JK, there's a Beastmaster Ags. This is basically over. And that's going to be a Ag Shard as well. Very curious to see who ends up getting this.
Who would you give it to?
I'm trying to figure that out right now. None of them have like super incredible ones. I haven't tried Spectre's one before, but
Dive Bomb. We got Dive Bomb online.
Okay, yeah, Dive Bomb is pretty good. You get way more Hawks, so there's going to be a lot of map control. And then obviously, in terms of split pushing, it can be great for spotting those people and then landing disables. But just lowering the cooldown by like 15 seconds is already pretty amazing. So you can just blanket the map with vision and make team fights a little easier for you.
I mean, that is one thing they definitely have with an advantage for coming out for the side of PuckChamp is they have a lot of ways to gain vision and to counteract jumps and whatnot, so I have to watch and see, but it feels like there's not much breathing room as Slayer down here. Melee's just clicking them down. Uses the epicenter.
Tried to make it in time. Yep. That's all right. It's a kill. Means that they can't golem, and Fatal Bonds is probably the biggest loss, actually.
Ooh.
All that amplified damage against the AoE that Unique has is pretty strong.
Yeah, do you see how Desperate just starts running over at the Lena? This tower's just going down from just Crit alone.
Send it for FN?
No. They'll follow up, though, immediately, Desperate. Doesn't matter about that BKB when you have a roar, but Palantimos, he's here to protect. Is he going to be able to help get this kill? Yes, Astral will go down.
Okay, he ends up making it. Huge pickup. Ceremonial Robe is going to be great on Beastmaster, whoever else wants to hold it. To amplify that magic damage by another 10%. But good kill, yeah. Anti-Mage getting that on the map.
We are starting to see a 6K swing, though. There's just very little space on this map. The Anti-Mage, he's doing the best he can. FN, he can't do a whole heck of a lot here. It feels like he can't just pick off anyone by himself anymore. Even trying to take down that Death Prophet is just proving to be too difficult. In fact, Dekaz is now hunting him. Though it does pick up that Invis rune, the silence. Orchid comes out, the haunt though, immediately bash up stuns going through. FN will will go down as Ghostic running crit though, hunting for his own. Would love to. Oh, the bash over here onto Slayer. That is a dead Warlock.
Rough one for him. Can't help but think that boots might be helpful, but I get the game plan. Oh, Spectre is going to find you when he haunts, but you know, maybe he could have gotten away in
I don't think
circumstances like that.
no,
Regardless,
I don't think he gets away from that purge.
probably not. Maybe, I don't know, who knows.
Oh, the roll in from Astral, that's a dead Bignum.
Maybe he would have been at like the tier 2 instead of having a TP in the jungle is what I mean before he got spotted, but good pressure here. And punishing the Storm after he went for the kill, they find him when he doesn't have BKB. They're able to punish him with that great silence, and Rax is going down a little bit here.
A little bit off the mark. The follow-up Burrow Strike now from Sand King. Melee's looking for this opening. Look at the dagger. LSA, though, will connect over onto 2. And Palantimos, he's doing a lot of damage. He's going to be able to help take down Melee's. Using that Laguna Blade, too. So maybe just a bit too confident of a dive here coming out from the side of PuckChamp. So they take the tower.
Ghostic outplayed him. He blinked in, did a bad hoof stomp, which made it look like a really good go. Then Centaur was gonna die, but Bignum force-staffed him, which basically offset things. And then everything looked okay. So great play by Ghostic to miss that stun. And he's got Ags now. This is a huge grab because it's going to reduce damage by 40%. And this is one solution to what we pointed out in the laning stage. That Storm is the vulnerability. He gets bursted down. Now they can just stampede and reduce damage by 40%. That's going to be huge to offset things like Epicenter, which is this small window of tons of damage. Reducing that for everybody on top of the pipe could do a lot here. There's that crappy stuff, terrible, but great bait by Ghostic, looking like he's dead. Force Staff is going to mean that he doesn't get damaged anymore by Spectre. Then Lina gets the damage fall, pops the dust, everything goes well, and they get another kill. And Anti-Mage is just that much closer now to level 25, where he gets some value talents. Was that somebody pumping his fists in the back?
He looked very upset. Did not look happy, that's for sure. My goodness.
Did you see the cool item that Anti-Mage bought? I don't think I've ever seen this in my whole life. A Satanic on an Anti-Mage. Now, he does need some lifesteal. It's helpful against heroes like Spectre, but interestingly, Satanic just got buffed to have a Dispel, which is actually amazing on Anti-Mage this game because he's got Manta to remove silences, but there's multiple silences. Now he's got 2 ways.
I heard a roar and I'm seeing an Epicenter. We've got 2 fights going on. FN.
Well, it worked this time. He gets out. Storm was the one that got roared. So they are going to all group in the base here, and we'll see if they can get something done. AIM's got great items at this point, but without Storm, they need to get their opponents to overextend or something.
They need a good initiation. I mean, that's a pretty decent initiation, but they follow up with a Burrow Strike. They'll go, they drop the rock, and the silence comes out. They've got those BKBs, and they're just ticking down over here on the side. The roar comes out, though, buys them a little bit more time. Astral not going to be able to walk away from this. They'll follow up with another stun. This is not looking good for Palantimos. He's got to blink away, and he does manage at the very last second. Oh, those axes, they go so far, and they just barely almost tap his booty as he runs back into the fountain.
I can't believe he survived. I really thought he was going to die there, but that magic resistance with the Titan Sliver as well that he's picked up was a lot. Satanic definitely helped to remove the silence, got some big lifesteal hits in with the Fatal Bonds. Not a bad fight for Unique considering that was 4v5, and that was without Stampede, by the way. So a good sign for them as this game continues.
We're starting to hit the point where Palantimos is starting to look very ferocious. But of course, it's a lot of help coming out from the supporting cast of Team Unique. Melee's his Burrow Strikes have been so good, but now they have this opportunity with their positioning because you do have the Centaur initiating. You get the counter initiation coming out with the Burrow Strike, but then all of a sudden, as long as they have that rock to drop,
yeah,
the
and
chaotic
he also
offering
reflected
just immediately. It makes everything so much harder.
It does. He also reflected the first Burrow Strike with Counterspell as well. It was very effective in this circumstance to make Sand King's initiation a little bit worse. I don't think either of them, I couldn't remember exactly how the interaction works, but it made the Burrow Strike feel a lot less strong for sure when Anti-Mage was ready for that.
And that was kind of their bread and butter originally. Ghostic, he's gone pretty far here, but he's just going to use the Stampede, run away. Desperate though, it does feel a little desperate to use the Roar. Rest of the team still right behind them. Palantimos, you can hear on the back line, so I heard a BKB going off as Astral's gonna get chonked away over on the side. Follow up with a nice Burrow Strike, so they'll be able to revenge poor Astral, but FN next to fall. As you get the fatal bonds down, Slayer's just trying to climb away, but he realizes he's not making it out, tries to teleport. It's a very optimistic TP, because he does indeed fall again.
Yeah, tough fight. Anti-Mage is very, very difficult to kill here, but the problem is that he has a team and they are the vulnerable ones. Got insane magic resistance now. They're going in, maybe gonna get a kill.
It's looking pretty gosh darn good, but they use the haunt. At least he's still alive. The Burrow Struck going and blows into the floor. This is not looking good for Palantimos as they'll find a kill, and Ghost Stick will also fall. That is a team wipe. They call GG. They realize that PuckChamp just too far ahead here with what they're bringing to the table.
Beastmaster has not died yet. It's 12, 0, and 10. Nerf this hero into the ground. This stuff it just feels really strong, I gotta say. By all means, PuckChamp played better. They routinely punished the Storm Spirit, and that made Anti-Mage basically the only viable core. And he did get to that late game stage where he was strong, but like his team was just too vulnerable to these chain stuns. But man, PuckChamp, either way, great lineup, amazing itemization, great pressure on the map. Death Prophet, despite being a 5-position hero, felt so valuable with that mech pickup. It didn't just make her tanky, it made her team tanky, and they just won team fight after team fight with great initiation. So they played amazing this game.
There were definitely a couple times when having that mech saved Death Prophet's life and also allowed them to just reinitiate into any of these fights as well. So definitely value. The fact they picked up the Spectre looked very nice as well against these more squishier supports that they picked up. And FN just felt like he wasn't allowed to have a game. So, you know, PuckChamp, they're looking strong. They're the kids from the lower bracket making their splash here in the upper side here. But I'm sure our panel has a lot they want to talk about.
Yes, we certainly do, Moxie. I think Purge is not the only new fan of PuckChamp. They did a great job in that Game 1. We'll see whether or not they can keep up that performance as we head into Game 2. We'll break the Game 1 down after the break.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go, these wings carry me, live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I live this fantasy. Running through the fire.
An impressive performance by PuckChamp in their opening game here against Unique. Again, proving that these lower division teams who manage to grind it out and actually make it into the upper division, that they deserve to be here and that they're going to put a serious challenge to some of the existing teams. Palatimos, man, that was one of those questionable moves right there, going back in on a quarter of HP.
Every anti-mage in my pub, you give him 25 minutes of free farm, one bad blink, one bad death, and we've lost 30 MMR and an hour of my life.
And looking a bit desperate.
Hey, don't worry. I usually do it around like the 25-minute mark, so it's not an hour. It's more like 40 minutes of your.
Very generous of you. Thank you, Brian.
Make sure I don't make you wait that long. But I want to say a doubter in Beastmaster because I thought the hero was strong, but I am thoroughly convinced it's absolutely bonkers and just absurd. So
what took you so long, Brian?
Well, what happened was we saw it in one competitive game where it had an absolute free farm start, and my idea was they had picked Rubik against it. I'm like, I think the way you deal with Beastmaster is by jumping him because he wants to sit in the back throwing out the axes, and that's exactly what they drafted. They picked the Storm, the Centaur. Their whole lineup was the anti-mage was predicated around jumping the Beastmaster, and he's just 12-0-10, highest damage, highest GPM, like. What can you do? You've convinced me.
He needs a nerf. That's what we're saying. Like,
that is what you can do, but what can we do?
Ban it.
Okay.
It's like, okay, so like jokes aside, it is too hard to deal with in the idea of in lane. Okay, I think it needs a hero that actually pressures its laning phase. You know, someone who can get on top and stop him from playing that. Take away his mana potentially. Even we could see the resurgence of like some Nyx 4 coming into play where he just walks mid, throw a little mana burn, go back, mid plays aggressive, and you get to play some normal Dota.
We saw the Invoker Quas Wex work decently.
True. That could work too, yeah. That's a good option. Just stop him from being able to freely farm the mid lane, and then also you need to be able to invade the jungle and stop him from farming stacks. Like, this was way too fluid of a game where both teams were happy to farm. And if anything, Unique were going to be winning this game, it felt. But that mid-fight engagement where the Storm was 1,000 gold from BKB. You know, if they had the BKB, they've crushed that fight. And then you have Anti-Mage, you know, YOLOing in after. Those two deaths kind of feel like the kind of start of the end, where now suddenly Spectre's kind of caught up with Anti-Mage. He's happy and they have easy kill potential.
Well, just addressing the laning phase, this isn't part of the problem, just these new water runes, right? Like, you can go bottle on some of these mid heroes and you've got almost guaranteed refill on the bottle. You've got the water rune that'll give you a decent buff and regen and stuff.
Yeah, I've already played a few games myself, and it doesn't feel like how do I manage my mana. It's more like how much mana can I dump out to farm faster.
But have you ever had a support come and steal that rune from you yet? And you're like, I now have no mana at all.
No, I haven't seen that really happen to most people. So I think it's going to start happening. I think people are realizing that mid laners are... It's like the water runes are less important than the regular runes, but if the guy is banking his entire game plan on getting that water rune at 2 or 4 minutes, maybe T-Gov.
Furion.
Spoiling strats now that he's not a coach anymore.
Furion, boys, that's it. You don't want to be able to leave the side lane, so you get Furion into your draft, he just TPs mid, your mid goes to the other rune, bada bing, bada boom, both water runes are yours, enemy mid, poor Brian, he has no mana, he can't farm. Bring back
Why
Furion.
not just roam on supports?
Way too slow.
Oh.
It's actually a really long ways to get there.
It is, yeah. See, I'm not no memes here. It actually does take a very long time to get there.
See, that was my theory about water runes. So it's like, okay, these mid laners are going to buy bottle earlier because then they're going to make them more dependent on the side runes, which should make roaming more effective, and you would see more of it.
It's too early. You're
early
talking
on
about
the patch.
the minute the. No,
So
not
I'm just seeing into the future.
No, I mean game time.
2 minutes into the game.
The game
you
time
can't
itself.
do that.
Like minute 2 in the game, there's no hero that can actively go to mid and feel happy. Maybe Earthshaker is a hero that can also do that. You set up your lane, then you can play for the rune. I think Furion, I joked about it, hero that can actually just quickly get there and then reset. But there's not a lot of 4 heroes that will play their side lane and just want to be
Well,
that.
most offlaners need until about 2.5 to 3 minutes.
Exactly, yeah.
Because that's when they hit their level 3. That's when most of them become at least a little bit independent, and you can leave them alone for a minute or two. That's just not possible. At a minute and a half, 2 minutes in, you're going to get like the 5 position bullying him or pulling, and the one's going to absolutely free farm.
I've got the solution. Back lane, pull the 115. You know, like you always pull the second wave, right?
Yeah.
You pull it behind the towers and stuff. Just do that, but except for the 115 wave. So that kind of pulls the off lane. You say, go ahead, take this.
Oh, you're setting them up to be like behind tower around a minute 50 or so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Only issue with that would be it helps mid, but then you prevent your off lane from being able to continuously pressure that lane, right? So it's the trade-off of what lane are you trying to win at that point. And I feel like you go even mid, you potentially lose top. So yeah, there's a lot of theory behind it. And again, we're early into the patch, so it's hard to really decide. But mid lane, the amount of mana that you have there, the resources, it is a little bit too much. So greediness on mid lane is, you know, very rewarding.
And of course, we've been spending all this time talking about basically mid Beastmaster and how do we deal with it. And he wasn't the only person there. We did have a Spectre who only died once. A successful Sand King game, which Robson, you and I were talking about backstage. Kind of always feels like somewhat of an underwhelming hero. It wins some games, but it's never one of those heroes that you're just like, yeah, got the Sand King.
I will say that Mellors, he put on a really good show for a lot of players who go into anti-mage and they have like an Earth Spirit 4. They'll be, you know, this supporting cast quite quickly, but he was able to keep up with the net worth and continuously have impact in the game and land these big burrow strikes onto an anti-mage with, you know.
Yeah, he wasn't hesitating.
Yeah, he was just, you know, ruthless. So I got to say, Mellors, he did a lot better than I expected from a Sand King into this type of game.
Yeah. PuckChamp just never hesitating, taking advantage of their opening match against Unique, coming in with full steam. Can they do it again? Can they win the game too? We'll have to see after this.
halfway through you start to lose control. Orange autumn leaves on the ground. At the end there's nothing, and you face yourself. Green is all you see as you fall. You go to hell, never coming back. There is nothing as it seems in your requiem for a
Get ready for some Game 2 drafts, because that's what we got coming up with Unique and PuckChamp. And what do we want to see, gentlemen? Ban Beastmaster? Is that just, you said, how do we deal with this? You ban it.
Oh,
Phase it out.
and
It's
they
out.
banned it.
It's gone.
Because PuckChamp isn't first pick, and they're like, this here is bonkers, so we're going to ban it, so we don't play against it.
They believe Puck is the champ that they will be choosing today, so that's why they've early picked the Puck.
Never do that again, bro.
Never do that there.
Yeah, that's a
I
League of
wasn't sure how
Legends
it sounded
pun.
until I said it out loud.
Oh, we can be all cool as well. So PuckChamp's kind of color scheme also reminds me of the PewDiePie color scheme as well. Look at that.
What?
You would watch PewDiePie.
I'm just I just thought I'd just throw some new phrases in. He just said champ, so I thought I'd double down.
Well, I was just purposely trying to trigger the people in chat who
Same.
say heroes.
Is Centaur really a first pick hero now?
Team Unique seems to think so.
Mm-hmm. I think it's I don't think it's a first pick, but a second pick kind of opening where it's like boom, boom, Centaur +1, sure. But alas, Unique do like it quite a lot.
Yeah, the real story of any hero that a team first picks is they think this hero is not exploitable. You know, it will do its job in the game regardless of whatever 9 other heroes are picked. Last game, the Centaur, I didn't really feel it too much. It was 0-4, I believe, and yeah, you feel the initiation. He had a couple good blink hoof stomps, but other than that, like compared to the impact of the first pick Beastmaster, for instance, it's just not up there. Usually cores that get first pick, they really take over the game. Like last patch, we saw a lot of these pucks early game, and it really just changed the game. I don't feel like Centaur has that same gusto.
Well, I think it depends completely on what the 4 is. Like we mentioned the previous time they picked it, like they had the leaner to apply the pressure, and then that never really came into play because this DP was able to zone them up, you know, collectively.
Yeah, that DP owned surprisingly.
Yeah, DP did so much work. And I think for Unique, the reason why they value it highly for first pick is they don't pick their 4 straight away. They potentially will see the carry, and then they'll use that, you know, last pick or second phase to get the best 4 potentially to give them a winning lane. So they're winning it through the support, not through the core.
Snapfire pickup. I know, Robson, you are a big fan of this hero. You inspired me to play it a bunch on my day off.
It is as broken, not really, as a Beastmaster. I think this hero is stupid. You 3-point shredder with a Blightstone into a 2600 item, otherwise known as Solar Crest, and suddenly you are doing Roshan for free. You're killing heroes for free. You're doing everything. It is.
I think any
stupid.
hero that can buy Solar Crest reasonably is just broken. I'm actually not too surprised by this Omni Knight first round. I was hyping that hero up. I've been playing it a few times myself, 5 and 3. The laning stage for the hero, his base stats are getting buffed so much, and suddenly you're a Heavenly Grace running around Solar Cresting people. It's the same idea as Snapfire, except instead of the damage-centric focus that Snapfire has, you're just buffing up that one dude. That is the item of the patch, so I'm not too surprised that Snapfire being a primary beneficiary of it.
I love the difference between these two drafts. Unique, it's like first pick Centaur. we pick Voice Spirit to counter this mid puck. The 4 leaner, you know, there's nothing really too creative here. You just know what's happening. And on PuckChamp, it's like, well, we've got a puck that could be 5 or whatever. Snap can be any lane. DP can be any lane. The only thing we know about their draft is this Earth Spirit, so.
I don't like this Medusa pick. I think Death Prophet's really good against Medusa.
I think...
Yeah, I guess it still could be a 5 they're considering, so like...
In regards to the Death Prophet there.
Yeah, it's in terms of the Death Prophet. Yeah, not the 5 Deuce.
Just clarifying.
Yeah, no, that's important. I think if Medusa was a 5, the best skill build would be like Mana Snake and stats.
I have played a support Medusa. And
is that what you did?
Yeah, you just literally run around and turn people to stone, and you get your phasies, aka phase boots for the non-core people.
Boomers out there?
Yeah, exactly. And then you just get in there, get in the mix. But yeah, that would never happen in a pro game.
Well, we did see an Aghanim Scepter in a pro game.
I've seen it in my pubs too. It's the build that seems like an EU.
That legit?
Turn them to stone, why not?
I mean, they buffed it. What they did was they made the base duration higher and like the bonus per bounce less, but overall it's just a strict buff.
So going back to Brian's dislike of the Medusa pick, I think it's the idea of PuckChamp where they're going to have these annoying lanes and their desire to collapse and use their spells, you know, collectively will be very present. I think when you have heroes like Centaur specifically, they don't really make moves on the map. So now you're relying on this Void Spirit mid lane to demolish this mid and then start making plays. And the only lane he can make plays into is the Centaur Lina lane. Medusa isn't really a killer. He can annoy him, you know, the snake, but it's not really, you know, a kill threat. So right now, Unique's kind of entry to the game is very scripted. It's play strong lane, group up as 3, play into the off lane, and if PuckChamp just outnumber or are aware of this, then they should be in a fine position, and they have the last pick in the draft.
I do like their bans for Team Unique. Like, they already banned out the Lifesteal Jug second round, so I'm looking at PuckChamp's lineup, and all they need is a carry that they don't have to worry about. None of these heroes want to protect somebody. They want this, like, independent, join fights on their own accord type of carry, and they ban out the PL Spectre, like kind of two of the archetype carries for that. I don't know where they go on the side of PuckChamp this game. Like what route? Could they go something like the Gyro? It's not necessarily independent, but their mid game would just be so powerful. I'm scared of the pace for Medusa. As long as the hero has space, it's fine, but they've got the threat of the puck continuously shoving lanes, the Earth Spear roaming, and the Snapfire mid-game damage to take down the towers with the maxed out Shredder. Death Prophet, I don't know, I can't imagine their map being open on the side of Team Unique.
Well, yeah, first of all, we need to see Unique pick up a lane securing 5, that's for sure. Someone who can just get the Medusa into the game.
Ogre, Abaddon? I don't like Abaddon.
Tusk
I don't like saves. Because of all the silence.
Why not Tusk? Is Tusk just not a good 5 here? Get a little bit
Tusk
more
could maybe work.
Physical damage. They can actually go Roshan themselves, something that's critical for Medusa lineups.
They banned the Undying Disruptor. I like the Undying ban. Disruptor, I think, would have had some issues. If they want to be real boring, they can just pick Ogre.
This is not North America, Brian. We are in Eastern Europe.
What's wrong with Ogre? Ogre's a dope hero.
They go for the Nyx. So my thing about Nyx is that he operates really well when the map is open, but he doesn't do anything to open it up. So I'm kind of like double downing on my concern.
Okay, so they go for Monkey. Oh, nice, that's cool. In regards to the Nyx, it takes away a big component of the damage from PuckChamp, where, okay, so it's an offlane Snapfire as well. So this Nyx plays next to Medusa, just carapace straight away, removes the ultimate, and now this offlane Snapfire, he's going to have to rely more on his right click. But luckily for the Snapfire, Lil Shredder Solar Crest build is very strong. Therefore, you don't always rely on your ultimate.
Is it a core build though? Like, don't you need your other 2 spells to farm? Or is it just all about bullying people to the point where it's worth maxing out the Lil Shredder?
I think we'll see how the lane goes, but at least 2 points in Shredder to start bullying, and then depending if they get kills, they might just go for more to do that, and if they've already dumpstered lane, they might go for the spells just to keep farming. But
Okay.
We'll see how the first couple minutes go, but this Monkey King pick, it's a decent answer here that potentially can go for a Diffuser if you really want to, but realistically it's just Ags, get really beefy, tanky, stand your ground. Medusa, if she wants to stand her ground, she has to leave the Wukongs first, and yeah, could be an issue.
Sounds like, gentlemen, you feel like this is perhaps a bit more even drafting-wise.
I like both drafts, yeah.
But Which side are you going to be going with? Because you didn't like PuckChamp's lineup, but in some ways you guys felt like they overperformed their draft. Now, if it's even...
I prefer PuckChamp just because I enjoy their playstyle, and I think they have the heroes to do it if you can get around that Nyx issue, mitigating Snapfire.
All right, well, let's go ahead and check in with our casters and see what they think. We've got Moxie and Purge once again.
All right, well, it looks like we've got another potentially long game here, Purge. The fact that we do have the Medusa pickup, but have a lot of answers coming out from the other side, too, with the Death Prophet being able to take buildings earlier, and, of course, that Snapfire we've been seeing a lot of.
Yeah, it's fun to see all these heroes kind of get fit into the meta a little bit more. Monkey King, a slight surprise here. Still a good hero, but certainly got some nerfs recently, so a little bit harder for him to feel as effective at later stages of the game. But yeah, another Lina, just cool new stuff here in this region.
It's nice. I like the fact that, you know, we're seeing all these different heroes because the last DPC, it was starting to feel very, very stale, right, over time.
Yeah. We're still seeing a lot of the same heroes, but their power levels aren't quite as high, so it gives more viability to try out new stuff. So always fun to see that pop up. And yeah, some similar things. Unique still believing in the Centaur and the Lina as a dual off lane. I felt like it was pretty strong in lane, but maybe it'll be very different against somebody like a Monkey King. But yeah, Void Spirit I think is going to fit FN a little bit better. One of the downsides to Storm as an initiating hero that we saw last game is that you get counter initiated on, and Void Spirit can better initiate and disable without necessarily being screwed or like he's going to die. So this might work a little bit better for Unique's playstyle this game.
I think it also helps the fact that, you know, a Void Spirit typically likes to pick up that Eul Scepter anyways, not necessarily having to pick it up for it being defensive, but also to help set up for some of those initiations and pickoffs. What is that courier there that the Monkey King
That's
is?
the Ice Frog.
Oh, man, I have not
Basically.
seen it, like...
Did you see his taunt there? That he stayed on the bounty rune and spun in a circle just to show like, ha ha ha, I got it, you know? He could have gotten back to lane faster.
It's fine. He's going to show up right when he needs to show up.
Exactly. If you can't taunt them because they muted you, then what you need to do is taunt them physically with your hero.
Yeah, you know,
That's one
or
way
get
to play
some
Dota.
sprays, put some sprays down on the ground. You can't mute those.
That's true. That's true. You
Next
know all
level
the tricks,
brawler.
apparently.
Oh, yeah, you know, they do call me Toxie.
I believe that. Cool play by Desperate there. Use the orb to get the range last creep, and then he uses this opportunity to get the D ward. Normally a little bit hard to get that, but able to get it instantly is going to accelerate his bottle timing here. So pretty cool. And I think that's because they smoked with Earth Spirit, got the ward down really fast, and saw their opponent's place. That's why he's able to get that for free.
Bottle's becoming more and more important now with all the other runes that have been added into the game. Seems very, very important that the mid picks it up each time now, especially because you no longer can pull tangos. You can't demand it. Instead, now people are demanding support. Buy me Bottle. That's not happening.
Slacks does it all the time. Maybe not so much now that they nerfed his precious techies, but
I mean, Omni Knight's
yeah,
making a comeback. That's a hero that he loves too.
I suppose so, yeah. We see Earth Spirit do a pull through. He actually did mess up and accidentally aggroed the range creep to the tower, so he's not going to deny nearly as many creeps here, which is usually one of the benefits of this. Not necessarily deny, but these creeps just die here, so kind of a big mistake, actually, because that's basically he only denied one creep from his opponents while doing this, while Snapfire gets level zone, so pretty moderate mistake, at least for laning stage impact stuff, but he still hits level 2 at least.
I have a feeling it's going to be another slow one for a bit. Taking a look at how these lanes are very similar. Maybe if Ducalis gets a little bit too far forward, but well, you know, Astral does make a rotation down to the bottom lane, and that lane is looking very vulnerable. So
I was assuming, yeah, I think Lena's the guy you go on, but we'll see. Hit Ghost Stick 4 times.
yeah,
Change of
no, I
targets
guess
a
it's
little.
going to be Ghost Stick who's going to be the first blood sacrifice as Astral gets a nice little reward for rotating.
Yeah, it was a huge kill, actually. Centaur is still vulnerable at this stage. He's got lots of HP, but his armor is not that high, and he is a little bit slow. So he does have boots picked up now, though, so his ability to get away from Monkey King should be good, but big kill. And that's going to hurt Snapfire on the other side. It is a Snapfire core. Hasn't picked up Lil Shredder, probably because as a core, you want the AoE to farm, so a little bit more of a typical Snapfire build. But hey, if they can zone Ghost Stick and make his game a little bit harder, this could be really worthwhile. Because then Monkey King, they can basically leave Monkey King solo against the slightly underfarmed Ghost Stick, and that leaves the supports lots of time to start pressuring other lanes, which could mean that a lot of pressure comes from PuckChamp.
I definitely saw a lot of aggression the last game coming out from them. But you can see some movement coming out here, trying to just zone a little bit more over on the side of Unique.
And it's pretty successful. They got a small camp stack because of this. So now they should be able to clear a whole creep wave, which normally that would have been messed up or interrupted by Lina. So this tri-lane, slightly useful here. Snapfire picks up level 3, so she's still doing okay. Not amazing, 7 last hits compared to Medusa's 16, but you could argue that because Snapfire functions really well as a support, that if she functions as a under-leveled, under-farmed offlane, she should be more useful than a hero like Centaur will be in that position.
Slayer did manage to go and snipe the Puck's courier. Luckily, I believe he already got his things sent to him, but also we get Slayer's courier slaughtered in response as well, so a little bit of revenge.
He does get his wards delivered, his ward and his sentry, so we'll probably see a D-ward coming out here for Nyx if he can find one.
4-minute runes coming out. And
FN tanking the nuke for the water rune.
Otherwise, fairly calm right now.
Just a hard game for Ghost Stick here. 13 last hits now. Just dangerous to approach the Monkey King, who now has an Orb of Venom. So if he does come forward, he's got to land Hoof Stomp or he is going to get heavily pressured or die.
Well, that and the Spirit Siphon
him,
is
though.
just so good against very tanky heroes as well. You've got a nice combination. You've got the silence, the slow, stun coming out from her Spirit eventually. You know, it's very intimidating to go anywhere near this Monkey King, and or not even the Monkey King, but the creep wave in general. This feels kind of bad right now if you're Unique.
I mean, the Spirit Siphon damage is just really, really massive. Look at, so even denying his own Sentry Ward that's blocking his large camp, because they're like, we control this lane so hard, I want to be able to pull more. So FN getting a little low here, popping Water Rune. He'll be fine, most likely.
Most likely. Doesn't look like the Puck wants to dive too hard. Couple tips coming out.
They're happy with that, because what it did is it's going to push their lane a little bit and allow them to pull the creep wave back. So whereas it was probably going to push towards their tower, now he's just holding. Now he's just power denying basically. So this actually just gave them even more lane control, whereas they were going to get some gold finally. So kind of a mistake there by Bignum. That's why they tipped him. But a rolling boulder coming mid potentially here. Desperate does pick up 6. This is why they're going for the kill.
Dream Coil gets dropped. They try to sidestep it, but they're not going to be able to. This kick back with the snap. And that is a dead FN. Sure, he's a little
really well done.
A little nervous here, because the last game definitely was a bit of a struggle for him as well, and that's not the way you want to get started.
Yeah, really tough to play Void Spirit against Puck for that reason, because he's got all these survivability skills, but when you get coiled, you just don't get those tools the same.
No, you don't. Slayer, he does pick up the Arcane Rune and denies it from Puck. But he takes a healthy chunk of damage along the way. Ducalis, though, going to be able to snap up that other bounty rune right underneath the nose of Bignum. Spots out the stacks as well.
So maybe Monkey King is having a great game, but on the other side of the map, Palantimos on the Medusa is also doing very well. Level 6 picked up, semi-uncontested. The upside, though, for PuckChamp is that Ghost Stick, or sorry, Snapfire has a little bit more farm. No, he actually doesn't. I'm sorry, I'm way off. Same levels, a little bit more farm on Ghost Stick, so I guess this is okay. Small gold advantage for PuckChamp.
Roll in now from Astral. Not quite on the mark. They follow up with the LSA. They need to be careful, though. They don't want to let these stacks Jingo come up. Krylat just pushing back the wave here. Lands the Boundless over on the Lina.
A little costly, but he's got an urn, so no big deal. And they give him a salve as well. Similar build for Death Prophet. I really like this fast mech build. Very cool. Because she's individually very tanky and very survivable because of Spirit Siphon. If she gets gone on, she can heal herself. Looks like there's going to be a fight top, though.
Yep, the TPs are coming in. The pin throwing has begun. FN is in position. They'll be able to jump back here over onto Palantimos, but FN following up gets the taunt off. There's not going to be that many Warnver Kisses getting thrown out as Meles goes down. Desperate, trying to juke around the corner here. Looks like they've got their attention on 2 separate targets. Slayer hoping that he can grab Desperate. Not going to be able to quite do it, but they'll grab Astral. Thanks to
that
that
looked
stampede.
pretty scary. Palantimos had to be worried there, but very importantly, he got a huge Mystic Snake off. When his mana went all the way down, the Snake came back, boom, his mana goes to full again. And then Desperate realizes, I'm not going to be able to get this kill anymore. He could have used the Dream Coil, but let's take a look at it again. They roll in, they get some good damage. Very nice of FN to interrupt the Snapfire ulti to limit some of that damage here. But look, the Snake comes back. It bounces to FN, or sorry, bounces to a range creep, and maybe one more hero gets a full heal. And at that point, Dusa is going to live. So great rotation there. Good plays by Unique, and they offset some of that advantage.
They have so many stacks that they've been doing here for Palantimos. Got some over on this side of the jungle, and you've been seeing that Lena's been stacking the other side. So this is a very happy Medusa.
Yeah, this is really good. Great chip vest pickup here now. Gonna throw that over on Ghost Stick to stabilize his laning stage more, get him back up towards full HP. Now Lena's gonna send the mid lane. Lena versus Death Prophet, the classic support versus support matchup in the mid lane, as we both know. But yeah, anyways, I really love this mech Death Prophet build. She's survivable, and by having mech, it makes her survivable and her teammates. Works out perfectly for what she wants to accomplish. I really like that build.
Man, Dota is a wild game. If you had told me that we'd be seeing a Death Prophet 5 building a mech, I would have told you that that's definitely grounds for a report.
Yeah. But it's been buffed a lot. It's been cheaper. You can certainly buy it without Greaves now. Before it felt like if you're not buying Greaves, it just felt like a bad buy because 200 mana was just a little bit too costly. But 100 mana, super affordable for lots of different heroes. So very cool how they've adjusted a bit.
You can see that Desperate was trying to farm up that camp, and the Lena walks by and says absolutely not. Dragon slaves it and continues to protect the stacks as much as she possibly can. But a little bit of room now for Slayer to get some of these, to maybe die if he's not careful, but you can see already there are more people in the vicinity. So if Snapfire gets a little too cheeky, they will have some follow-up here.
Yeah, kind of interesting that FN's been just playing here consistently, but I mean, he's hit neutral creeps in the meantime. He doesn't seem super interested in going all in on Snapfire because there could be response from Earthspirit or something. And Snapfire is just naturally really tanky, about 1,000 HP on her right now, so Slayer gets solo experience, and yeah, he'll take a little bit less farm, but he's guaranteeing that both Lena and his Nyx Assassin will get more levels, and those levels are really important on these heroes for them to be effective, so it's a good trade-off here to help their overall team be stronger.
Absolutely. Bit of a slow start this time around, but I'm sure we're going to be seeing some more movement coming out soon from one of these teams. Of course, with the Mortimer Kisses being down too, I felt like they had overshot that just a tiny bit too when they initially launched. I don't think they were quite expecting that the kick would be coming in so quickly from the Earth Spirit.
Makes it a little bit harder for sure, but Snapfire's gonna have a great game. Arcane Boots, Null Talisman, Keen Optic now. Huge mana regen. He can basically just safely hit these creeps. I haven't seen too much out of Earth Spirit the last couple of minutes, but he's been moving around, probably stacking camps or something.
Smoke up over on the side of PuckChamp. They're hoping maybe they can catch out this here Nyx Assassin. Slayer already trying to land it, but there's a follow-up. Not sure they're aware that FN is here, and Bignum also teleporting in. They'll follow up. Nice Dream Coil to snap, though. Some of those kisses getting tossed around as well, but they just use a Laguna Blade to the face over on Astral. FN needs to be careful, though. He may have gone just a little bit too far. He uses that Fairy Fire. Is going to be able to survive this as he Astral steps away.
Good plays for both sides. Slayer did the obvious, use Spike Carapace to go break the tether. Puck ended up phase shifting that damage and stun, which is pretty cool, but ultimately a little bit, there's a mistake.
That's a dead Snapfire. And, you know, they're trying their best. Oh, maybe with the cookie hop. No, last second here. Slayer now getting chipped away here by Puck. Dekalis also chasing him, but it is going to be the Puck who murders the little bug over there.
Absolutely worth it. Great kill for Lena there. She's more important than the 5 position. Nyx, you gotta be careful. The Nyx, he max Spike Carapace first. Any damage him, if he uses this ability effectively, he's getting a lot of big stuns off in a team fight as a 5 position. So Howard's gonna die now from the Exorcism and that kill, but this is all relatively fine. They bought in a lot of time for Medusa to hit neutrals. She's now level 10. She's like halfway to her Manta style now. Here's that initiation again. Tries to nuke from Darkness. Oh, she spots right now. This is the issue here. A little bit too obvious, trying to get extra damage in, and as a result, I guess punished for it. Could have done that from range and not put herself in the same vulnerable position, but
just a little overeager, I think.
A little overeager, yeah. Trying to get too much value out of the nuke. And here comes the gank of Vendetta and Smoke here. They definitely can stun Puck if they spot the orb coming out. Easy spike carapace setup here, but Sentry is not going to spot the
outside.
Nyx
Nope.
until now.
Yeah, they'll be happy enough with that. So I'm sure they would prefer to have the puck, but you know, we take those. We take those.
Still good. That's 20 seconds at Earth Spirit, basically 30 seconds Earth Spirit's on the map. That means that now FN can take this top wave no problem without having to worry about Dream Coil into Punch, breaking him, so a little bit of farm acceleration for him. And once he gets Yules, then he's going to be really happy on his hero.
We've got the Battle Fury now completed for the Monkey King, but the Deuce is still farming exceptionally well. Valentimo's 7k net worth currently, thanks to all those lovely stacks and the fact that he's been pretty much allowed to just hit the jungle and not be bothered. Same thing, though, could be said about the Monkey King. He's been having a grand time as everyone else has been moving around the map and putting pressure down on towers.
Interested to see the Battle Fury build and not the Diffusal build. Usually people, in my experience at least, seems like people like going Maelstrom into Ags instead of the Battle Fury build, but we'll see how it goes.
Cookie Hop not quite gonna land, and they end up
Ooh, that was costly.
using the Morty Kisses, yeah.
Yeah. They messed up. Basically, Monkey King's stun was not. It's only level 1. He went for this max Primal Spring build after getting a lot of Jingu. He needed the Jingu to lane against Centaur. Then he needed Primal Spring to accelerate his Battle Fury. So then when he ends up coming here for this disable, they miscoordinate a little bit because of those low Boundless Strike levels. Usually you have like 2 points, maybe at least. And as a result, they miscoordinate and waste a big timing window here. But on the other side of the map, Puck and Earth Spirit are still trying to make a kill happen with their combo, but they're going to have to find a support or maybe the Void Spirit.
They're about to run into a lot of them if they're not careful. In fact, they use their own scan. They realize something's up. So Slayer finding the Puck. They need more lockdown. They don't seem to have it just yet as the Dream Coil does get used over him too. Oh, but the Spike Carap is coming in. The Laguna cleans up Desperate.
Play by Slayer there. Instant stun out of Invis. You don't want to chance that missing. He could have orbed, but he would have been like under tower, so he probably thought that was a little too dangerous. But in hindsight, maybe he should have jumped. But and then he phase shift dodged the Mystic Snake. Maybe he should have let that hit. That way he couldn't would have had phase shift to prevent the Spike Carapace. But a little tough there. He didn't expect it.
There were many possibilities, but I think either way, he probably was dead. No Mortimer Kisses for this tower, so it looks like Unique will be able to easily take it out and then retreat again.
Yep, Sapphire going the old classic Ags build to be able to launch in an ally potentially to make the team fight go a little bit easier. Not really the best heroes for that. Like all their heroes that want to go in melee range can already do it for themselves. Monkey King and Earth Spirit have the tools, but
Death Prophet definitely doesn't want to get yeeted.
What? Come on. All right, Pop Exorcism, you're going in. Oh, God.
Just imagine her putting on a helmet and goggles and just buckling in like, oh, God. Astral, though, stuck in the woods and is going to run into the Nyx Assassin and the Centaur, and they're going to let FN get the final hit. But the Exorcism over on the side, they were trying to loop around. Ghostic immediately going to teleport out, but they use the Dream Coil to hold him into place. It's a good stop. Lands onto 2, but the rest of the team, they don't want anything to do with this, so they will already hightail it on out.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like a reversal last game. Unique is getting out of every team fight using much less skills. FN on the Void Spirit just feels so much more useful in these engagements. He can follow up on these initiations and get a damage burst, but he's also not burning his entire mana pool to do it like Storm Spirit usually is. But he also remains defensive as well. So I feel like it's just fitting their drafts so much better than the Storm was.
Now the Monkey can see quite a bit here. The Waning Rift. It's going to be LSA. The silence immediately, though. Slayer is slain.
Oh.
And they'll be able to take down FN as well. A nice move from PuckChamp.
He probably should have used himself. I mean, he used silence, but he got caught with that cookie. Maybe forgot about the cookie being available, but... Ooh, big kill.
Okay, that's a dead Melis. Now they're jumping behind the tower now. Purge Lena's taking a lot of damage. She doesn't look like she's going to be able to survive this. And they've got a lot of Spirit Siphons going out. Big Nim again. He does fall. They've already taken down Melee. Desperate next. And Krilat will be the next one to get taken out here by Ghostic.
great fight, but it just kind of feels like both teams making moderate mistakes. Snapfire once again out of position. Lena catches him, shows the value of the hero. Lots of burst damage, ends up being enough to clean her up, and then a great Deuce ulti lands some Stone Gaze on Puck, getting another big kill. So she just keeps accelerating. Her net worth is way ahead of Monkey's now. Monkey ends up dying in that fight too. Just perfect setup for Unique so far, and it doesn't feel like they're going to slow down to me.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Palantimos has had all the breathing room in the world here. And it's reflected in the items that he is currently holding and hopes to pick up. He's making good time on them.
The only thing that's a little bit scary about Medusa, in my opinion, is that Monkey King is an agility hero, and buying Diffusal on him is pretty solid because it's going to accelerate with Wukong's command. But one of the downsides is that keeping Medusa in Wukong's is not going to be easy, because if she turns on her ultimate, she gets 50% movement speed. She can pretty easily run out of it. So with the Battle Fear also slowing down his Ags, and once he gets Ags, he's just not going to do that much single target damage. So yeah, he'll be able to farm and stuff and participate in ganks, but I don't know, I thought that this build was outdated, but maybe he's onto something here. We'll see.
Ooh, it's a nice pick off here on the Puck. Down goes Desperate, and they'll go and use the Stampede. This Death Prophet is not looking very healthy. She's going to be the next victim. And everyone else on the side of PuckChamp has vacated the area.
Yeah, Puck pressured and punished once again. It looks like such a good hero against Void Spirit especially. Dream Coil is great, but if you just limit the amount of kills that you get and then you go ganking against Puck yourself, the hero is so much easier to kill than Beastmaster. Beastmaster had like 2,000 HP at this point last game. Puck's only walking around with 1,200 HP, so she's super vulnerable to this Nyx setup with other disable follow-up. So like the Unique draft is almost exactly the same as last game, but it just looks so much more capable in this match.
Yeah, FN's got to be very happy because last game, of course, when he was playing his Storm, he was just having difficulty even trying to take down the position 5 Death Prophet. This time around, he's had a lot more impact for many of the reasons that you've already stated, Purge, but again, not having the Beastmaster on the enemy team, I really don't think any team should be allowed to have that hero right now. I think he's definitely on the list.
Yeah, and the fact that you can still play multiple roles as well also makes the hero so good in a draft.
They just barely miss FN. Might run into Slayer. Palantimos is around. He's got the Spike Carapace. And there it is. There's those Mortimer Kisses plus the Silence, though. So looking halfway decent going over to the side PuckChamp. But Medusa, she's just going to be able to walk away. Luguno's going to get used as well. The Dream Coil, it's looking nice. It's holding them into place. There's no mana left over here on the Medusa as Palantimos will fall. And it looks like Ghost Tech is going to be next. Slayer just barely managing to get away.
Pretty big mistake there by Palantimos.
He's still going.
See if somebody else dies.
Yeah, they're trying to kill Bignum here, and they've got the Ags online. They've got plenty of silences, slows, and the damage. They'll be able to collect a kill on Lena. Slayer needs to be a little bit careful. Don't have the vision on him, though, and they'll just immediately transition into the Roche Pit.
Yep, good way to do it. They've got Ags up on Monkey King as well, so good luck fighting into him at this point.
Astral. Spike Carapace comes out, but Slayer sidesteps it just a little bit. Might have been worth it to let it actually connect.
Maybe. And the Monkey King Ags recently nerfed, no longer works against Roshan, so Krylat's not going to be able to get that free acceleration here. But ultimately, I think that the fight was lost because of Palantimos. His mantle was on cooldown while playing in that area, so when he got ran at, the layered silences were just way too much for him to deal with. The Death Prophet silence, the Puck silence, the Earth Spirit silence, all delaying his ulti that would have protected him. And when he finally got on silence, his mana's drained, can't cast it anymore. So if he wants to play in that area with Nyx Assassin, like, he needs to have his Manta ready so at least he can Manta and pop ulti really quickly. But here's his silence, there's another silence, then he gets Dream Coil, then the damage is just way too much at this point, and he ends up getting taken down. So needed that to protect himself, and that's kind of on him for not having Manta available in that moment.
Definitely got jumped on there. I don't think they were quite expecting that because it was a smoke as well, but...
Yeah, but Nyx was positioned for it. He had the ward on the high ground. He was positioned to break smoke on either ramp. Medusa was just a little bit behind him. He also should have just ditched right away. He backed briefly there when the Nyx got a stun off. He should have just booked it. And if he did, he would have gotten out of there and it wouldn't have been less of a big deal.
Shades of the last game there where they were trying to make a gank happen and aren't going to be able to quite do it here. So rolling forward, looks like they'll find Bignum. silence, kick back, and Bignum, yes, he just accepts his fate. He knows there's a lot of pain coming for him, but maybe he can give his life to keep his cores alive.
Yeah, FN did not have a TP there. I think he might have canceled it, and I wasn't 100% sure, but he's got to hide down there for a bit. Unfortunately, he's going to lose some net worth from the advantage from this, but better lose the support than your core. Take a free tier 1 out of that.
Scotty is completed now for the Medusa. It's going to allow her a little bit more kiting ability.
And the anti-healing against both Death Prophet
True.
and Monkey King is actually going to be really big. That part's cool. Gem picked up on DP, by the way, pretty early.
Well, they're feeling pretty strong right now, and they know that the later that this goes, the bigger of a problem the Medusa is going to become. FN needing to be careful. Is hiding over in the tree line. I don't know.
Wait, are these clones are hitting the tower? I think it's just they're not animating fully. Like one of them isn't.
Yeah, I think
It looks weird.
he's not. That one's maybe too far out.
These ones are hitting now, but the first one that spawned is just like standing there awkwardly. Maybe it was working on Roche. I'm not sure. I don't think it was. I thought they changed it so it didn't work on Roche. People could you could solo Roche with Ags on Monkey King. It was like way too good.
It was way too good, yeah.
You know, it's kind of like Beastmaster Ags allowing you to solo Roche.
Well, Beastmaster Ags is way too good as well, so. Smoke coming out from the side of
Slaughtercrest.
PugChamp. We'll be able to find Slayer. So they'll clean up the next assassin. He's going to use the Yules, though, by himself. Just a little bit more time, but Spike Carapace buys him again. He's going to just burn off all that mana over on Desperate, but eventually will
It's huge.
die here.
Like, yeah, he died, but he's got max mana burn now. He just drained, what, 500 mana from Puck? How does Puck fight now? Like, Puck could go in, but, I mean, she needs, like, another 400 mana to feel comfortable taking an engagement. So even though he dies there, buys a little bit of time, takes Puck off the map. Clarities are expensive these days. Like, mana drain is pretty effective in this circumstance.
And you can tell that was exactly the plan when you knew that he's like, I'm not getting out of this alive. I'm going to turn around. I'm going to press my buttons, use all my spells, and just be as annoying as possible, really making them pay for that death. But Puck, of course, does manage to pick himself up an Invis rune, which might have come in handy here. Some lane here. FN's got that Astral Step. Puck really would love to catch him, though. He just doesn't have quite enough. Maybe one more tick should do the trick. Oh, the cookie coming out here. Helps to make sure that they get that kill.
Little too much damage there for him. Did have another shawl, but a little too much damage. He's got Ags finished, though, so he'll be able to protect himself now, at least, by getting some silence against the Puck. But with that death, now they're going to pressure. They've got Aegis, they've got Exorcism, Monkey King in the front. Pretty easy tower kill.
It'll be interesting, too. They did just pick up the Agnum Scepter over on Void Spirit, so they might be able to duck into the back line to maybe get the initiation over on the Puck, take him out of the equation. I think that'll help a lot. But on the flip side of that, Puck picked himself up a Blink Dagger. So that positioning to catch him is going to be a lot harder.
But it's pretty straightforward to hit Resonant Pulse on a lot of heroes, and it doesn't have to just be Puck 2. If he can interrupt Snapfire ulti, if he can just hit Earth Spirit and prevent some disable fall, if he can just slap Death Prophet. Silences are amazing against supports because supports do not have the items to be able to deal with those expected silences. That's one of the things that makes Death Prophet support pretty effective, because if she just lands a nice silence on the other two supports, she's offsetting him.
A little bit of a poke here coming out from Desperate. Oh, the stomp, though, coming out from Ghostic. The rest of the team not really in position, though. He does manage to snap up the Arcane Room. The jump forward here, the Astral Step coming out from FN. Puck sitting very, very low, but is going to survive it. With that BKB, they'll turn back around. They're putting out some damage over here onto Kylat, and he's going to go wind up with that command. But again, the Medusa, she's more than happy to just stand over on the side, use that ultimate, although they do launch the Puck. I'm not sure that was the play, though, because Desperate, he gets absolutely obliterated. Another stomp coming out from Ghostic, and they have those Mortimer Kisses, and they'll be able to take down Ghostic. Kylat, though he's not looking very healthy, is going to fall, as now they'll turn it back around. Death Prophet to Collis, his time is up, as Melee's trying to run, getting just slowed down so much by the Scotty, and over on the back lines, they've got their eyes over here on the Puck. Can they take him? Yes, they will.
It's a massive, really good fight there by Team Unique. It looked a little hairy with the monkey ulti, but You saw how tanky Medusa is. Again, the Monkey King does not have good damage. Battle Fury, Aghanim Scepter, BKB, this makes you very weak against this massive HP that Medusa produces. If there was a defusal in that circumstance, maybe Medusa has absolutely 0 mana by the time she gets out of the ring. But because of the build that he went, didn't quite work out, and then she's able to basically kite out of this engagement and make things look okay. And also the kisses, the shooting the puck back in ended up being a big mistake as well.
Yeah, I'm sure Desperate was pretty upset about that. He did buy back during that fight, and then he died again.
FN doing great in the fight, though. He got big silences off on the back line. Here comes the ulti from Medusa, which, she's taking some damage here, but it's not that bad. And once they separate from this, Monkey King used BKB to do that, and now he's basically fighting as if he's just a killable hero here. Great stun by Ghost Stick. They get the follow-up, which is going to get Monkey killed for the first time. Everything's looking a little bit iffy here for Unique with that puck buyback, but just way too hard to finish off the Medusa at this stage with the Scotty, and they instantly turned for the puck. Yules, the Remnant, the follow-up damage. If only the Snake would have hit, it would have been even better for Palantimos, but great kill by FN as well. So he's made some mistakes this game, but really performed well in that fight.
Feels like the tables could be turning just a little bit here now for Team Unique. We're seeing the power of this Medusa with the Scotty, has the Butterfly online, and an Enchanted Quiver, so.
Great. Butterfly's so good this game. Monkey will have to buy a Monkey King bar at some point, but he's buying Scotty right now, so just makes his game a little bit delayed. Like, his hope of killing Medusa, at least by himself, is basically gone right now.
Smoke up from the side of Unique. They realize that the ball is in their court currently, and they're hoping maybe they can get their hands on a little puck. Ghost Stick. They use a scan. They realize they're not in the triangle, but they're not showing on the map either. Monkey sitting up on the high. Gonna get spotted here. They'll immediately turn around. They'll blow up to Collis. And there it is. There's that Stampede plus the Wukong command, but it doesn't seem to really matter. Laguna's coming out as well. Look at the Snapfire kisses being used over onto Ghost Stick. Is it enough? Looks like FN just barely going to survive, but they turn right back around again. They kill the puck.
The mana burn.
Krylat just hiding in the
550 damage. Looked, I mean, they obviously killed the Death Prophet right at the start of the fight, but other than that, it looked a little bit bad for Unique. Great ulti, puck ulti catches, FN made it look like he was instantly dead, but he's able to get Yules off and protect himself there. And then finally, the Stone Gaze forces them to react and run away, but puck getting picked off in that last second with the mana burn was huge. That's such a powerful ability against these high int heroes.
That was so close. That Impale almost hit the Monkey King as he was teleporting out. That would have been a great surprise to find.
Elden Sword, great pickup. I thought Medusa had that, and I was about to get real excited for her. All right, so they got this. Check out this idea. There's a Psychic Headband on the Radiant team. Is there one on the Dire team too? I cannot tell. There it is. Okay, get this. Medusa hits 25, gets a 75 intelligence talent. She's got like 250 int. Then she picks up the Psychic Headband. It gives her like another 50 int or something. It might actually be worth it.
She's pretty happy right now because she just got that regen rune, that's for sure.
She is, yeah. And split shot using modifiers is insane. There's no way she doesn't get that with Scotty and other things, but...
I like your theory crafting, though. I enjoy it.
It could be cool.
It could be so cool.
Cast range is amazing on Lena, so there's no way she's going to give this up, but... You know, like one case where that percentage, other than like an OD or something or a Sky, is actually really valuable.
Slayer, realizing that the lane's been pushed out, is gonna hunt. Manages to find the Monkey King. Ghost Stick gets the stop off. They still don't really have the vision, but the LSA will break the trees, and that's just a dead Krylat.
Stampede used to kill trees? I thought it did. I think they might have removed it because, like, when you got...
You need the Ags, right, to run over terrain?
Oh, you're right. But the problem was that, like, if you had Centaur Ags and you had a Monkey King that was on a tree, he would instantly stampede his own tree, I believe. I don't remember if it's still in there, but they got him. Great disables. And they really believed in him still being there.
Yeah.
Huge catch, and that gives him Roshan. And now we got a Shard. What do we got? Cold-Blooded on Medusa, which is target with a spell, single target. Snake gets sent back. That's actually so good. Look at all these int heroes on the Radiant side. If they get snaked back and it comes back to Medusa, boom, she gets like 500 mana.
Guys, you know something is good when Purge gets that excited, and you can hear that in his voice. Look at this protection.
Assimilate's good too, but...
Immediately, BKB coming out from Astral. Gonna just have to roll on out Cub Scout, but you know what? They're gonna be able to find a Collis, and they'll happily take a kill on the Death Prophet. Double damage rune is available in the bottom area, and they do have vision on it thanks to that ward.
Oh, they gave it to Nyx instead. Interesting. Okay, so max movement speed for Vendetta.
That's pretty nice.
And more movement speed, and 20% magic resistance when he actually gives somebody the little spike. Which is kind of funny because with the Philosopher's Stone, he does legitimately 50 physical damage when he hits somebody. But the magic of Vendetta will be much higher.
Ooh, look at him. He can smell
I
the
really
puck.
like
Can he
that
get the
they did
impale
this.
up in time? Oh, he does! He manages to
Ow.
find puck. He mana burns him as well.
That was so sick, actually. I mean, it's BOTs, but still, like, that actually just wasted like 30 seconds of Puck's time entirely.
I'm
Big
sure
catch.
Puck was a little nervous there, too. Look at this. Just whoop.
He just guessed. Amazing catch.
What a
by
God
him.
Slayer. Seam of the
But
Slayer.
part of it's
everybody.
that shard. He wouldn't have gotten there as fast as he did if not for the shard. I really like. I've seen almost every game the carry always gets the shard, but this game they gave it to the guy that's looking for people, that's initiating. I think this is a really good choice. It's going to make it way easier for him to find these opportunities, even though that the cold-blooded would have been cool on Medusa against some of these anti-heroes.
Well, the double damage is looking pretty nice, too.
Oh yeah.
Valentimos just walks up and, you know, they'll use the Solar Crest on him, but doesn't seem to care a whole heck of a lot. Scarlet does manage to take a tower top, but I don't know. I feel like this Dusa is way scarier. I think he needs to come home. The step forward, though. Coming out from FN, the draw back over onto the Snapfire. There's not going to be any kisses this time around, not unless she wants to buy back. Doesn't feel like Granny wants to do that at this time, as Carlat's still kind of hanging out on the top lane. He's just letting this go. I'm not sure if that was the play.
Can't fight. He can't fight. He's so weak right now. Like, I was thinking about it when he was in the top lane before he got solo killed. It's like he's trying to finish Scotty. Like, Dusa has a butterfly.
Right.
Unless you get MKB, he is not going to be able to kill her. So he's like finishing this item that would have been good, but like he was too far behind in net worth for it to be really good. He's missed his timing. So now it's like taking a team fight there. Maybe you win high ground, but like, especially with her having DD, good luck. Like that was literally basically a rapier of damage that she had from that DD. There was no way they won that fight. So split pushing was fine. They got half damage on the tier 3 tower top, and that's going to get him a little closer to MKB. But he's playing without buyback now, and it feels like he has to buy the MKB, otherwise they don't win that next fight. So that means he's for sure not going to have buyback in the next fight. He's either not going to have buyback or MKB in the next time they take an engagement, which is scary for him.
Definitely a fair point. It's desperate, doing some little desperate measures, you know, trying to cut the wave, trying to slow them down just a little bit and protect those tier 2s that are still up on the side lanes. They're converging towards the top lane, though, over on the side of Unique. It feels like they're thinking that they want to just, you know, shove this out. Of course, there was some damage on their tower. They might as well equal out these lanes and maybe, you know, take that tier 2.
Yeah, they just have to split push like this. This is the best thing they can do. And Puck has to be really careful doing it because he's fearing the Nyx. So, whatever happened to that gem, by the way? They still got it?
I think
it's
they
been
dropped
gone.
it. Yeah, Bignum has it now.
Gotcha.
So I
It's a
remember the
little
Death
free gem.
Prophet getting pretty blown up earlier on.
Monkey King safely hitting the creep wave. Doesn't want to show. Oh, they're going to catch him.
The jump, though, coming out from Ghost Stick. They've got the stun. The BKB's coming out now. So they're going to try to chase after someone else instead. Can they find Astral in time? Oh, it's just a little bit off the mark. The tiniest bit.
Good try, though. They assumed that somebody else would be there, and that was a good guess, but it was more of a split push in this circumstance. But they almost got the tier 3. So this split push stuff they're doing, definitely becoming effective. Forcing the whole enemy team back like that, and they got 0 kills. Definitely worth it. The award. Oh, Lena messed that one up, actually. Ooh, that was a big mistake.
What'd you do?
Well, she put a gem down to check the cliff spot, and she thought there was no wards, but she just didn't put it quite close enough to the hill.
Oh, dear.
So she thought that there was no ward, and that observer ward is going to stay up. So that's going to be a nice advantage. That oh yeah, it's definitely gone, guys. We're safe, but in reality, it could matter. I mean, maybe they're not going to play in that part of the map, but
Slayer needs to be careful. There are quite a few of PuckChamp's heroes over here. It does feel like they want to collapse, but we are seeing some push in the bottom lane. They're looking to take the tier 2. Just going to park Palantimos in front of this tower, put the Solar Crest on him, and just let her go.
she
Aegis does
is
get reclaimed.
real strong. Hurricane Pike is up, going Daedalus next, not going Rapier. They do not want to chance this game. Rapier would be like the one way to get Monkey King back in this game, actually, because he's lacking that single target damage. If he gets a Rapier, his ultis start becoming insanely scary. But by Daedalus, that's fine. You've got split shot, use modifiers, you can crit everybody that you attack. She's in a totally fine place right now.
Yeah, there's absolutely no reason to hand your enemy the keys to your undoing, for sure. Bignum might be the one who gets jumped here. Oh no, it's Palantimos. They immediately find it. They do have the Ags now over here. Follow up with a nice Wukong's command. The Stampede comes out though, and they're just trying to hold down and just take down Palantimos. They go, they use the cheese though. He's absolutely fine. Turns right back around. Starts just throwing out the hits as much as he can. The silence is being tossed out by FN as well. Double kill now as DeCalis and Astral go down. Melees, they follow up. It's a nice stop from the high ground. Bignum finds himself a kill. Desperate though on the back lines. Manages to find FN. So there is no Void
Good
Spirit,
cleanup.
but that was a huge fight and a lot of resources that were just used on the side of PuckChamp.
It was, but at least the encouraging thing there for PuckChamp is they almost killed the Medusa. If not for the cheese, I think she dies there. But with that said, that's a lot of dead heroes on the map. This could force some buybacks for them so that they can slap some of these towers. On the bright side, the creep waves are not near, so they can only hit this tower for like a couple seconds. That's actually decent for Unique considering. If they went back, pushed out this wave, then went high ground, buybacks would have been gone. I think that was maybe a mistake there from Snapfire. We'll see.
Yeah.
There's the big damage. All the pressure on Dusa. She pops cheese, and from here on out, it's fine. They could just re-engage from range.
Yeah, if she didn't have that cheese, I think that goes a lot differently.
Absolutely.
But, you know, it was a really nice try from PuckChamp. They almost managed it.
Good engagement.
Big fight for them otherwise.
Spell Prism for the Radiant side, Stormcrafter as well for them.
Slayer.
Stormcrafter pretty effective.
Ooh, he's found himself Puck. Sup hit burns through all the mana. There's not going to be much that Puck can do other than BKB teleport out. That's not how you want to be using that BKB for sure.
Yeah, but on the bright side, EKBs in late game have been buffed a little bit. They only last 6 seconds, so it's not the worst.
1 second more.
Spell Prism coming out again, this time going to the Dire side. So Spell Prism on each side. Daedalus is now up on Dusa. She still has buyback money. She is really farmed here. Looks like Monkey King's getting close to his MKB. At the least, he's got a Javelin. That's already going to give him 30% pierce through evasion, so that's going to offset some of the Butterfly right off the bat, which is not terrible. An Edge Sword kind of sick on Medusa, actually. I'm surprised she's not using that, actually. It doesn't give her attack range, but...
You see how scared Krylat just got?
Yeah.
Just immediately he
Close.
pounces down, goes, oh no, and just BKB teleports out. But MKB's completed.
Minotaur Horn. Minotaur Horn perfect on Ducey here, because it's a lot of like, there are stuns, but there's a lot of weak disables. This is going to give her the ability to easily pop BKB and Stone Gaze. Definitely safer than Pen Edge Sword here.
That is
Good
a
initiation.
dead DeCalis.
Ooh, that was some damage. Death Prophet support not feeling as good this time against all this physical.
I think they just have a lot of bursts too. Like if they're able to catch her out, and again they gave the shard over to the Nyx assassin who's constantly going to be scouting. You've got ways to stun up this time around on the side of Unique. So it's just, it makes that so much harder.
And more importantly, it's like if you fight for like less than 5 seconds, but you can still kill people, then you don't have to worry about like 4 wild axes like one-shotting your carries effectively, you know? Like, it's like, oh, I just took 2,000 damage from wild axes because I happen to be within 1,500 range of Beastmaster, you know? That's not happening in this game, so it just makes them much more confident to take these fights. Medusa's like team fight is just stronger too. That makes it easier too.
True. I wonder if Axe is depressed, the fact that axes are so prevalent right now in the game, and it's not Axe's axe.
Yeah, it's not him, yeah.
No.
That would definitely upset me if I was Axe.
What about Purges,
MKB's
man?
up,
You're
by
a
the way.
Purge, but... Yeah. All right, they'll go to use the Dream Coil.
Dodge.
Snap.
Oh, that was
Oh,
excellent.
they're going a little bit too far. They've overextended over on the back lines. They just take down Astral almost immediately. And they use those Mortar Kisses. He's going to buy back. It's not looking good for DeCalis. A big old crit coming through. Puck managing to escape. Melees, though, trying to slow them down. Slayer's here, cookie hop forward. But the Yule set up with the LSA, the jump from Ghost Stick, and Palantimos gets a double kill.
so good to have Nyx in the front line against Puck in these circumstances. Like he gets the spike carapace break, FN instantly jumps on Puck, puts him all the way to almost death range before he even gets before he gets his BKB off. So at that point, just run for the hills. These team fights are difficult for PuckChamp. They need to initiate with Monkey King ulti, and it's just a lot harder to find these fights when you have a Nyx in the front line, when you have to worry about Centaur, Blink, follow-up, stunning. Yeah, that could be mega creeps.
That's what they're looking for. I do have to be careful here. Krylat hiding up in the tree line. Oh, if that was facing the other way. Oh, he jumped down into it. Oh, no! BKB comes out immediately from Krylat. He starts to wind up. They're going to see what they can do. Can they do anything to this Medusa? As they do manage to go and chip through a lot of that mana, they're going to force Staffer out. You can hear that Stampede getting used as well. They did pick up the Ags. They go right back in again, but the LSA Astral is going to fall. Laguna to Krylat's face as Ghostic just cuts him into pieces, and the GG indeed gets called. Team Unique is back with a vengeance.
That was a fun game to watch, I gotta say. Cool to see them have almost the same strat as the previous game. They just changed up two small things. The Void Spirit was much better at jumping in to grab little kills. Their opponents didn't have this OP hero in the mid lane. They just had a strong hero in Puck, who had a good game, but was counterable. Their 5-position countered him while still providing team fight. Their carry made up for the team fight lacking that they had last game with the Anti-Mage, even though aim was good. Just a much more well-rounded draft by Unique. And they just made Death Prophet support, despite her doing almost exact same thing, look weaker. I mean, the carry looked weaker. Just amazing game from Unique.
I mean, I think it also really helped the fact that they had that Nyx Assassin being able to do a lot of scouting. They lacked vision on the side of Team Unique last time because, you know, the Beastmaster, of course, on the side of PuckChamp, able to put out those Hawks, those Boars, and that really paid off for them. But this time around, they didn't have the Beastmaster, and then they also weren't able to shut down FN as hard, and Palantimos just had all the stacks in the world. So what do you even do about that?
Draft different heroes, I guess.
And that's what they're going to have to do because we're going to a game 3. So we're going to throw it over to the desk and hear their analysis about game 2.
That's right. We'll get into the nitty-gritty of game 2, but of course we have to take our treasured commercial break. But when we come back, we'll go ahead and talk about Unique and PuckChamp.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
When PuckChamp wins game 1, I feel like it's pretty easy to look at that draft, make an adjustment, and just be like, okay, Beastmaster's OP. Let's go ahead and ban that one. When Unique win game 2, I don't really feel like there's the same kind of clear reason why. For me, anyway, it just looked like Unique just played a great, very solid game. I've got Robson as well as BSJ joining me. Do you gentlemen feel the same?
So before me and Brian, we both agree on some maybe some heroes being in different roles. But before we get to that part of our analysis, I think Unique just played a much cleaner game of Dota. I think they played around the Medusa pretty well, enabling her. And I think Nyx, for sure, if we gave MVPs, goes to Slayer. I think the way that he played around the map, just always trying to find the park, always trying to find the Monkey King, just being a nuisance, just enabled the farmer Medusa to then, walk the game pretty cleanly.
All right, well, I'm glad you actually talked about Slayer because we've got Fogged on the Weatherman segment, and he's going to be breaking down Slayer's moves on the Nyx Assassin.
Well, hello there. Don't beat me because, I'm not Purge. I'm going to try my best here at this Weatherman thing, but I got a couple clips for you of enabling Medusa, just like Robson was saying, and also just Slayer, just killing it on this Nyx Assassin. So first clip here, I feel like is an overextended team fight as we're going to have a kickoff. They're pushing the mid lane with PuckChamp. However, they go too far. The tower's already dead. They try to pick this fight with all these abilities on cooldown. Centaur gets a stomp onto 2-3 heroes. Stone Gaze gets the cleanup. Palantimos gets more enabled. He's already had an excellent game for himself, having such an early Manta. Looks great. We look at the next clip. This is actually the Slayer example that I was looking at here. Of course, Vendetted up, but they're smoked looking for these pickoffs. He's always looking for the puck. And we're going to just say, this time doesn't actually use the Vendetta hit, just stuns out. But an example of him finding that puck, as we saw him do several times in this game. And they, of course, get another kill right afterwards. So that's great for them. Gets them this big lead. Now I see this next clip that I do have is another huge team fight, and we're going to be looking at the Monkey King Aegis and just overall watching just how Unique takes that fight. I'm going to watch it develop pretty quickly here as the jumps come forward. Aegis, we're watching this one, and I feel like this is just the over-eagerness. PuckChamp just really wanting to fight all the time because now they've gotten this little bit of a swing after they got that Roshan, but the Aegis times out. It starts to be disaster, and we just see Palantimos, as Robson was saying, fully enabled by his team. He's got a Solar Crest buff, he gets his Stone Gaze off, he's able to reset the fight cleanly, and then Slayer. Clutch Carapace again, as always in this game. He finds another pick off onto the puck in the fight, and Palantimos just holds his ground. It's a dream for Medusa. You're buffed up, you're able to just sit there while your teammates cast some good spells and get some great connection with your right click. So he's able to get some great cleanup, and then the final clip, of course, is just going to be another one of just watching Slayer being a boss. As we see him just stalking around and just continuing to apply so much pressure and just ruin this Monkey King, ruin the puck throughout the majority of the game. And yeah, some good stuff from Unique, and looking forward to see what they can do further in this next upcoming game.
Hey, great job, Giannis. I think you did a great job with your Weatherman segment. In fact, I think Purge has got to watch out. The weather's looking a little foggy outside. Now, I know you guys are... you didn't have the OP Beastmaster hero to easily ban away, but there was a hero that you wanted to make some adjustments on PuckChamp, but on the negative side, right?
Go on, Brian. Take it away. Negativity.
Okay, I was going to say, everyone's been praising Team Unique. I'm just going to have to take a quick gander at the lineup of PuckChamp that during the draft... T-Gov here, he was talking about how they had a bunch of heroes that could swap roles, and they could put them wherever they best fit based on the picks that came out afterwards. And what I'm seeing is that you left a core Snapfire against a Nyx. Like, they picked a Nyx in response to Snapfire. You have a Death Prophet who should lane very well against Medusa, and a Snapfire support who, with the minus armor from Little Shredder, should lane very well against the Centaur. And by keeping those two where they are, I think it hurt both their side lanes. We saw Snapfire, I think, when I looked, it was 3 minutes into the game, Medusa had 12 CS and Snapfire had 4. It's just not a good lane for her, and I think they really crippled themselves by... Apparently they're predictable. Team Unique clearly knew that was coming, and if you're going to pick these flex heroes as like a part of your draft, you have to flex them properly. Otherwise, I don't really see the point in doing it.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. Just the comfortable desire of putting DP into that fight, it just hurt them so much. I want to see an early Solar Crest. I don't want to see mech, then Solar Crest. It's so cheap. Get it into the game as quick as possible and use that pressure. Allow Monkey King to feel that even more confident.
I mean, the biggest thing is we were talking about how Little Shredder is the best ability Snapfire has now. It's been buffed crazy if you guys look at it in the last 4 or 5 patches. Core Snap doesn't want to do it. Doesn't want to level that. It doesn't help her farm. So I think that's the biggest part about that specific hero.
All right, well, another adjustment that PuckChamp can make going into game number 3. Who's going to walk away with a victory here in their opening series, PuckChamp and Team Unique? We'll have to see after we go ahead and pay some bills.
An opening in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
Game 3 of Team Unique and PuckChamp. Again, the opening series for these two teams, and a good chance for them to be able to get a W on a board in a highly contested field, because I feel like the second season, I'm not sure if you guys feel the same way, but I feel like the second season is more competitive, mostly because of these lower division teams coming up.
Yeah, I think the teams coming up, obviously you got an extra season of experience. You have to watch everyone play a little bit longer. But you have to think about how teams got into the first season. And some teams getting into the upper division straight away through some like qualifiers. So just because you played well in a couple of weeks, does it really warrant you being a true upper division team compared to the teams that had to run the true gauntlet, prove themselves? So yeah, I think it's just...
I was thinking something similar.
Yeah, it forces teams together. I think after this season going to the third, it's just going to get even scarier. And eventually it's lower division, well, obviously this upper, but when we look at the lower divisions, it's going to be even scarier and harder. And yeah, just dropping down, it's going to be ruthless.
It's interesting the way that Team Unique approaches this with Centaur. What Cap pointed out during Game 2 was that he maxes out Retaliate, which in the past it used to give you the aggression of the active, but now it's pretty much just a farming spell. And his idea of making space for his teams, such as the Medusa last game, is to simply be farming aggressively on the map. Now, I think that can be shut down, meaning like if you really prioritize picking on this Centaur, that could, I think, just completely dismantle their game plan. So I'm curious if they try that.
You need the right hero for it. I think Lifestealer, this ban out, is really, really strong. Simply because the idea that you just mentioned of Centaur, he applies pressure on the map through non-stop farming at full HP because he has Vanguard, he has Retaliate, he's just returning a lot of damage. And this creep wave is always coming into the tier 1 tower. He's never really pressuring it. Maybe if there's a catapult wave, he will. And that alone, you need a carry that can just be, you know, a soak. Just sit there in front of the tower. He'll be annoying to kill. He can clear out the creep waves quite confidently.
What is that though? You know, like
I love Lifestealer and Spectre.
The Lifestealer, I think, is the best one. It's just, are the heroes like Ursa, Slark really just dead? You know, I feel like some teams have given Slark some credit, and I don't think the hero's amazing, but I think if you draft a hero whose sole purpose is like to try lane and kill this Centaur once or twice, I think that's worth it based on what I'm seeing, because Centaur, he really is one of the, what I would call a one position offlaner. You know, like the first 12 minutes, he's a one. He farms.
What I'd love to see actually is change up your playstyle. You know the Centaur's just going to be AFK in that lane. Put another hero who can offlane and AFK in the lane as well.
Like a Timbersaw?
Sure, some Sand King as well. Just trade the farm and then get some truly aggressive tri-lane. You know, you just described how they pick Centaur. It's enabling some big one, some big win condition. If you're tri-laning that hero, they're not going to get the space on the map, the access to their jungle if they're playing into 3 heroes.
Is that possible when you have a Lion, though? I feel like Lion's probably one of the weaker tri-lanes. I will say Rubik Grimm's not the best tri-lane support duo.
Yeah.
So it's still an option for them since they've only revealed what could potentially be one of their 3 heroes on the side of PuckChamp.
So did you guys not like the Monkey King that was picked up by PuckChamp?
I feel like they had that idea. Like Monkey King makes sense to me, but the hero got nerfed, man.
It's all about the snap though in that game. I think Monkey was alright. Like realistically, big picture does its job. It's just the fact you have this offlaner who's got no lane, trying to buy an Ags, 26 minutes in, throws in his puck to his own death.
Let's compare ganking a Snapfire to a Centaur.
Oh,
that's the biggest
Snap
part
dies
now,
like
right?
that.
Yeah.
Centaur dies, you know, much longer.
I really do think these strength offlaners are the best way to go, or heroes that have some way to protect themselves right now. I think it's the offlaner's job to really eat the brute force of the aggression, and if it only takes 1 or 2 heroes to kill you, then what that, or at least rotate to kill you, what that means is they'll do it once or twice, and then they'll just kind of leave you alone and pick on everyone else. So they picked the Phoenix percentage-based damage against the Centaur. Theoretically, they should be able to keep people within range of the egg with the coil.
Yeah.
But as of now, their egg defense, I would say, is relatively underwhelming. I feel like they're alley-ooping a Jug pick right now with the Grimstroke synergy and against the Puck Phoenix.
It's a very comfortable pick for sure. If they wanted to leave last pick to have the ultimate value in their draft. But yeah, Jug would sit very comfortably here on the side of Unique.
Well, it's just, sometimes you can, like, I think Jug's one of the few carries that you can pick with the confidence that his goal is to actually grief the opponent's, like, team fight. You know, you are a carry, you are going to get farm, but you can be more of a utility carry because you have the healing ward for taking objectives, and overall just your mid-game contribution is much more than normal one position.
What about Ursa?
I mean, against Lion Puck, I think it's just too tough. I think the instant hex, the silences.
Even the egg as well. Like, you feel good with the overpower, but like you don't really want to commit to killing.
The lane's also way worse if they were to potentially lane against you with the Phoenix. But it is likely going to be the safe lane Phoenix.
That being in the 5 position, not the carry Phoenix.
No,
Yet to develop
carry
the meta.
Phoenix.
Yet to develop meta to that far.
Percentage-based damage, infinite scaling.
Get to Sunray as quick as possible. Off you go. Okay.
Yep.
And Juggernaut. There you go. Yeah.
It was just too easy, I think. Now, their question is, I think Ursa has to be your pick because it's either Ursa or Troll that really stand out to me here. You need a good carry matchup against the Jug, some heavy physical damage. You could either do that or something like a Slardar. Where,
I was thinking
you know,
Slardar.
if you're not going to necessarily have the hard right clicker in the carry, you can amp Like, you can make it so the Jug actually needs a significant amount of items to carry, and since he's more of a counter teamfight play, they go for the Faceless Void.
Okay.
So the Void, the Phoenix plus Faceless Void synergy in teamfights, but man, this is a weak lane. Like, I don't like it because the Centaur, I think, is just gonna free farm again.
I like outside of laning phase, I like the idea of what PuckChamp has because there isn't innate tower pressure right now from Unique. So it actually gives a rare, but like he's like an enabling hero where he comes in with Healing Ward, and then you throw in your big spells, you reset, you win the fight, you go back to farming, right? Jug's not going to want to continuously chip, so I don't mind the idea of this Void pick, especially with Dilation doing a bit more damage. You have to ignore the fact that Chrono is 160 seconds of just misery when it's not available, but yeah, I don't mind it.
The X Shard's pretty memey. I like it. It's one of my favorites.
That's the jump back and forward.
It also gives you 400 cast range on Time Walk, which is no joke, but the back and forth thing is the funny part when you do it.
Yeah, so right now for Team Unique, they just need someone to have that pushing capacity. They need a hero that will go, okay, we can hit the towers, Jug will keep that hero alive with Healing Ward and then the enabling cast.
I'm down for like an SF, man.
An SF?
Yeah.
Okay.
They banned out the Slardar.
Yep.
Glad to see that ban.
Yes, for sure.
Any physical damage amper, I think, is what you want to ban out here.
How about, like Magnus's first phase banned, okay.
Yeah, that would have been good too. Legion, I think, is what comes to mind for me. I don't love it as a hero,
that's a little bit to do nothing, I feel.
It's physical damage and it buffs your Void.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you mean. I'm not a huge fan of Legion, but it's like you do need a hero that plays off map. Like, you actually have a lot of on-map heroes. Phoenix plays on map. Puck plays on map. What I mean by on map is they show on lanes.
Yeah.
So the opponent sees them. So you want a hero that will rotate alongside the Lion to threaten the opponent's farming, because right now Jug and Centaur are two heroes that have to physically put themselves on the wave to kill it. I think these pick-off heroes could be really good.
I think the issue for PuckChamp here is when you look at Melis's hero pool, most of them are banned out. You got the Mars, the Pango, the Slardar, the Axe, even the Beast.
Yeah,
There's not
Axe was
like
nice,
Mag's
actually.
banned as well. There's not a lot of these kind of anti-Jug heroes that they can pick. If you refer to other heroes he plays, like Sand King, not that great into Juggernaut. Timbersaw.
You don't want to pick.
Yeah, exactly. You don't really want to pick it, right? And then like Brewmaster, another big cooldown. They probably don't want that, so they are kind of having to use their reserve time to
They have
decide
no
what
save,
plays.
man. Go for the Legion. I know I say I don't like Legion, but like, it's the only weakness of Legion is when they can stop the duel, and she lacks team fight. And they have like the most team fight you could possibly get in 3 of their heroes. I'm down for a PuckChamp. You got this.
I just fear they lack
hated
early
Legion
damage.
in almost every single patch since 7.0, but this is a great Legion game, I would say.
The only downside to that is simply, what is their like 15 to 20 minute fight outside of all the spells? They just go for the
I mean,
Sand
that's
King.
just a comfort pick, right? You picked it into Jug Rubik.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
But the key thing here is, though, sure, it's, Jug Rubik, not great, but at least they have the tower defense now. They have a guy who can start with Sandstorm, it buys 20, 25 seconds. They start diving him, and now you got the core, you got the Chrono. You can open up
You
the
wanted
jungle.
a Dangler.
Yeah, Sand King is chief dangler for PuckChamp right now.
But Legion makes her entire team a Dangler. We just W them.
But no one then wants to go up front.
That's
Everyone's playing in the tree line, hoping for Unique to dangle.
You win this time, T-Gov. I still think the Sand King is a comfort zone
so
pick.
refreshing.
That's all I got.
If this was Kyle, we'd keep going at it for another 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Thanks,
you're
Brian.
good, man. You're good.
Woo! Living the dream.
All right, you really want to feel proud for yourself? Name this
Not
next
really.
pick.
So Unique right now just needs some casual mid. Kunka, go. Ooh.
Doom.
Doom. Now, I do like me a Doom. Brian, do you
Yeah.
like a Doom?
Yeah, I think both carries are really meant to be utility carries. Like I said, like the Void's supposed to set up team fights. The Jug's supposed to enable his team to sustain through all the stuff and hit the egg. So having a hero that just removes one carry from the game, I think, is really important. That's why I wanted the Legion. I don't think Sand King does that to Jug, and I think Doom does it to Void. So I'm leaning towards Team Unique for Game 3 pretty heavily, but I also underestimated PuckChamp Game 1.
Eastern European team, that's a mouthful. Picking Doom, going for like second, third item BKB, I don't see any damage from PuckChamp that stops this Doom from just running over them.
Exactly.
Outside of they have to chrono the Doom BKB, and then suddenly you have Juggernaut coming in after that. So I love the Doom last pick. I think it's going to really enable their draft, but I just want to see Void do well in a game. I feel like we've not seen this here in so long, and I just kind of want to see it do well.
Reason, man. Centaur's going to free farm.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But this is, Unique is favored in both in this draft for sure. This is Unique's.
And for PuckChamp to be able to win this, I'm assuming it's just really good team fights, right? That, like, they pretty much built their
really
entire
nice
lineup
R
around
buttons.
team fight.
They have to select when they use their R buttons, and it can't be reactionary. They need to be proactive on the map and make sure that when they use their big R buttons, it's because Unique's in a bad position and boom, they're dead. They have to recover, and by the time they recover and cross the river, R buttons are back up. If they ever are defending their own side of the map, it's going to feel real bad.
I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Okay. Well, I guess it's as simple as that. It's all about the cooldowns, is I believe what our analysts were talking about for their ultimates.
R buttons.
R buttons.
R buttons and whether or not you can press them. I guess that's what this test is going to be about. All right, well, let's go ahead and see if PuckChamp can indeed hit the R buttons at the right time, or if they're going to miss that timing. Over to Moxie and Purge.
I don't know about this, Purge. I can't get used to such a wholesome panel where everybody's agreeing with one another and they're not going on and on. But it definitely does seem that everyone's in agreement. Those R buttons, the ultimates and the Doom pickup. I'm really liking it. I would not like to see Faceless Void start to come back in the meta. What about you?
I played him recently. Played with T-Gov actually, and he's definitely better. He has more laning control, but his ultimate is still 160 seconds on a cooldown. But I think that last Sand King pick does tie it together well, because if you have to be the guy that initiates his Faceless Void, it can be difficult. But it's not just Sand King, it's Sand King and Puck, two heroes that can potentially group up the enemies or keep them in place so that he can get a good Chronosphere follow-up. So it doesn't necessarily have to be like he initiates, it can be like he follows up the team fight from somebody else going in. It could be also Lion. So in a lot of ways, like, they have great ways to make Void feel even stronger, to buy him time where he is really strong in the late game with his abilities.
And it is, again, Melees who's going to be playing that Sand King. And we saw some incredible just initiations and counter initiations coming out from him in the game #1. And Desperate, of course, is going to be reprising his role on the Puck. And he seems extremely comfortable with that hero as well. So lots of options on the table. But at the end of the day, who do you think's going to take this one?
I mean, the more I look at the PuckChamp line, it just synergizes so well. Like Chronosphere with Egg, Puck ulti with Egg, Line sets up for other disables, but they are a little vulnerable. Each hero is a little bit squishy, and Doom is very effective, obviously, at locking down or preventing some of those big team fight abilities. Faceless Void definitely hard countered by Doom if he gets hit by it. So I don't know, maybe we'll see like a tanky Void build where he goes like SNY or something like that at some point to try to make that feel less effective. But they've got really good combos over on the Unique side as well. Inkswell with Centaur is amazing. Inkswell with Juggernaut is amazing. They've got Rubik to initiate. Their disables are a little bit delayed. Like if your opponents have BKBs, it's a little bit hard to chain stun them, but their lanes should also be really strong. So there's good things on both lineups, but I think the PuckChamp lineup looks a lot like there's gonna be a lot more cool like synergy kills where they all jump on the same guy.
Purge is so excited he had an extra kill in there. Should be a good game, but again, I really love the Grimstroke Shard. It did get a slight nerf. I believe it's like 10% less with the heal coming out now, but like you said, they've got some really good ways to initiate, and that Rubik is going to be eyeballing Sand King. Whenever he can steal that Burrow Strike, he's going to want that. That is one of the best spells to steal, in my opinion, on a Rubik.
Are there any bad spells to steal this game, actually? Phase Shift, Mana Drain, Icarus Dive, that's about it. That's like I can like barely name good abilities to see. I mean, Dream Coil is amazing, Supernova is amazing, Burrow Strike's amazing, Chronosphere is amazing, Time Walk is really good.
If you give away the Supernova, you deserve to fall to it. Let's be really honest here.
That's true. That's very true. Yeah. So he could have a good game. We'll see. Steal some good spells, and it is a similar-ish play style to Lina. You play around your allies, you get disable initiations, you do damage, disable follow-ups, that kind of thing. Definitely can be good.
Can you lift? So if you get the Rubik Shard, can you lift out of Chrono, or is everything just permanently stuck in that?
That's something I would probably need to test. Usually, like trying to movement-based abilities on your allies in Chrono like stops you.
Because you used to be able to cookie, I think, out, but you can't do that any longer.
Yeah, I believe that usually your movement is restricted while you're in there, so I'd be really surprised if you could throw somebody out.
God, imagine if you could, though. That'd be definitely worth it whenever there was a Faceless Void.
Yeah, I mean, that shard's already decent.
The spin is out, and they put a decent amount of damage here over on the PuckChamp heroes here in this top lane. But it does leave Palantimos a little bit vulnerable now. Is going to take some full damage here from those Flame Spirits.
That's okay. It's worth it though. They force out Sandstorm. It doesn't gets used defensively, not offensively, so that's gonna make Palantimos' last hits easier. And just starting that off right away is gonna put their abilities on cooldown, and means that they're gonna be up a little faster to harass their opponents.
And this is what BSJ was saying. He's very concerned about the fact that Ghostic is just gonna be allowed to basically free farm this entire lane.
Yeah, he's going to have a good time for sure. Line 5 is definitely the lesser common way to play it. Almost everybody's been playing line 4 instead, so you can be aggressive. So playing as the 5 means that your disables are going to be harder to execute because it's less likely that you're going to have Blink Dagger or Aether Lens at a good timing. But, you know, yeah, your raw HP is not amazing. You know, attacking Centaur is not really going to do much. But on the bright side, Void should be fine in this lane. So they'll just get some levels and maybe do some rotations and maybe have a good game.
So what lane would you say is the most critical? I almost tried to say crucial and critical at the same time. Both those things. But anyways, is the one that, you know, really has to pop off for the side of PuckChamp here while this Void takes his time and starts to really, you know, get the items necessary to carry this game.
I think the lane that'll be most interesting is probably the top lane here. Could be kills on both sides. Look at this. Actually getting a little pressured, goes to TP to his tower instantly. 100 gold lost. But yeah, it could go both ways. Sinking had an amazing performance last time he played and made the hero look really valuable. Maybe it won't be quite the same this game, but we'll see. And then they could definitely get kills on their opponents as well. Jug plus Grimstroke is a scary lane, so I don't really see anybody dying in the mid lane unless there's some major mistakes. FN will get pressured, but he's got great armor. He'll be farming, eating them creeps. You know how it goes.
I feel like Melis is going to have a more difficult time this time around just because, yes, he can get the jump on people, but if that Inkswell is available, he's got to skedaddle very, very fast and get away. Otherwise, he's going to end up falling very, very quickly.
Yeah, Yule Scepters, Glimmer Capes will be really effective this game. It's a little bit of harass here on Sinking. He was so ready for that one. Really nicely done. Felt that was going to be the moment they go aggressive. He ends up making the Inkswell wasted.
Well,
right,
there it is. There's our first blood. That's a classic
most likely
lane.
The lift, throw them into the big scary horse man. Gives you the hoof stomp and the damage fall. So yeah, not too surprising that the kill happens there.
You think when Centaur gets boots, does he only wear them on his 2 back hooves, or do you think he wears them on all of his hooves?
I think he puts it on his horse back and it just sits there. I'm pretty
on his
sure.
Back?
Yeah,
That's
it just
silly,
sits there.
Purge.
Yeah.
That makes
I
zero
mean,
sense.
A shoe doesn't exactly fit on a horse's foot.
They do when they're special horseshoes.
You're saying that every boot magically transforms for the wearer?
Have you noticed that this game is magic and there's a fairy in it? Hello? Purge?
Look, they're just. I'm just saying I could have really used a shoe shop in the Dota anime to really explain some of these unanswered questions. That's all.
All right, that's a fair point. That's definitely fair.
Like what if it was like a shoe shop and all they had in there was brown boots, and they were like completely different types, like some for like horses, you know, some that would basically solve our problem.
God, we need that to be canon. Can we get that in season 2?
Yeah,
we need that for book 2.
Probably.
That's scary actually that Astro went in for the Icarus dive there because that's not going to be available for a little bit
He wanted
now.
to hit the healing ward. Why? Oh, good. Effectively did a bunch of damage with that.
Valentimos will be able to land the Inkswell, but doesn't want to get too crazy here.
Yeah, he was a little scared about a Burrow Strike response with Fire Spirits. Could have taken a lot of damage, but not bad. They're handling this really well on the PuckChamp side. They've been clearly experienced against this dual lane. You have to like just read your opponent's minds a little bit, and they've been doing that.
Again, these are some of those heroes that they feel very, very comfortable on the side of PuckChamp, so I'm sure that helps out quite a bit. Top lane, spin coming out again. This time, this little Phoenix is silenced up with the Phantom's Embrace, and
well done.
They'll be able to go and collect themselves a kill.
Yep, came forward a little bit too much, gets the silence off, and by the time his silence gets removed, the Inkswell finishes him off. So Nice kill there. 2 kills now for Unique, but everything's going okay. Lots of last hits on Void, lots of last hits on Centaur as well, but Jug's a little bit lower, about 8 lower here. Oh, and Void is going for the Battle Fury. His evolution is complete, guys. That's how you make Void good, I guess. Ooh.
Oh, to call us? No, the final hit comes out. Down goes Lion. And no, the Void has to play a little bit more carefully in this lane when he doesn't have that save.
He'll be fine. He's got Ring of Health and Time Walk, so as long as he gets a little bit more healed, he'll be okay here. Desperate looking for a rune, doesn't get it. On the other side, Phoenix picking up the illusion.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And spotting out these stacks that have been created as well for the Jug. Girl probably would like to do something with that, but they'll use the Ink Swell and perhaps get the stun off. No, Melee's Burrow striking away. Gonna be the Icarus dive. These illusions are helping out quite a bit here. Can Slayer get the denial up?
Yeah.
No.
Those are amazing. Great. The blocking, the vision, just accomplished so many things here. Now they're gonna try to steal these stacks. Not gonna be hard.
Nope. No, it's not. I was thinking, you know, oh, it's too bad that they didn't still have the Flame Spirits, but they have solutions. They can take it. FN's not happy about this, though. Taking notes. Oh, he go and uses the Doom on the Phoenix. All right, he wants something out of this. Should be an easy enough kill unless somebody comes in and denies the poor bird, but doesn't look like that'll be the case.
Okay. I mean, I'm not too upset about that. Like his likelihood of killing Puck in a Doom is pretty low. Puck's not going to make that obvious mistake. He cleans up the large camp as well, gets a little bit of a level out of it. This is fine. I mean, his main goal and the way that Dooms are playing right now is they just devour a lot of creeps. They don't die because their armor's pretty decent. They get regen from the bottle, and then they just, you know, buy important items, and they become a regular Doom. So, as a mid player, like getting a free kill like that, like he probably wasn't going to use Doom anyways. So picking up 1 support on the map, totally reasonable use of your time.
What's the phrase? A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
I believe that's correct. Yes.
That is very topical here. You know, if they're just going to present themselves to you, and you have the chance to use the Doom, get yourself.
I don't know if I want to
kill.
put. I don't want to put Phoenix in my hand though. That sounds.
It would probably
good
burn
way
you.
to take damage.
Yeah. I don't
Maybe
think Phoenix
not Doom,
would
though.
fit in your hand either. I think that's a very large bird.
Yeah, your analogy is falling apart by the second.
I wasn't going
bottle.
literally, Purge.
Sounded like you were.
Why are you like this? Top lane, though. See, they have vision on melees here. If they want to try to make something happen, that sentry ward is giving them plenty of vision. Got quite a few of them over on the side. Right now, Doom top of the net worth, followed very shortly by the Centaur.
Okay, so Void transitioning into the jungle, very far away from his Battle Fury still, but with the Ring of Health, and once he starts getting neutral items, he'll probably be fine to lane sustain here. This is going to leave Line solo against Ghost Stick. This is that point of the game where Centaur gets insane net worth. He's got 68 last hits, by the way, maxed out Retaliate. He's got a Vanguard and a Ring of Health. He is just going to take this tower by himself, pretty much.
I mean, there's not much that they can do about this. Top lane, melee's perhaps a bit too far here, the spin, and they're not going to be able to quite be able to land the Ink Swell, so just going to teleport out, easy peasy.
He's doing a really good job against the Ink Swell, consistently just burrow striking defensively to get away from the explosion, makes Slayer's acceleration not as extreme. So you know, Juggernaut's still doing fine, but he's not doing as fine as the Faces Void is. So.
The Stampede coming out because they used that Dream Coil over here on the side, but it looks like Bignum might actually survive this as FN looking. There's going to be the Chronosphere coming out from Krylot. And he's so tanky, though. I'm not sure they can really do a whole heck of a lot. Plus, with that Ink Swell, they might be able to burst him down, though. Do they have it? Oh, it's a double Ink Swell. It's looking so good. They need another hit over to FN, and they just don't have it. They turn back around. They kill Krylot. The Sunray coming in from Astral, not going to be able to do quite enough as the South gets tossed over onto FN. Palantimos, he's hungry, he's looking, but they've already made this rotation. It looks like they're going to push out the wave and perhaps maybe put some pressure on the tower.
And a regen. Wow, that healing ward absolutely saving his life there. Taking his HP up while Puck went for him, but I'm most surprised he didn't use Doom on the Puck or something like that, but it looked fine for him to turn there with the Ink Swell, but then that bash from Void came up. Oh, it goes for him.
Yeah, he had already used the Waning Rift. Yeah, it's too easy. They're making it too easy for FN right now.
Man, this game is so different just from the fact that Doom lived there. If he dies, Puck doesn't get killed. But now with the swing around the other way, wow. Amazing that he's able to keep his life up. Great TP from Jug. If Jug doesn't TP there, Doom doesn't get that kill, doesn't get the pressure. Just completely different game.
Yeah, he just happened to wander through that area. I think he was looking at the lion originally, but you know, if Puck's gonna just sit that low in that area, why not? Another Dream Coil gets used over on the mid lane. Rubik, so it's time this will snap, so they'll end up losing the Rubik, but they've put the pressure on the mid lane. There's not a whole heck of a lot they can do. All right, yeah, they can do that. They go in for the epicenter and the egg, but bottom lane, Jug was playing with the Dekals a little bit, just wants a little bit of space. Now the egg is down, and so is the epicenter. I think you just go right back in.
Yep, this is the power of Centaur, certainly in this position. You just help force down the mid tower like some other offlaners. The Sandstorm is going to make it harder.
Yeah, but look at
to
FN.
blink on Melis.
FN don't care. They've got everything they need to go and find the Sand King. There's a decent amount of damage too coming out over into FN thanks to the Sunray, but again, they're just gonna take down the tower, and these two big tanky boys, Ghostic and FN, are gonna be able to walk away.
What, man, what an insane 3 minutes there for Unique now. And the crazy part is Doom got 2 regen runes there, and he had healing wards, so his amount of HP was insane. He didn't even have a hood, that's why they focused on him, but still way too survivable to be killed. And now it just feels like Doom was the perfect pick. Like, Puck does have damage, but it's not the most. Works better against lower HP heroes, and now Doom just feels invulnerable.
Yeah, they pick some big tanky boys here. Pair off, and Slayer's had very nice positioning this entire time. And again, it's gonna be a while before this Faceless Void is ready to fight. He has not finished that Battle Fury yet. They go, they smoke up. Rubik also has the Burrow Strike, which is, like we said, the spell if you are a Rubik player.
Yeah, that's gonna feel good. He's got extra cast. It's level 3 too. He's got a cast range from Arcane Supremacy, so a lot of disable and damage coming from him. They're gonna rotate to the top lane. There is a Chronosphere, but Void doesn't have his Battle Fury yet.
They can get the jump.
They do have Doom though.
FN.
Can they get him?
Melee stomps up, follow up with the Burrow Strike though, the silence. They get them tethered together.
Good
They'll
chrono.
find a kill on FN. But over on the backside, Ghostic managing to go and just slow them down here, as they'll be able to save Bignum to jump back in yet again here. Can they get this kill? It's looking pretty gosh darn good as they get Ghostic and they manage to clean up Slayer on the backline. So a wonderful fight going for PuckChamp.
Is their amazing team fight. Most importantly, the burrow that comes on the Doom before Doom's the Sand King. Very crucial because it sets up their spells. They get all of their abilities off, and then Faceless Void gets to follow up with a great chrono. It was slightly hampered from the Soulbind from Grimstroke, but they just cleaned up with all of their abilities.
It felt
That's
like a
that's the
hesitation.
crazy team fight.
Did you feel that a little
On
bit?
Doom? No.
Yeah.
It was not. I mean, he jumps out of the trees. It takes a bit to cast Doom. Burrow Strike is instant. It's almost always going to hit you first. It's just great reaction.
Ooh. It's a nice hex, a nice everything here. It's going to allow the Faceless Void to run away.
That was level 4 Sunray. I did not do that much damage there to the Centaur. It's a very tanky guy. Still, the game is going great. 4K gold advantage for Team Unique. Juggernaut has finished his Battle Fury. Faceless Void is just about to get it now. So slight net worth advantage on the Jug, but not as much as it was before, certainly.
We'll be interested now to see how they want to respond, knowing that Chronosphere is down. FN does have to be a little bit careful here. Does have the backup, though, in the form of Slayer.
They got most of the big objectives already, right? They got safe lane tower, or technically their off lane tower. They've killed the enemy mid tower. They lost their safe lane, but that was because that fight went so bad. The other thing that's kind of crucial is that this game Centaur finished Hood before going Blink because there's just too much magic damage on the enemy team. So him getting into the fight is going to be slightly delayed here. But for now, they're just going to hit creeps a bit. Almost BKB on Doom is going to change things a lot too. So their next team fight is going to go a lot stronger as long as Doom gets his BKB off.
Yeah, I think it's going to become very, very difficult for them to output enough damage to take down some of these larger lads, as we've been saying. With the center, of course, having the Hood, the fact that Doom is just innately tanky, and then again, later on, you know, just negating all that magical presence coming out from the side of PuckChamp is going to make things very difficult because Krillette is just going to take a while before he's going to have that decent damage online. But they're looking, they're hunting. They're smoked up on both sides here. Ships passing the night, desperate, popping the smoke. The lift immediately. BKB comes out. FN, he's not able to get the Doom off. That is the BKB, the 9-second, fresh 9-second BKB charge.
Hesitated just a little bit there on dooming the puck, and as a result, he gets out. The lift from Rubik is not very long on level 1, so it was the kill. And BKB and use maybe the enemy team can pressure now. I mean, they still have lots of magic damage. They still got epicenter.
They do, and they also now will have the Chronosphere up and running. So if they do decide they'd like to take a fight, they've got plenty of damage that they can throw into that Chronosphere, especially with the BKB down now.
You see the itemization that Phoenix is going? Have you on this build before? I know you play Phoenix a lot.
Let's see. Nope.
Refresher first item? No? Never done that? Okay.
No, I'm pretty sure I would get reported for griefing if I did that in my pubs.
Kind of cool. I mean, you could potentially do 2 Sunrays, or just, you know, full combo plus double Supernova. The enemy team does not have good egg hitters outside of Juggernaut. Juggernaut's very good at it with spin, but the rest of the heroes, not good at slapping eggs. So, I mean, it could be really effective, and there aren't that many, like, silences and stuff. Normally you need to protect yourself from a silence, but his team is so mobile and good at initiating, he can always follow up. So in some senses, like, having this refresher means that they can always fight.
Oh, FN, he is just wrong place, wrong time. The Sunray, they use the Chronosphere. And that's Doom they don't have to worry about. And it's going to be a Grimstroke they don't have to worry about as well. Very nice smoke coming out from the side of PuckChamp.
They're just reading their opponents really well. It's not just a smoke, it's that they, like, teleported ahead of time knowing that there was going to be a catch there. I guess they had a ward. They probably saw him rotate through it as what happened. But yeah, great kill. Cost them a Chronosphere, but Doom dead for 20 seconds should give them this tower. Ooh, Glyph's going to elongate this. They might be able to...
They have Blink on Ghost Stick as well, although with the silence coming out, oh, the finger! Big Num is toast. Palantima still waiting nearby. They could still go in. You can hear they're thinking about lining it up. They jump forward immediately over onto the Void, but Stampede will come out. They'll back off. They'll try to reposition. The Doom is joining the fight very, very shortly. Melee's just a little bit too early now, and now he has a Phantom's Embrace, so he is going to be sacrificed. Over on the back lines, they'll get the kill onto Kalis as Palantimos goes and uses the Omni Slash, and they're running right into the Roche Pit. There is no Epicenter they have to worry about. There's no Chronosphere, no Dream Coil. This is the Roche that belongs to Unique.
Most likely, yeah. Kind of looked like a great movement by PuckChamp, but yeah, Senking did not need to die for that last hit. It was not. I mean, he got some gold out of it, of course, but, like, not a good play, because now they get to take Roche. Let him get the deny, you know?
I was wondering if he was trying to just time his stun just perfectly there, but Ghost Stick. The Inkswell was trying to do a cheeky play here with Desperate. The orb getting tossed in. They're getting low. The Icarus dive in. It's going to be Astral who snatches it up. So definitely a worthwhile steal, as it looks like Slayer barely going to be able to walk away. Phoenix back up, and Shuki's going to try to use that Sunray to do anything right here, but the BKB over on FN will allow him to stay alive a little bit longer. Krylite, he's just too far in. He needs to be careful. Can they close the gap on him? They're just chasing after, but they don't have the lockdown right now. It's not available. They don't have that Inkswell.
Not bad at all for PuckChamp. Stealing the Aegis. I mean, he got doomed and Puck ends up dying, but not a terrible trade considering. Still net worth disadvantage, of course, and Juggernaut's going to finish his SNY before the Faces Void likely will. But no, he's actually going Yasha into BKB instead, which is definitely important. He needs magic immunity when he jumps in. Let's take a look at the fight once again here. We're going to see a Dream Coil whiffed on the left side, but very importantly, dives in. Oh, Jug was stunned by Roshan, so he couldn't pick up the Aegis. That hurt things. So here comes the Puck ulti that doesn't catch Centaur. He ends up phase shifting the stun, of course, but on the right side, he ends up getting doomed and silenced here. And then the Sunray is just not going to be effective. BKB gets popped and Void jumps in, but if he had Chrono here, it obviously would have been amazing, but nope, sorry, 160 seconds, good luck. The fact that he was able to survive was pretty remarkable. Still a little surprised on that, but
they just didn't have the lockdown there, though. If they had any form of lockdown available, they would have gotten the kill. Less in the top lane. That Stampede just a little bit too late here in the center. Again, he's tanky, so he can afford to go and snap that Dream Coil, but he does have to run for his life.
That ward again. That ward has now killed Doom 2 times. They caught him farming at the medium camp. They got close and did the blink epi with the Sable follow-up. So Stampede was just not going to save him. So big kill. Now he's dead for 30 seconds. They get to pressure the map once again. Now their opponents are on the back foot.
They're sitting very patiently trying to pincer, and in fact, they indeed managed to do it. A good stomp, though, coming out from Ghostic. There's the hat. Current up again as they have the finger, Melee.
Nice.
Oh, but there's the Chronosphere and the egg, the dream coming true here as Ghostic just gets wailed on by Krylat. They'll turn back around the silence over into Valentimus. The egg will pop, and that's gonna be a dead Juggernaut.
Void does die, though. Not great for them. Ultimately, good skill usage, though. Slayer dropping the ulti on Sanking. By doing that, it binds him, and I believe it prevents him from using Burrow Strike, even if he's not lashed to somebody else. So, but I was a little surprised he didn't do the Burrow Strike follow-up on Centaur. He let himself get stunned. It was kind of weird. But kills for kills. Chronosphere gets used. Doom is off cooldown. Not bad for Unique. Gold advantage is still up. They can go back to eating creeps and pressuring the map.
I mean, it definitely could have gone worse. They could have not ended up getting that kill on the Faceless Void, but let's go back and take a look at that. So again, everything.
So here he goes, not burrowing. I think he expected, yeah, he was expecting, I think he expected Hex from Lion, but Lion was low mana was the issue. So it was just a miscommunication. He expected Lion to disable follow-up. He didn't go for it. He thought he could save Burrow Strike. Then it was too late. But Egg was excellent. Able to kill the Juggernaut here is wonderful for them, but losing the Void as well makes it feel a little bit more bittersweet.
I'm sure Bignum is giggling to himself there, very happy with his contributions.
Mm-hmm.
But another smoke gets used coming out from the side of Unique. They've got FN. He would love to actually, you know, use Doom for a change instead of getting jumped on.
He's a great initiator now. He's got War Stomp.
Stampede. Where are they running, though? Oh, they're running towards Ducalis. It's just the position 5. I think they much rather... Oh, okay, the find on the Phoenix here in the top lane will also be a nice addition. I think what they really wanted was the puck, though. And they do still manage to find him, but they just don't have enough lockdown. Not when it's just Ghost Stick there.
Yeah, unfortunately, FN started running to the left instead. If he had stayed with Ghost Stick, he would have been able to get Doom off and get the puck kill there. So a little bit of miscoordination. But either way, still very good for them. Now pressuring the tier 1 tower. Jug is a piece into his Ags. We take a look at Void. He is still trying to finish his Battle Fury. His net worth is actually pretty comparable, but just feels like his item timings are just a little bit less effective. He needs BKB to feel safe. Jug is not in that position, thus he can be more aggressive in these moments.
I almost had a heart attack. He said Battle Fury, and I was like, I'm pretty sure he has his Battle Fury, right? Did he get rid of it? What did he do? But yes, it is the BKB. He's almost got completed. And we do have a Blink Dagger picked up for now on Rubik, so even nicer steals here coming out for Bignum. Hopefully, if it goes according to his plans.
Finger of Death.
The Finger of Death is fantastic. I mean, that's what got them the kill on the Faceless Void.
Like, guys, we need to smoke. I only have 10 seconds with this.
Gotta get some more stacks.
And they're like, but let me hit this one creep camp. He's screaming on his mic because now his finger's gone. I'd be mad. It's gone. Good luck. Well, there goes 600 damage, assholes. You know, report.
That's an Overwatch case right there. You just get that in your bin and you're just like, I'm not sure about this one, guys. I'm not sure if that counts, but big smoke on smoke action. Who is going to find who? Melee is the pop forward. Ghost Stick jumping forward immediately. They want to try to just take it out. And again, beautiful. Just the Chronosphere egg combo, but they are held together. And this is not looking great here as Melee is the first one to fall. The egg does indeed go off. Ghost Stick, he pops Stick though. He's actually still alive. And they do manage to get the Doom down as they go and take out 2 heroes here. Palantino's fighting Desperate and Astral. The hunt is on for Ducalis. He is just a little old lion, but they've had enough of his shenanigans and they want to just erase him. The jump forward here from Ghost Stick, the double edge. Down goes Ducalis, and the only person left standing is Faceless Void.
Very cool team fight. Mistakes basically by PuckChamp to approach in that situation. It was very smart on the Unique side to stand on that cliff, because then the smoke breaks when they have vision and their opponents don't. Sandking didn't burrow going up because he didn't have vision. He gets initiated on. He almost dies right away, but the Chronosphere buys him time. But then the follow-up problem was that the Earth Spike steal from Rubik guaranteed the disable, I believe, on Void and the Phoenix right before Phoenix was able to use Refresher and go for a second egg or something else. So kind of just better positioning and great skill usage there by Unique to win that fight.
It's all about pressing the buttons, as the boy said earlier on the panel. And there it is, the Burrow Strike, the Epicenter plus the Sunray plus the Puck joining in, but the BKB comes out from FN. And that's a big old demon who's just sashaying away. No Roche up just yet, though.
Healing Ward will get him healed. Going for the Shiva's Guard next will be great. Limit some of the healing, but mostly just to help him initiate and slow enemy heroes. Void is going for his Sange next. That way, if he gets doomed in any of these fights, he's gonna have a good time queuing up Linken's afterwards. We'll see if he picks up his like shard or anything like that afterwards. But right now, his single target damage is a little bit lacking. His Chronospheres have been good, but I can't help but think that I wish he had a little bit more damage than a Linken's afterwards. But you kind of do need it if he does get doomed in the late game when his net worth is really high. He is certainly the target to hit with that.
Feels like there's just so many items that this Faceless Void needs to pick up in order for PuckChamp to have enough damage and just survive half the time as well. I have to say though,
but that's just because of Doom.
True. I do have to say though, the Egg and Chronosphere combos have been so nice coming out from the side of PuckChamp. They've really helped a lot in these battles, and I think that's really what's kind of helping staunch a little bit of this bleeding. But
yeah, for sure. Phoenix is past 12 now, so he's got level 2 Supernova. He's queuing up his Shard. That'll give him Sunray during Supernova, and that's what's really going to change things. That he can layer these twice. 2 Sunrays, 2 Supernovas in a row. Like, it's pretty safe for him to do that, because by the time the first egg explodes, it buys him 2.5 seconds of the next duration of Supernova. So this could be really sick if he does get to play on the outside of the fights while all of his team initiates. I'm really excited to see if he gets the combo to work.
Well, they're on the hunt now. Trying to do some wrapping movement. The blink forward from Dakalis drops the ward. These sentries right on top of each other. Ghost Stick. Looks like he is going to be the one who gets jumped on here as they channel up the epicenter, and they'll follow up with the Sun Ray. Get the silence off, and that is one very distant. Oh, they follow up. Oh, they get the double doom and the double finger. The lift up as they go right in here. They just obliterate Melee's. Melee's buying back. Egg will pop off to the side. They weren't able to quite do much, but again, they have a second egg if necessary. Slayer has been left behind, though. Desperate should be able to plink away at him. I'm not sure these creeps are going to allow him to just suicide upon them.
The perfect circumstance for Linken's would have been amazing. Would have protected the Void there from getting doomed, and would have given them an option to use Chronosphere, but not bad considering. Nope, disable on Doom now. He's got no BKB.
Is here. It should be just fine. I think they've got the protection necessary.
Misused their skills again. They were expecting Burrow Strike, but a great Hex onto Sand from the Rubik prevents that, or Lift, I guess. Lifted him. So no disable follow-up, so it's okay. But it's looking really good for PuckChamp in my opinion. Despite the fact that they're behind in net worth, it just feels a little bit easier for them to take fights. They have amazing team fight. That's going to be hard for Unique to fight through. Unless they keep getting double dooms, but now that it's on cooldown, too bad. Roche is going to probably land over on PuckChamp's side.
And it'd be very difficult for them to get into that pit, especially knowing the fact that Faceless Void, of course, does have the Chronosphere, but they are smoked up. Making their way over. They do have the blink over on Ghost Stick. They don't have the vision just yet. The Stampede, the jump forward. They're a little bit early here, but they should be able to go and clean up over onto Desperate. Melee's over on the back lines. He's next to fall. It's a nice Chronosphere here from Krylab, but he just, where's your damage? You don't have a whole heck of a lot other than this Phoenix coming through. Does have the Sunray. They'll try to put out more, but again, they can just slash around as they take down Krylab. And they're still hunting. They want Astral over on these back lines. FN and Bignum just chasing down this poor burp. They've got the stomp. The Hex is nice, but it doesn't do enough. There's just a Chronosphere off to the side, because, you know, it looks pretty. Why not look at it for a little bit? And they managed to get themselves an Aegis online for Palantimos.
Oh, what a fight there. They're just not ready for that on PuckChamp. Most importantly, did they have somebody the right to break smoke? I don't think they did in that circumstance. So the Centaur got on top of them with Inkswell. They were to the north, I think, not to the east. And Unique came from the right instead. Let's take a look once again. Yeah, it was
right
an
behind
illusion.
The tree, but he's just not fast enough with the blink and the Stampede. I think that was hard. Plus the Inkswell. They just had so much going on there.
And they eventually get the Chrono down, but Sand King's already dead. Puck's already dead. The single target damage from Void is not that incredible. And he used BKB to come out and drop the Chronosphere in the first place. So after it's over, he's just completely vulnerable and ends up getting killed. Unique is just initiating better.
They're looking very good here indeed. And not much that they can do. The follow-up with the epicenter, but it's just so much damage. It's not looking great here. So they're going to be able to get it out now. Melees will fall. And look at the rest of them. They're like, okay, you've used everything here. This is really cute. Dakalis is taking all of our mana, but, you know, we just want to hit things. We're big bruisers.
Got the healing ward. Good play. trying to jump in, slow them down with time dilation, but yeah, damage is one of the issues that they're facing. They did get a shard in that last fight. I think that's where Jugs came from. We know it well. The old spin right click, very effective here. But yeah, the void damage is just not feeling too great. And this is certainly one of the Battle Fury issues. And one reason why I kind of feel like Maelstrom is just better on the hero. It probably does more damage single target and still makes you farm at a semi-competitive rate. So not sure I like this Battle Fury build on void. Feels a little bit weird.
There's Stampede. They're hoping they can grab Desperate. They've got to move quickly, though. It's already... Oh, double bounty runes. Oh, he only picks up one, and he's going to get doomed now as well.
He died because of 2 bounty runes, genuinely. He was like, oh god, there's 2. He tried to pick them both up, but then it bottled it, and he had to, like, press it. I don't know. Huge death. That's what you got. You got to leave those traps on the map, guys. Wait until they fall for him, and then you profit.
It's like
Very good strat.
It's like in D&D, you know, you find a chest and you're like, oh, sweet, loot. And it turns out to be a mimic. It was a plan the entire time. You fell for it. And now you have a bounty rune, but it's still in your bottle because you didn't get to pop it off. Disaster.
Now their opponents are going to pressure the enemy side of the map again. They have to sit. This loses them warding time, loses them chances to get kills.
Alatimo's just walking into your base.
They could stun. Oh, they're thinking about it.
I don't know. All right, yeah, they'll go. They'll commit to it.
No.
But immediately they'll lift right back up again. That's a Demilis. It's going to be the buyback now from Desperate. Trying to slow over onto the back lines. You get a nice Dream Coil off to the side, but they'll try to go and try to just slow down Krylat, who does manage to go for a Chronosphere, but he's all hooked up with his other teammate here. And again, they'll go. Can they get any more damage down? The slash coming out over here onto the Faceless Void. It's too much. Down goes Krylat. They'll turn their attention to Collins. Astra will go down too. GG's get dropped. Well played. And
they finally got to do the combo, but it just was not enough. Too far behind at this point. Faceless Void's damage not feeling good enough. Unique, man. Good team.
Yeah, they're looking really good. I mean, they had some really nice combos, like you said, but the whole problem came down to just this Faceless Void. He gets these Chronos off, but he doesn't have the physical damage. You've got some of the nice, you know, magic damage coming out from the Phoenix, who had great eggs. But again, I'm not 100% sure that the Refresher Orb was really the way to play that either.
I don't necessarily think the Refresher was the issue. I just feel like their lineup looks so good together, but they just lacked single target damage. Once, like, if Doom gets BKB off and if Centaur has a pipe, it's going to reduce a lot of that Sunray damage. Sunray was a lot of the single target damage they did in this engagement. Sand King also made a mistake in the last fight. His Burrow Strike was short. He didn't catch the Jug in addition to the Centaur, so that's part of the reason he died fast. So part of it, partly missed execution, certainly, but also just they didn't quite have enough single target damage, and I can't help but look at the Battle Fury and say that I would have liked a slightly different build, maybe.
All right, well, I don't think a lot of us were really expecting to see that Faceless Void come out. It sounded like our panel didn't, but I bet they have a lot to say about this game number 3.
Yes, Moxie, we do have lots of things to say. We've got the best words to be able to say them, and you're going to hear them once we come back after a brief reset. Last season, Team Unique ended with a score of 2-5. They're already halfway there as they take the victory against PuckChamp. They looked pretty good doing it, too. I have to say, this Unique team, I remember one of their wins very early on last season. I was like, this team's got something. I like that. And then the rest of the season kind of fell apart. This season, hopefully, they are going to both start and finish strong as they take this victory against PuckChamp, who showed that they are definitely a promising team. Unfortunately, weren't able to close it out, especially not in this last game. Gentlemen, we said they needed to be able to have... They had tons and tons of team fight. They needed to pick and choose their team fights very well and could afford very few mistakes, and they certainly made a few, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the biggest kind of mistake that comes to my mind is when they have the smoke on smoke action going into that river, and you just have one team, PuckChamp, they're kind of Sanking's in the river, they're kind of like half crossing, and then you got Unique, who are just all positioned equally, just waiting, and then they just make the jump quite cleanly. And I think, unfortunately for PuckChamp, their kind of discipline as a team kind of made them lose both Game 2 and Game 3 because they just weren't able to... Oh, Game 1 and Game 2. Why was it Game 2 and Game 3?
You agree with that, Brian?
My brain.
Lack of discipline for Game 2 and Game 3?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Brian.
I really do think it's a combination of lack of discipline, but you can also see that like Team Unique's the more refined team. Like whenever I watch these teams that are attempting to make that jump up into like the top 4 or 5, it's the picks just they're signature picks. Like they're heroes they want to play rather than a hero. It's like this is awesome for our game plan, and it's good enough to a certain point because you're great at these heroes. Like if you execute individually on those heroes, it's going to work. But at this level, I think there's a reason the team fights are harder for them. Like I think their draft is harder to play. It's like if Grimstroke pushes ult and Doom pushes ult, they've done all their job. They have 2 really beefy boys, the Centaur and the Doom. The Jug healing were behind. They know exactly who's standing in front, exactly who's going first. I don't know. I just think it's easier to execute too. I don't want to be too hard on their execution.
No, yeah, I don't mind though because I like the idea of their heroes and what they're trying to bring to the game. Of course, they're not going to go for like simplicity. They just need to marry up the heroes with the itemization, right? Like during the cast it was mentioned, the Void. Like he's going for like obviously SMY, Battle Fury, BKB, like a lot of farming, but there's no damage, right? Then he needs a Lincoln for the Doom. Like maybe if he changed up a little bit.
Where would you go though? Like Mask of Madness though?
Yeah, like maybe Mjolnir Lincoln's kind of a bit more active style build, like face check a little bit, but in the chrono you can do damage. Either way, PuckChamp, a little bit more refinements needed from them, but I think Unique, it was refreshing to see them especially bounce back. And in Game 3, you know, he plays Centaur 3 times in a row, and it just showed why Centaur is so strong, because if you don't have a way to deal with him, he just AFK farms, he exists, and he's a nuisance throughout the game. You can never really kill him properly.
You know, it's something that we already have some nice refinements and some refinements for the broadcast here. A man who's well refined himself. We've got Fogged with another Weatherman segment.
Why, hello there. Yes, Weatherman Fogged here, attempting to do Kevin's job again at, my best, which I'll try. So we're going to take this look. It's just a lot of fights. I think that was kind of the name of the game this time around, just Unique. Kind of like scurrying around the side of these team fights. So we're going to see these playing out this first early one. And we just see FN. He tanks everything here. We're going to see all these spells connecting on him, and he lives with, honestly, it's like 10, 15 HP. Great positioning and great reactions. Unique, they bring the jug. You see how he TPs from the top lane, as we see on the minimap there, immediately to join. It saves FN. Healing ward, he dodges this little sunrise, some little fun action here. But it's them bringing everybody to the action, and it's PuckChamp, even though they blow all these ultimates, still losing the fight. And then we're just going to watch a little quick highlight reel of what FN does here, because it's these next few moments that actually put them into such a good position, because they're so tanky on their 2 frontliners. This Doom and the Centaur in particular, they snowballed quite a lot this game, which I feel like allowed Unique to position their heroes a lot better in a lot of these further fights. So we're just going to watch this little quick highlight of FN, because I thought it was just great. Desperate, maybe just not expecting the Doom to continue chasing, gets a kill. And these type of things are huge. This Doom this game, he's 6,000 net worth compared to 4K of that Puck. It's great. So let's look at a couple more fights. This one actually looked decent for PuckChamp. However, they need their ultimates for everything in this game. And I feel like when they're using their ultimates and they're just achieving some kills, which, you get Palantimos, it looks phenomenal, but you got to get more out of this. You need to get these big ultimates to lead you into getting objectives like these towers, but they just get a couple kills and then they get cleaned up. They actually lose the Void because of the stolen from the Rubik, which we're going to have to, of course, talk about. Bignum in this game having an excellent time just with some great spell steals. This is the biggest highlight, I think. It was Robson who was the one talking about it on the panel, and when I watch this fight. Great positioning from Unique is the biggest thing. And the two tanky bruisers that we talked about. Centaur, Doom, they jump in, and look at this initiation. Good job, Void, it looks phenomenal, but the Healing Ward's already down. Void catches a BKB Doom, the Centaur with Pipe activated, and then they actually both get leashed. The Void as well as that Sanking. So every spell we're going to see just be able to connect on them beautifully. Of course, we see Phantom get stopped by Chrono, kind of actually saves the Void for a second there, but Big Gnome comes in, clean stun, and the fight just looks easy now for Unique. The perfect heroes tanked the big ultimate. And then I just got one more quick clip. It's that last team fight really, where I think the positioning from PuckChamp and the positioning from Unique, as we said earlier, it was everything in this last game. So we're just going to see the Puck just dies instantly right at the start of the fight. Same thing for the Sanking, and we see the two supports from Unique do whatever they want on the sidelines. And the Chronosphere, again, it just catches these big tanky bruisers. Don't think Unique really cares about that at all, as they clean up this team fight and clean up the game pretty much right after this. And we see Party Invite, which I mess up.
Everyone wants Fog to be a part of their party, and it's not surprising. He did a great job breaking down the Weatherman segment. I'm sure PuckChamp could definitely use a little bit of pointers there. It just seemed like a big individual performance difference from so many of the players, especially when it came down to positioning. But enough with that. It's over. Unique has taken the game against PuckChamp. We've got a really good one coming up. It's AS Monaco Gambit facing up against Team Spirit, the 3rd and 4th seed. Gonna match up against each other to close off Week 1.
What you finna There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shorty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop. Who really got the block, Sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us 12X, and how much be that boofy, it's a la, My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the shower. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. I'm only THC, NSC is minoline. We no longer up next on top. Like your girl when she counting my checks. There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shorty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
words and never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss.
Time for that hype matchup of the day. AS Monaco Gambit facing up against Team Spirit. Again, the 3rd and 4th seed from last season. They actually ended up in a tied score and had to go to a tiebreaker to determine who was going to go to the Singapore Major. And Team Spirit, despite having won against AS Monaco Gambit in the regular season, in that tiebreaker, they ended up losing 1-2, including a heartbreaking 57-minute match. I mean, really, Team Spirit and AS Monaco Gambit, it feels like you can't get closer than this, gentlemen.
And let's just say, this may be the very well decider, because at the end of the day, if they both end up in that same spot, this one may be what puts the 3rd place team in their spot to go to the Major. I don't know. That's just scary to me, man. I know we say it all the time that every game matters, but second week or second series for these teams, that's just absolutely bonkers to me.
Yeah, especially coming here, you know, Gambit's already played against VP, losing 2-1, and then Spirit 2-0ing Na'Vi. It's not like any of these teams had like an easy entry in and we can go, okay, they've already beaten, you know, like a Puck Champ or some Winstrike low division team, but they played up against, you know, top 4 seed teams are just battling out straight away, and Spirit's looking good. Gambit looked good, but not good enough to beat, of course, the best seed. So, yeah, very close series this one will be.
We saw Enigma versus Secret, which is obviously a hype series between seed 1 and 3 from last time, but you kind of expect both those teams to make it. So I'd consider the 3rd, 4th ones even crazier because this could very well be their ticket to the Major.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's go ahead and focus in a little bit more on Team Spirits as they're coming into this with the momentum. All right, we've already taken down Na'Vi. This is a crew that seems to have gotten even better going from Season 1 to Season 2. What do you think the adjustments that they've made so far, Robson?
I'd just say consistency. I think in the first season, Toronto-Tokyo, he was a little bit left field. Sometimes he would just be jumping, you know, position 5 players, getting the kill, but then dying. And it's like, this is not the way to really get the big wins against these tier 1 teams. But especially in their one series that they played so far, it just looks a little bit more refined. And maybe you could argue Na'Vi just didn't really look that good at all. And Spirit just had the kind of like the easy path through, but they just were playing really well. So I think this is the true test. If they can beat Gambit, then we're looking towards a really hype series between them and VP later down the line.
I mean this in a nice way. Toronto Tokyo's got like the lunatic factor. Like he'll have a tier 1 alive at like 8 minutes, and he'll be diving the tier 2. You know, I remember seeing him on his Death Prophet last patch all day long, and I think what you said with the refinement's exactly correct. You just got to tone it down a little bit, you know? Maybe like tier 1.5, maybe tier 2 at like 15 minutes instead of 8. But like the idea of it forces a lot of mistakes to play like that, and I think at the highest level to make it there, tier 1 players, they don't make mistakes if you don't force it. I think they are capable of taking games or series off of the better teams because of that. I call it lunatic factor, but said nicely.
I mean, just to be clear, I feel like almost every team needs that, right? If you want to be a tier 1 team, don't you kind of need the mix of between your 1, 2, or 3 position, have one of them be the lunatic, one of them be the crazy playmaker who's going to force errors out of the enemy team, and the other to be the rock.
Maybe just one.
Just one. It's one support player or one core player. You know, if you have 2 of them doing it, it's a bit too much. But yeah, one player who's forcing up, you know, a bad TP, a bad rotation, you know, the thought of a gank's occurring, but realistically it's a dude just, you know, just checking out what's happening in the bot lane. Like, yeah, you need someone to just make stuff happen. And I just like where Team Spirit's going, and also like their 4 player, you know, Miroslav. He used to play on like Cascade. This is a player that he plays on a team that no one really heard of, and now he's like kind of stepping up. So it's also nice seeing, you know, fresh faces, even though we saw him last season, just becoming more of a familiar name to us.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a closer look at that fresh face as we actually have Miroslav with an interview.
Walking into Roger.
I'm Miroslav. I'm Team Spirit player, and I'm position 4. I've played carry in past, and now I choose position 4 because it's the most interesting role for me. Well, early game depends on you. You need to play good to give your team a good start. I think the Josh is one of the best post 4 players that I look up a lot, and I like his playstyle, and I learn a lot from him.
over here onto the troll, but they're still just chonking away over here onto Morphling. They controlled so well that roar, perhaps just a little bit too late.
It was hard times when I was studying in university. I was combining study and game, and it was kind of rough because family told me to finish university first, and I need to study to get a grade. But things are different because my dad is my fan. He watch like every my game. He tell me everything people says about me in chat or commentators. So I wake up at 6 a.m. and he is on the kitchen watching some new esports game, and then what the fuck they doing? They don't have carry. What the fuck? They pick food on carry. It's kind of funny for me because before that he didn't watch games at all, and now he is Dota 2 fan.
It's always lovely to hear families supporting some of these players. And, you know, I'm sure Miroslav's father isn't going to actually see the English broadcast, but if he does by chance, he should know we're a big fan of his kid. He is just awesome personality, and we'll see how he matches up against AS Monaco Gambit, which is going to be their opponents tonight. And BSJ, Robson, very quickly, as we are going to be heading into the draft soon, what are your thoughts on AS Monaco Gambit? Is this team actually going to be better than it was last season with the roster switch up halfway through? I mean, we saw no one halfway through. They got a little bit better. Can they continue?
Yes, roster is improved. Of course, no one, world-class player is going to get better. But what have we seen from them so far? Just IO. So we haven't really seen them do anything. They've lost a series to VP 2-1, but we've not seen their deep playbook other than this one strat. So I think it's hard to really gauge how well they're doing because, again, we've seen one strat and they played the best team in the league.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking, like, I was looking at the IO Tusk, that was their opening all 3 games, and first game, I think their plan was a little bit, it wasn't refined in the sense that they last picked a Pugna, which isn't a real IO partner, and then the second game, they picked the Gyro, and I was like, okay, that makes more sense, and no one was able to take over the game that way. And then they just kind of said, we're just going to do this again, and we don't think you can beat it. And it kind of shows the intricacies of Dota, how like 1 or 2 quick hero adjustments to a strat. It's like, if they are going to have people adjust to their strat has to be a little bit more dynamic than that. If you want to be confident in your IO Tusk, I'm down for that. It's a completely broken lane. You're going to win your safe lane almost every game. If you want to put the game in the reins of No One, where he's more getting enabled by his carry IO, I think that makes sense for them, and I actually wouldn't be surprised if they do it again today and just come back with a slightly tweaked version of the same thing.
Nah,
well,
sorry,
let's
mate.
see if they do, but no.
Banned.
Dang it! Well, they got banned, okay? They were gonna do it again.
Yeah.
But we saw, already today, we've seen the Beastmaster and then the idea of Storm being the counter to Beastmaster. Why, you ask? Storm can zip on top of the Beastmaster and just stop him from throwing out spells because you're going to Orchid him or Vortex him or something along those lines.
But we did see the Beastmaster win his lane earlier today against Storm Spirit.
He did get 3 denies wave 1. I really do think that's why he won. I just want to be clear. I don't think that should happen.
You don't think it has something to do with the fact that he spams axes in lane and Storm Spirit's a high armor hero?
Yeah, I feel like...
How does that have to do with anything?
Axes and magic damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
so normally Storm is able to trade with melee heroes because
I see where you're going.
We were looking at the hits, high armor, but
I was ready for I was treating you like you were Kyle. You were
No, you guys got to remember, I actually play Dota.
You also read the patch
I think I agree with Cap there. I think it's just Beastmaster. He has the axe spam melee hero inside the wave, and if he just gets a couple of denies early, like you mentioned, Brian, then it just leads to just that accelerant of playing well. And of course, it's so easy to farm on Beastmaster.
I, on paper, thought Storm was supposed to beat Beastmaster, so I'm not necessarily saying I'm right or wrong. I'm saying that I think one lane can, like, there's so much that can happen in the first, like, couple creep waves, even just, like, a couple slip-ups from one side or the other.
Let's make a request. Let's request that we get to see the mid lane.
Yeah, let's see, like, just the first wave or 2.
Yeah, we just, like, when we get into the game, can we just make sure we're focused on the mid lane just so we can truly see what's happening?
Because twice now we've seen a Storm and a Beastmaster. Last time it failed miserably, and if somebody else is also doing it, they've come to the same conclusion, and there has to be a reason behind this, right? So,
also,
go ahead.
I love the fact that Beastmaster in that game did go for a second item BKB, and I'd love to see that again, where you just become this annoying hero, but also survivable. You don't want to be, sacrificial and easily jumped. But I guess the Oracle does mitigate that as well.
Kind of surprised. The Oracle's like nice against Grim because you can purge the Inkswell and you also like save the guy that's getting leashed. But the Storm, I feel like one of the better one of the better cores against Oracle. Don't you always want to get that guy that jumps the back lines? Are they making it so there's too many people to jump?
Exactly. There's too many people to jump. It's like when it's too good of a Bloodseeker game, you know? You want to rupture everyone.
Yeah.
You can't buy an Ags and a Refresher and a Refresher Shard and a Refresher Rob. And
You can rush a Refresher. We saw last game.
That is true. Dota does allow for most things to be possible.
Maybe not on Bloodseeker, though.
Maybe not.
Would not advise that.
You can try it out and let me know, Tigo.
I don't think Storm has the capabilities to utilize Refresher Rob to the same capacity.
True.
Certainly does feel like Sineko is challenging Toronto Tokyo in some way, right? I mean,
Come
you're
kill
picking
me.
your Oracle and you're saying like, all right, I can deal with a Storm Spear without seeing any other heroes that could potentially hunt you down. Like, you know, what if there's a Phantom Lancer in the game as well, you know? Here's the man of the hour right there, Mira, on screen.
Big fan.
Yet to see, presumably, his hero. Team Spirit, they run Grimstroke 5 position.
It's open for interpretation. It can be 4 or 5, but I would expect it to be the 5 just because, like we mentioned already, the Oracle into the Grim lane will be devastating for that.
I've always wondered about this like Oracle type pick against the Grim. Are you willing to run it as a 5 in the offlane?
Yeah.
Like, just to match it up.
It truly depends on what your carry is, because I think in some scenarios you need that sustain in to help your carry. But if your carry is more independent and you just need a hero to body, then that 4 can easily come into that slot, you know? Like some Task, some Earth Spirit, some whatever can just play there.
Yeah, just melee body. You pick some ranged core like Luna or something. Woo. Okay, so they go for another hero that Storm wants to go on. Honestly, the funny thing is they just got a buddy system going here. All these heroes save each other. Willow with the Terrorize, Beastmaster with the Roar, Oracle with the False Promise. It's like you go on one guy, and as long as there's somebody in range to save him, then you're good to go.
Spirit's draft is very like high skill, high pace, where when Storm gets his timing, everyone's going to have to play around him, utilize the Moonlight Shadow, the invisibility from Mirana. Yeah, now they've rounded out that aggression with just a frontliner, someone who can face check the high ground and just understand what's happening, because vision is critical right now for Spirit, and they have kind of soft ways to get vision through Arrow from Mirana, the Invis from Mirana, Tidehunter being able to walk into new areas, and then Storm, once they have all that information, can process it, jump the Oracle if needed, jump the Beast if the Oracle's out of position. So I like the idea of Team Spirit's draft, but it's very like high skill. They got to keep that kind of momentum going.
I really like this Tide pick because I was thinking with Willow, you want like the Mars, this combo that can just be such a scary counter initiation that there's no time that Storm ever wants to jump. And now you got that beefy watermelon to just walk in there and force abilities to be cast on himself. And I think he not only is good with the Mirana in lane, but he also just deters a lot of the heroes that naturally synergize with the rest of Monaco Gambit's lineup. So they go for Monkey King. Oracle Monkey King is an absolute classic, but to be honest, I think this hero got hit pretty hard with the nerf bat. I think his nerfs have added up. They don't really have like Roche potential. I guess they have Beastmaster Ags for the Roche potential now, but that is a big
gonna fall quickly.
Yeah, I like the anti-mage ban, but we'll see. I'm skeptical of Monkey King as a hero, but it's traditionally very good against the Tide.
So right now, if you're Monaco Gambit, do you feel like this should just be mid Beastmaster, play into that Storm Spirit? Again, our request for mid lane is only if it's Beast v Storm. Any other matchup, ignore it. Doesn't matter. But is it Beast offlane, or is it going to be just Beast mid with some strong frontlining offlane? I'd love to see personally an offlane pick last, so that they can face check these high ground areas and actually get into the game, because there's so much backline chip. But Monkey, he kind of wants the fight to start, then to jump in, throw down his Wukongs. Like, they have no one who realistically stands up front right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think when I look at the ways Team Spirit's going to press the order of their buttons, I like them a lot more, just because the Tide buys them the time to make their decisions. It's not necessarily that they're like, once they push the buttons, it's easier to make it happen. It's like the times that they choose to push them is just so straightforward in comparison. Monkey King's a little bit awkward. Right now, the synergy, or the anti-synergy, I would say, between Willow and Monkey King, with the Terrorize fearing them out of the arena, or out of the ring, I think they might just have to pick a Mars. They might just have to pick the guy that keeps them in the arena.
Okay,
they go for the Sand King.
It's literally like the last offlaner left to pair with the Willow, right? So Mars is already banned, Centaur's banned. You've got
when did
Timber
Mars
banned.
get banned? Oh,
Mars is
literally
first,
first banned.
It's
well,
one of
what can you do?
It's Collapse's best hero.
Yeah.
So it's like a very respect ban there. And of course Void Spirit for Toronto Tokyo. But yeah, like all the big off laners to enable these more aggressive fours were pretty much banned out.
I like the gyrocopter. Surprised more people aren't picking it.
My fear for that is there's no one who enables gyro survivability. We saw in the Nigma series the other day where he was always in a dangerous position, but he had the eye to come in. He had like that extra little bit of something to prop up his, his weaknesses.
Yeah, they kind of just banned out all the independent dudes that are good against Sand King.
Okay.
Okay, I guess that's like a guy you don't need to protect, per se. I wouldn't say it's the best lane matchup against Sand King. Melee strength hero that relies on summons. Sand King just kills them all in the sandstorm.
Definitely seems more about their game, as this was something that they paired up before, right? The last time they picked up the Storm Spirit, they also went for a Wraith King carry. Again, probably just about creating chaos and creating vision and opportunities for the Storm.
It feels exactly like that. They needed a hero that could survive the team fight and just provide vision. It feels like Team Spirit have drafted for Toronto Tokyo to have an amazing game, because you're going to have Tidehunter, Wraith King, always unlocking the entire fight, understanding where everyone's positioned, and then Storm, it's on him to find the perfect pickoffs. If he kills the Oracle, maybe the fight goes their way. But I like the simplicity of Gambit's draft, and they're the ones, if they protect Oracle and keep moving forward on the map, playing behind the annoyance of Beastmaster, then it can be very easy for them to just roll them over.
Yeah, my concern is that with the Beastmaster build, you don't really have to commit to kill Wraith King. Like, you can kind of just pick him off or poke him down from afar, and once you bring him down once, he's gonna respawn into a Sandstorm, into a Monkey King Wukong.
Stuff.
Yeah, a lot of stuff on the ground. Brambles. The whole idea of the hero is to come back to, like, they've already wasted all their spells on me, now I clean them up. I just don't think that's gonna be the case here, so I definitely agree with T-Gov, sadly.
Sadly. Okay, well, we're going to have to see what actually happens inside of the game, though. Execution is all important, and we've actually got Moxie pulling double duty today. She's going to be on the casting desk once again, this time with Fogged.
Well, thank you so much, Fogged, for taking time for your busy weatherman schedule to come join me over here on the desk. Looking forward to having that cast.
It was busy and stressful. I'm not gonna lie. First game, they're like, all right, we're gonna do Weatherman. I'm like, guys, I'm crumbling. Let's just wait till the next two, and I can figure it out a little bit better. They're like, all right, we'll give you your space. And you know what? I think I did okay. I'm okay with it.
I think you did great, and I think Purge should be shaking in his boots over there. But we do
he's
have
the king,
the Weatherman King. I wonder what that even would look like. But do have, this nice game that's going to be kicked off. And we've got a Storm Spirit over here for Toronto Tokyo, who will probably be thirsting after that Oracle the entire time. But on the flip side of that, you have a Beastmaster, and that hero just seems broken.
Yep, that was going to be my whole highlight. I was just going to say, well, there's a beast on one team, so moving on. No, it's a Beastmaster. It's extremely strong. They actually have some okay ways to keep heroes in the Wukongs with that Roar, with the Sand King stun that they finalized their pick, and with just the Brambles in general. There is the anti-synergy, of course, with the Terrorize, but there are ways that you can kind of play around that one. So yeah, this should be interesting. And Monkey King overall, we know he's gotten nerfed, but I feel like versus heroes like a Wraith King, and since he has that lane versus Tidehunter, might actually be okay.
It feels like he's a very specific piece in the game of Tetris right now. Like, he doesn't exactly, make you happy when you see him, but if you get that one row, it's just the perfect fit, and you can make a lot happen with him currently.
Yeah, and he can work well versus a hero like Wraith King, where it's reincarnate, You just drop the Wukongs when he does reincarnate. They could actually just, immediately shut him down, make that reincarnate kind of just look like a setup for themselves in a lot of ways. So yeah, we're going to see a lot of these going for the backlines, though, in particular, right? Going for that Oracle, trying to find it. And Gambit overall, they should have the better ways to always get into the back and just see that information of the fight, because they have Beastmaster in general. And Monkey King, too, for scouting.
Do have a lot of vision. We did see Mira play a very nice Mirana the other day, though, so perhaps that will end in their favor. But they immediately spot out the ward, and they'll be able to dodge this as well, coming out from the side of Monaco Gambit.
Now, walking through this, you have your staff.
Yeah, Spirit was actually so impressive the other day when I think it was me and you, right? Yeah, we were casting him. That was just like, wow. They were just like, Tokyo was all over the place. He was just bloodthirsty. He wanted just kill after kill after kill, and he never let up. The whole team, him collapsed too. Like, they were just always looking for the next big place. I was so impressed with the way they just shut down Na'Vi. So I'm looking forward to see if they could do that versus Gambit, as I feel like this game, it's going to be quite a lot more difficult.
I was definitely excited when I heard that this was the second match today, so very much looking forward to see if, Team Spirit can continue this very nice execution.
The battle begins.
But Mira taking a little... Mira, okay, brain working. But Mira takes a couple hits here from the towers. Gets maybe just a little bit too close, but the runes are snapped up and it's an even split.
Let's see how these lanes end up. I want to see how Collapse actually does, because I've seen these Miranas with the Tides, you know, you use that Gush. Sometimes I've seen a Blightstone starting in the Mirana, so you can actually work around that minus armor really well versus a lot of heroes. Monkey King, not a hero that you probably can do that versus, since he's just gotten so buffed. He's actually 6 base armor, 9 under tower. Going to be a lot harder for them to actually poke and prod him.
I'll actually be a lot more interested to see if the Mirana will try to make rotations early over onto this Beastmaster, because again, this hero seems extremely strong with the way that, you know, the axes work now, and anything they can do to kind of slow him down, I think, will be very beneficial.
I think I'd like that as well, too. I think there's definitely some opportunities for Mira, because Storm, he actually can put some pressure onto Beastmaster. In the last series, though, we did see that Beastmaster come out quite a bit ahead over the Storm, but overall, you can just push the lane in, and you're always going to be giving that harassment. It's going to be up to Rune Control who can actually do all that. But yeah, an early pull level, maybe Mirana gets an arrow off of it. Could definitely see some potential rotations. I think top's going to be hard. Like Mira, I think he probably has to even just go start like pulling the creep waves and stuff like that if he doesn't want to do these rotations to mid, because Collapse, you can't do anything versus Monkey King and Oracle as tied.
I think this top lane is just going to be a lot of Collapses hitting creeps and just trying to sustain himself within the lane, not get bullied out, get that 6 on line to become just a threat on the map, right? So that they can't take towers as easily. It'd be interesting that they have a lot of the, and usually, you know, the whole idea is keep it simple, stupid, right? You want to make sure that you've got a very easy to execute draft, but you do have these really fun, intricate pieces that you can do with the Team Spirit draft, right? Because you have a Storm Spirit who's going to be able to ball lightning in. You follow, or you place that Inkswell on him ahead of time. It can land an arrow. Like, you've got all these kind of neat little ways of locking down a hero, but is it too complicated?
Yeah, it might be. I just love that they have got this. They've got these answers for Wraith King in particular, which is why I'm not too crazy about this last pick. Maybe Yatoro can pull out something magical, but like Sand these heroes that can actually clear the skeletons, in particular in lane too, they're just good. You're getting extra gold, you're not getting pressured from that at all, and sometimes the skeletons are the thing that actually cause these lanes to be more difficult than usual.
You get a little bit of a side pull here coming out from the Dark Willow, but immediately they will just challenge it right away. And a Burrow Strike, though. He's going to have to be a bit careful. Yatoro, he's just very aggressive here because he knows that he's got this double stun. So even though, you know, it was looking a little suspect, a little right off the bat with those brambles, it was absolutely fine. And he's really, you know, manned up, so to speak.
And he's thankfully got that salve, too, from Miposhka's back, but does have to be careful of his positioning right now in this lane.
Mira, instead, going to have to back off here. I think they
doing a good job, actually.
Arrow earlier.
Yeah, they're actually slowing down Dream's farm a tiny little bit, and now that he used Boundless, they're actually turning onto him.
Ooh, this does not look great here for Dream. The arrow does not connect, but the leap forwards, they've got the vision. They need just maybe 1 or 2 more hits to try to take down Dream, and he's just too fast. He does have the boots, so he's gonna be. Oh, but the gush, down he goes.
That's oh, and Mira's just getting a free courier. All right, cool. Did not look at that one, Seneko, but that's huge. Your Tidehunter Mirana lane have now killed the lane that they picked to counter that Tidehunter with this Monkey King Oracle. That's actually massive that they can start it off like that. All 3 leaps committed. Mira does have 1 more now that just refreshed. Gonna have to use it probably. No, he actually doesn't have to.
No, he's feeling confident right now. He realizes that Seneko doesn't have much mana left over here, and Dream probably just wants to hit creeps.
Yeah, that's big and quite unexpected. You'd actually feel like it would go the other way, where the Sand King and the Willow would maybe get a kill onto the Wraith King or something like that, not the other way around, where the Tidehunter's able to kill that counter matchup. That's a very good start for Team Spirit, as we're also seeing mid. Tokyo not falling behind at all, just getting himself a nice little raindrop, gets his bottle charges going, having a great matchup right now versus no one. And he's just maxing Static Remnant. No extra points in Overload. He's just pushing the lane out and just getting ready to go to jungle and hit those creeps.
It definitely seems like he's got a plan for what he wants to do this game, and that is, of course, very, very important. But yeah, the bottom lane too, like you said, you've got a lot of disable coming out from the Sand King and the Dark Willow, but then you have to remember that you've got just the equal amounts to throw right back at them when you've got that Wraithfire Blast, and of course you've got the Inkswell. So it feels like this lane is kind of coming to a bit of a draw. Pushka. Just standing in the middle of all the brambles. He's not afraid here. They have the vision. This is looking like a dead afterlife, and indeed, they find that kill. Poshka sitting very low, 80-something hit points, but Yatro is trying to just push away immersion a little bit. In the top lane, they're jumping after Dream. That was a very good Fortune's End holding them in place. Without that, I think Dream was in a lot of trouble. Mira.
The Sanking's now starting to struggle as Mira. Okay, not going to quite be able to commit for this courier here. But yeah, Sanking, you're only 3 armor. So when you do commit into these type of moves onto this Grimstroke, onto this Wraith King, you get hit hard. Wraith King, you're sitting at 7 armor now. You're healthy with phase boots. So the harassment that comes in is a little bit weaker, but now you're isolated. Should be fine though.
I'm gonna put out a decent amount of harass there against Yatro, but he's just gonna heal right back up again. And here it is. Here's our first rotation. No one. The drag back directly into the arrow, and they knew this was coming. Oh, the leap forward from Mira, maybe a bit of a mistake, but does have another leap charge. We're turning back around, and the rest of the team, they're here. This is going to be a kill. Very nicely done coming out from the side of AS Monaco Gambit.
And this time, yeah, they're just ready. They even have now the rune spawning right afterwards, so no one's able to fill up. And grid rotations, I'm glad that they bring the both, just in case. Just a little bit extra control for that Storm. Enabling Beastmaster, never what you want to see if you are a Team Spirit fan, because, you know, those axes, they're going to come online that much faster now.
I think everyone is. Yeah, look at this. They anticipated. They saw that Toronto Tokyo had the 6, and they knew that he'd be trying to make a play as soon as the Murana went missing. Very good response. Man, I love that Dark Willow set. I have not been lucky enough to get that set.
Not me either. I don't have any.
Oh no.
I like his courier too. His courier is so cool. I actually am so jealous. I have such bad cosmetics and couriers lately. I've been noticing everybody else's how dope they are. So sad.
I'm sure.
Like the ice frog from earlier, right? We had the little ice frog rocking around. It was so adorable.
It is actually so adorable. Ooh, the arrow. Nope. Snako just walks away from it. Oh, I just like the willow hat because it's got a cat hat. To be real honest.
Yeah.
Adorable.
That's really true. Bottom lane is, they're doing an excellent job. Mipushka's now gotten 2 or 3 stacked pulls off, denying the waves entirely. Yotoro's already up to level 6. This Sand King and this Willow did not have the lane that they wanted to by any means. Not able to actually pressure at all. And now Afterlife is quite far behind. The Tidehunter is significantly far ahead, 500 to 600 gold on top. And he is slowing down the Monkey King, while the Wraith King is not getting slowed down.
Definitely looks like a bit of an issue here. The arrow sidestepping, but they have the Starfall. They'll use the Ravage. They want this kill on Dream, and by God, they'll slay a Monkey King. Bottom lane, the turn back around here again. The stun will come through, and they do have the vision, but not quite enough damage to take down Afterlife. He's just not finding any luck over here on this bottom lane. These axes, oof. Yeah, he's got to run here.
Look at, like, they're able to now hit the top tower, though. The Tide Murana lane, which it felt like they were going to have some trouble versus the Monkey King, who kind of just counters the Tide in most instances. It's not the case. This is huge, because this is going to snowball. This is going to cause a snowball of reaction where this Tidehunter is way bigger than he should be, and Monkey King is just a lot more shut down than possible. But Dream might just get a return kill here at the least.
I mean,
so that big Tidehunter gives some good money.
That is the nice thing about playing a Monkey King against the Tide, right? Is that he does get very tanky, but, you know, you like getting those stacks of Jingu up. Like, it's all right.
Yeah.
It's not great, you know, when you start to fall behind, but there is still a solution, and you are the solution, basically, in that sense. So, not the end of the world here, but definitely feels
Afterlife,
good
though, he's the one who's going to
problem.
struggle. Yeah, he's so far behind. I'm not seeing him really having any stacks either, so he can't even Sandstorm catch up. He's gonna maybe have to just catch up through fights, which does not feel good when you've got 3-point Sandstorm, only 2 in stun.
Look at this positioning. They use the Moonlight Shadow. Collapse stepping forward here. They're trying to body block over onto no one. The arrow connects. The Starfall comes through the silence. Down goes no one. Curse Crown will proc over on Murana. But Yatoro in the bottom lane continuing just to farm up, currently top of the net worth. Very close behind no one.
That's great. Yeah, really good for Team Spirit. Like, Tidehunter even is able to get involved with this team without having ulti. Afterlife, it's going to be catch-up mode for this Sand King for quite some time. So that means they're probably going to have to show up with a lack of numbers, in particular, for quite some time. Because Monkey King, he doesn't want to really get involved in fights either. So they're going to be limited a bit with how much action they can actually do. to respond versus Spirit, who they're going to bring the force. Spirit's going to bring 4 heroes. The Red King's just going to sit jungling in the meantime, but the other 4, they can constantly battle because of this great head start that Collapse has.
Definitely feels good when you can participate and you don't have to necessarily use the ultimate here to make an impact. Sneko teleporting top, though. They just, you know, trying to make him uncomfortable. They don't want him to have a nice, relaxing time here in the top lane. They haven't forgotten he's here. They haven't forgotten there's a tower.
So scary for Dream now every time. Ravage is up. Mira's level 6, so high points in Starfall. There's a lot of chances here that Dream does die if Sineko's not in position and at the ready, but they know this. They know Sineko's there. They saw the TP coming in with that arrow.
And they have a nice ward off to the side, spotting out Mira, trying to get in position, so... They're doing the best they can to kind of keep Dream safe. And in fact, you're seeing a rotation coming up now from No One and Immersion, because they have had quite enough of this.
Collapse is very alone now.
He is extremely alone. This is not looking super great because there are 4 heroes here, and they're going to try to probably body block. They throw down everything. The arrow comes through, but it doesn't quite connect. And Collapse, look at him. He's so tanky, that heal. Nope. Eventually, he'll go down to the Wild Axes.
Halfway to the Aghanims. No One well and truly enabled. Yatoro, though, as we said, still having an excellent time. In Afterlife, he's still on catch-up mode. His blink is going to be very late on the Sand King. However, it will come eventually, which will always be there to catch the Storm Spirit, and then they'll have a lot of chain stun to follow up. So the game still for Toronto Tokyo will be difficult eventually once the blink inevitably comes out on Sand King, but a great start for Team Spirit still.
Well, they have the Ravage back up, and they have... Ooh, these are some nice, juicy stacks. Thank you, Grimstroke. This is going to be a happy tide. As if he wasn't happy enough already.
Does give a lot of space now. He's going to take a lot of time to finish these off. Let's see what ASM Gambit decides to do in the meantime. They do have this Beastmaster, so they can't push buildings. He's also now got Max Hawk and Max Boar.
Looks like they're probably just going to end up trading towers here.
Looks like it, yeah.
Top tower should go down just a little bit faster. Had plenty of harass placed on it, and Yatoro has made his migration to that top part of the Dire Jungle now.
And he'll have Radiance very soon. The Relic is going to be online any minute now. But how much is that going to impact? Because we do have to just remember, it's going to be a really weird game where he's not just going to be standing toe-to-toe fighting anybody a lot of the time. The Radiance burn, not going to be as effective as usual. Sure, decent versus Monkey King, but the way that the rest of the lineup is going to be playing, it's from distance. Your Oracle, your Willow, the way that Beastmasters, of course, played with the axes, he's just going to be poking him from a distance. So it's going to be tough for Yatoro to actually get into the fights. But Tokyo, he's got a nice timing on his Orchid. 12 minutes. See what he can make happen of it. If he can find these Oracles in particular in the back.
It's hunting time, and you can see Maposhka placing down these wards. They realize that they had just been bottom, so they want to sweep, make sure that they're not in their jungle any longer. But if there's a straggler or two, I'm sure they would enjoy a nice little pick-off. But they've already vacated this bottom area of the jungle, so it looks like this little gank squad not going to be able to find the murder they're hoping for.
Nope, and time has been bought. Let the game begin. Axes are online. The Axe Master has now turned into his final form right after he finishes up these Ancients.
I just imagine him turning into Axe once he gets that.
It really, he's not Beastmaster. I was actually joking around with Daniela, with my girlfriend, just saying like, yep, he's no longer Beastmaster. He's just to control beasts. Now he just controls axes. He just does axes.
Well, you know, it's a hard economy after a COVID hit. You know, he just couldn't do the things he used to do. Dream, bottom lane, though. Looks like he's going to get spotted out. The Inkswell will connect, jump forward, the silence. That's a dead monkey. Collapse, stealing the rune.
They're on No One.
So the rest of the team is here. That arrow, though, just a little bit off the mark. Oh,
Afterlife.
Oh, that's a feels bad, man. I guess he expected there were just going to be more there.
Look at poor Yatoro. He's just dying to axes. 5 stacks. 6, 7, and that's 1.
Yep.
A good old fairy trinket on top to boot. A little bit more spell damage, of course. Why not? He might actually not replace that. That might be like the best item for Beastmaster in the game. You don't need cooldown reduction. I mean, that and Timeless Relic will be like the most ideal for him for just damage.
Yeah, Afterlife start channeled it up. I guess he expected more people to be there.
He's got no reincarnate.
So,
He's
yeah,
just
he
going
does,
down.
and he's dead. Very nice pick off here. Perhaps they can get something else. If they do have the Ravage, and they'll go use the Soul Bind, so they'll might
Nice
be able to
arrow.
get the kill over onto Sand King. Down goes Immersion. Eventually, but they'll find a kill on Maposhka as well. And Dark Willow going down earlier. That was an interesting fight. Was that the smoke too? I was watching the replay during that.
They just walked it. Yeah, they just like walked in. Ty just literally got a perfect opportunity for 3-man Ravage.
Oh, I meant on the side of Gambit. If they had
I was
smoked
looking
off.
at the Wraith King farming.
Okay, excellent. This is why they pay us the big bucks, guys.
Yeah, I get too focused sometimes on this.
Okay,
I'm
here
just
we
like,
go. No, yeah, they just
They just kind of walked up, right?
Yeah, they
That's what
knew
it
that
looked
the
like.
reincarnation was down, and they took it.
Still 5k advantage right now for Spirit somehow. That Tidehunter difference between the Sand
they were
King
smoked. They
is
were
really all of
smoked.
it. Okay.
I'm not crazy. I mean, I am crazy, but not crazy in that way. Oh, dear. All right. Tower's getting chonked down here by AS Monaco Gambit.
I'm just watching Beastmaster. Hey, there's an Arcane Rune bottom. Go get it,
Oh,
Nolan.
great. Great.
More
Just
access.
his lucky day.
Less
No,
mana
they wanna
cost in
fight,
particular.
though.
The jump.
Burrow Strike going
Tokyo.
in. Nice arrow coming out as well. Be able to hold the storm in place. And there it is. There's a big hit as Immersion takes down Toronto Tokyo. Collapse is running for his life now. They'll use the Moonlight Shadow. They do have the dust. To be careful, they drop a sentry down to boot. The rest of the side of Team Spirit backing off. And
It's
it
not
looks
easy for
like,
Tokyo.
Afterlife? Afterlife, he's going back in. He wants this kill, and he'll get the kill on Mira.
Tokyo actually went for Boots of Travel now this game too. That's a really
That's
greedy
greedy.
pickup this game. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he can go for these pickups around the map, which I think is what he's thinking about because they caught Dream bottom earlier because of him doing the split push. So maybe he can get some kills out of it, but that means BKB is never going to come online, not for ages, which just means Sand King is always going to be able to get those stuns as we're seeing Afterlife doing time and time again. And there's a lot of control that really is there for that Storm Spirit in this game. These little roots and brambles.
Oh, and like we said, that's what's going to happen. Although, does have some backup here from his fellow Tidehunter. So he's got that Inksfall and does have to be a little bit careful trying to land on both. We'll be able to land on it. Both of them.
Nice.
There's Maposh comes in with the Stroke of Fate. Need a little bit more damage to take down Seneko. Here he goes. He pops a stick charge. Arrow comes out. Not going to be able to... Oh, it almost connects over onto no one. But collapse again. Big tanky boy. Going to be able to walk away here. Still holding on to the Ravage. So they have to be a little nervous on the side of AS Monaco Gambit.
He does have a pipe as well, too. Great pickup this game versus the Beastmaster and Sand King, and even the Willow.
Very
Just a little bit tankier.
The zip in coming out here
Tokyo.
from Toronto Tokyo. They have so many stuns, but they follow up with a nice Ravage, and they'll go and just keep him alive as well as they'll turn onto the back line. Seneko to go down. Dream also falling. Afterlife is just in for a world of hurt as Collapse just chases after no one, chases after the Dark Willow. They'll have to hide underneath their tower. Curse Crown does in fact proc. Mira sidestepping away from these axes. Already has 3 stacks.
Great spell usage coming in from Team Spirit. Toronto Tokyo, even though he's a little limited on mana from having to zip around, zipping too far forward sometimes, this one works. Collapse gets a Dream Ravage on everyone. Grimstroke and Mirana get the perfect connection to just disintegrate the Monkey King.
Yeah, it didn't even feel like he had any presence in that fight. He just went down so quickly.
Now, they had to use the False Promise a little bit earlier, so once that's used, like, there's just no hope for Monkey King to be able to turn and get any type of lifesteal. 6k gold lead.
Yeah.
Wraith King continues to get this farm, continues to get that much bigger, and Dream, no, he's got this Battle Fear, he's going straight for the BKB afterwards, but his game is, it's looking rough. 1-4 so far on this Monkey King.
Definitely not the way that you would like to see him accelerate here. It's just a bit behind.
No, and I mean, maybe we will see the death of Monkey King at some point pretty soon with all these nerfs. It really does feel quite hard to make the hero work. And in this game, if they can't make it work, I'm definitely looking at this hero as being removed kind of off these upper echelon lists. He's got the Oracle with the Monkey King versus the Tidehunter, and they're just having a rough time.
I mean, I would say even that he's already dropped in tier. Like, he's an A tier currently, but definitely no longer that S tier hero where you definitely, fit him into so many drafts. Very specific,
Yeah.
and if, you don't want to be on the B list. Come on now.
I'm thinking he might honestly be there. Like, he just got he got everything nerfed, it feels like.
Yeah.
So his Aghanims just doesn't feel that great. It's just, yeah. So many nerfs.
All right, so what's the next point here coming out from Team Spirit? Because they've been playing very aggressively, and they've hit some really nice timings, had some really nice fights. Looks like Grimstroke will be getting that shard because it's just too gosh darn good not to pick up. But are we just waiting on one other item here, or BKBs are actually huge
fine.
though, coming out from the side of Gambit?
I think for Spirit, they're always fine. Like when Ravage is on cooldown and they're able to just sit back and farm and nothing's happening, it's phenomenal for them. They're getting faster farm on the map because of the way just Wraith King works in general, and they're getting their cooldowns back up. They do have to worry now, right? The BKBs are online, as you were mentioning, so it could trip them up, in particular Collapse. But now Collapse, he also has a Blink, so if you can catch the positioning properly for an initial Ravage, those BKBs might not actually get a chance to go off.
Ooh, Yatoro going right back in. The Inkswell comes out. Seneko might have to keep him alive. Oh, the arrow coming through, though. It taps him right on the back lines. Still, they force out that BKB. And that's going to hold No One and Dream back as they are tied together in that three-legged race of Soulbind.
Collapse is just waiting for an opportunity with the Blink.
They do have a sentry down, though.
They do. They're in very good position as well, too. Even Seneko is just sitting in that Shadow Amulet. We're seeing a lot more just people sitting in Shadow Amulets, by the way.
Yeah. The value of a Sentry Ward in Dust has gone up very, very high, especially when you have a Moonlight Shadow.
And I feel like for Spirit, you're cool. Like, nothing got forced too hard there. You kind of make them back off. You know, that BKB got used. You can smoke back, look for a fight. They don't quite have that shard yet on the Grimstroke, which is going to be a big pickup, but they've got Ravage.
Monkey.
They can find the Monkey King. He's just dead.
Do they see him? Can they get there fast enough? No, they're all grouped up very tightly here, though. Collapse could have had the Ravage of his life if he wanted to. Just has no idea, and they don't really love the positioning, although the zip in here again with that Inkswell to follow up with the Ravage. Arrow coming through over onto the back lines. There is no Oracle to save you this time. He's going to have to buy back now. This is a beautiful epicenter. The Wukongs does get dropped as well. Toronto, Tokyo, just maybe a little bit too far, is going to fall. The Regen Rune getting picked up by Collapse, immediately canceled out. They're chasing after this Tidehunter, but they get the Soulbind off. They get the Silence as well, so they'll be able to protect Collapse. Arrow coming through. BKB comes out from the Monkey King again. He doesn't want to get hit with this.
Okay, I thought he would just tank the arrow there with the Oracle behind him, not wanting to waste more BKB, but he just takes his BKB down for nothing there. But a good fight. At least they're able to, as we said, like a couple of times where in Toronto, Tokyo just overcommits, one stun, and he's dead. They have so many different forms of control. The Ravage catches everybody. It looks phenomenal. But yeah, buyback and just a nice play from Afterlife. Those keep them in it.
Poor Seneko.
He's getting hit by every arrow. Lumira is just a sniper.
He really is. That, and he's got to buy all these Sentry Wards for every time that, you know, there's a Moonlight Shadow threat on the map.
Look at his, like, this is how he has to play. He has to Shadow Amulet and just sit next to Dream. What exciting gameplay for your poor Oracle to just, that's your job. You know, if you're not putting the false promise off to allow your Monkey King to get BKB or turn fights, you're not doing your job. So Seneko really just has to sit right on top of him. And it's tough now because he did buy back in that last fight. So Seneko has to be very wary of his positioning.
I mean, he is the public enemy #1. If you can take him off the board, the game gets a lot easier for Team Spirit.
Hawk, we'll give some scouting information out here. They're actually going to commit into the Roche since Ravage is down.
Did they? Ooh, Stroke of Fate coming through. They realize something's up. Collapse, again, doesn't have that Ravage, but it's a big chungus of a lad. They'll dust up. The zip in, though, this is not looking good for Afterlife. It's going to get silenced out the place. The arrow comes through. There is no Sand King to be a part of this fight, but over in the back lines here, Yatoro is going to just get beat down by that ultimate coming out from Monkey King, who does have his BKB up and running. So does No One. Yatoro, though, he just got his own. Nice save here coming out from the Oracle. We'll be able to prolong the life just a little bit longer. Mira over on the other side of the river here, onto the high ground. They're zipping in. They would love to catch this Monkey King, and it looks like they will, but they have very little mana left. Over here onto Toronto. The arrow comes through, though, and there it is. They take him out. Immersion next, trying to just teleport out. Should be able to do it. They have nothing to go and cancel the TP, but this is looking like Roche is going to belong to Team Spirit.
Afterlife just goes too early. He's so important for these fights just to be able to finish off that Storm Spirit, get into the back lines too, and he just dies right away. No One.
He's playing.
He's going for some
Toronto
type of
Tokyo,
solo play.
but Mira's here.
He's going to get caught.
He is indeed going to get caught. They don't quite have the arrow up, I don't think, just yet. But you know what they do have? They have Grimstroke. They have the shard. And Mira's just going to keep poking and arrowing away here.
Middle tower is under attack.
And they'll still finish the rush. They still have that Wraith King and Tide in there.
Terrorize? Well, he's stunned up for part of that anyways, but they're going to try to jump forward again. The nice silence coming out almost immediately, followed up with the Ravage. As they jump over onto Afterlife, they'll pull Sneko into the back lines. They just want to make sure that he can't get off any of these spells. And they've also found no one over there. He's not going to be able to escape. Man, Team Spirit, they look terrifying.
They're just so good at team fighting. Again, the Ravage comes up at perfect time, it seems like, and just everyone able to get all their spells off. The two supports, the Grimstroke and the Mirana, are just chilling in the back, just throwing like 4 or 5 spells off in every single fight. Mipushka's 5, 1, and 10 this game. He's level 14 on the 5 position. This is just great stuff coming out from them, and they're not giving the opportunity for the Beastmaster to look overpowered. Good itemization. Wraith King gets a BKB, kind of like his inventory looks a little weird, but super appropriate in the occasion that it did turn out.
You do like to see these dynamic builds coming out from the players. It shows that they have a really high grasp on the way that the game needs to be played.
Yeah, and now Tokyo, he's got Lincolns, he's got Aegis, he's level 18 on the Storm. Like, he's feeling so good to be able to just jump in and get these initiations and all this information. They're always finding Sneko. They get Sneko every time, either with an arrow or Orchid and pull. The Ravage is also connecting on everyone. This is, again, a phenomenal game from Team Spirit, just like we saw them the other day too. They're just looking so coherent together.
I will say that this game doesn't look quite as clean as the other 2 games that we saw the other day, but they still look so good.
Yeah. I'm loving, like, Mipushka's actually just every game on his 5 position is doing so much work. Like, look at this sentry and ward coverage that he's done throughout the game, and just his spell casting. Like, he's got 1 death. He's got Aetherlens. Like, he's having a perfect game.
And it's very impressive considering what they have over on the side of AS Monaco Gambit. To have just very low. Okay, the jump in coming out from Toronto, Tokyo, the silence as well. So maybe just a little bit too far over. It's going to be the BKB, but they had that Lincoln's over on the side, so it just blocks it out as Afterlife gets immediately murdered. No one, he can't escape. Or can he? Just barely at the buzzer, teleporting out. Dream. Mira sitting in the middle of all this gets a nice arrow off again over onto the Oracle. Curse Crown will, of course, proc, but she's over the high ground. She's got Mipushka to keep her alive. And just like that, the engagement, it's over. Collapses back top.
Yep.
Objective-based gaming.
And they're, these last few fights, these last few little occasions that have been happening, they get these kills on Afterlife. It's without Ravage. Ravage is back up. And as we've seen, there's no way that Gambit can fight into this Ravage. Their offlaner just nowhere near the same levels. Afterlife, this game, really struggling. 1-6-3. He's just, every time he's literally just, he's getting the Storm in a lot of occasions, but he's just a walking blink stun. And versus Lincoln's, it's become infinitely more difficult.
Zip in over onto Dream. Does have to be careful. Sneko is standing nearby. Like we said, he's basically the ambulance now for the Monkey King. Can't afford to be any steps too far away, or else his king will die.
Now they're really crumbling. Like, we're seeing the axes actually not really working that much this time around. Spirit's playing really nicely around it, not allowing no one to get that consecutive chain of axes off. As they're ready for the fight.
Yeah, they're ready to go. Jump forward immediately over onto Dream, followed up with that Inkswell. The BKB comes out, and they jump immediately over onto the Oracle. They want to make sure that he cannot survive here, but they're not going to be able to quite find the lesson. No, they do. All right, Toronto Tokyo takes down Sneko. And they even throw out the tip.
Oof, they're feeling themselves now.
They really are.
Like, Gambit really is starting to just completely fall apart this game. It's 20-7. Yeah, Spirit's just moving from lane to lane, just hunting. Like, look top immediately. Those boots of travel from Tokyo sets himself up. They saw Dream for a hot second. They're going to hunt him. There's no BKB.
Oh my God.
They got him right away.
The second he shows up, the second he leaps down into the arrow, across the vortex, that's a dead monkey. And that's a dead tower as well. Efficiency, Fog. It's beautiful.
Yeah, this is, it's the bloodthirst. I'm loving it. There's no hesitation for them when they see one hero show even for a hot second. They're getting ready to set up. Like Mira, Toronto, Tokyo, excellent. Just everybody doing their job just so well this game on the side of Spirit, and again, but they can't handle the pressure.
Well, they gotta do something here because you don't want to just roll over and die.
At least they've got axes to stop the high ground push very effectively.
That is true. They do have impeccable high ground. The arrow, not going to connect on anything.
Yeah, but Gambit's getting nothing. You know, it's the Monkey King's dead. Sand King's just sitting in the woods. The rest of them are trapped inside the base. It's just Spirit all over the place this game. Even going to get themselves more team fight. I see Toronto Tokyo takes the Vortex talent at 20. He's about to have Aghanims as well on top. So this is oof.
Woof, indeed. I mean, it was already pretty scary when he was zipping in the first time with just the Inkswell and the one Vortex, but to have multiple, oh, that's like a miniature Ravage. And now, you know, they've been doing well enough without the Ravage. When they get the actual Ravage, things go even better in their favor.
I'm looking forward to some like 3-4 man Vortex with an Inkswell and then a Ravage. Just get the full connection of everybody stunned forever.
All right, smoke coming out of the base. Gonna play behind Dream, expecting them to try to hunt. You know that Toronto Tokyo, he does love to murder himself a monkey. Mira going forward.
He breaks the smoke.
They dust. They don't see them. Collapse. Showing. Toronto Tokyo is going to be teleporting over. The arrow coming in. Clips over onto the Dark Willow. See you later, Emergent. There it is. There's the Vortex. Oh, the beautiful Ravage. They're just shredding them apart here. The Yora coming out now from no one. And the BKBs to try to protect themselves. They're going to back off. They also bought back on 2 of the heroes. And they've leashed them up. This is not looking great for the Oracle. Do they dare? Do they go further into this base? Yes, they zip in. They need to be careful, though. Toronto Tokyo is out of mana. He needs help. They use the epicenter. It's too greedy as he does fall. Another arrow right to the face over onto Willow. Now Collapse is just going to have to blink himself out. Are they going to find anything else? They're still hunting. They're hoping that there's some stragglers in these woods. But it looks like Maposhka's just going to teleport away, and that's the end of that.
Yeah. 2 buybacks. They will get at least a thankful kill because Tokyo overextends there. But what a connection from Spirit, getting the beautiful pull into 4-man Ravage. It looked like it was going to kill absolutely everyone. Gets 2. But yeah, those buybacks do come out. And let's see, Gambit, they're actually looking to continue to catch with that Storm Spirit dead. Trying to find something. It's still hard. If Team Spirit's together with their 4, they will still be able to battle quite easily into this 5 right now.
It's a 15K net worth lead at 32 minutes in.
Yotaro is just huge. Like AC, BKB, Halp. Sage almost got the SNY too. And now they have a Lotus to protect him, which will help a lot versus that annoying Willow.
Monkey sitting up over on the high ground with the rest of the team. Looks like they're going to back off, perhaps go after that tier 1 in the top lane, as there's just arrows being chucked out relentlessly.
Has to feel so good to play as the Wraith King now this game at this point, where you have Solar Crest buffed up, you've got Lotus Orb being thrown on yourself. You look at the counterparts on the opposing team, they don't have that. They don't have any of these buff ups to just make this Monkey King actually that much stronger.
Someone's got to have a Solar Crest though, right?
They don't have gold. Immersion is really struggling in this game. It's a tough pickup on a Willow. It's not really that natural. Saneko's, as we've said, he just needs positioning.
The arrow.
And Afterlife. He's probably the one that has to have that solar, but he's having the roughest game out of anybody in this one. He's just constantly hunted. And he's always the one who has to start the charge, like blinking, stunning into 4 heroes and then just dies. So it's tough. It really is tough for Gambit to get this type of itemization to enable Dream more.
Tidehunter almost has himself an Aghanim Scepter too, I would like to point out.
And he took the Gush talent, so we've got that insane AoE minus armor, 11, to just make that Wraith King just kill everybody even faster. That's going to be nice. And he has Quickening Charm, Gush is aplenty.
I like how he's just playing with this food over here. It's just hits the boar, swims around a little bit, wants to make sure that he's watching as he murders Beastmaster's family. True killer right there.
Must feel good killing Beastmaster's family after just seeing Beastmaster dominate so many games, honestly.
I don't think anyone can blame him for that. All right, we've got the Scotty, we've got the Ags. 6-second BKB on Mr. Monkey. But it definitely, I don't know. I think we are seeing the slow and eventual decline of the Monkey King here.
Yep. They still they still can get some solid team fight if they can get some decent initiations, but it's always been Spirit charging at them, getting these great clean starts. Like Tokyo, he actually can still die. If they have a way to break that Linken's and just get any form of disable, he's still very squishy on the storm. He'll die very quick. But
Yeah,
they're just not giving that chance. Spirit's just collapse has been this brick wall that's prevented pretty much anything. Him and Mira, honestly, just such good job from these two to always give the information.
All right, well, yes. Okay. Courier gets taken down. They know exactly where they are now, as they were smoked up themselves. The question is, do they make something happen as they throw the illusion over here of the Wraith King?
The line is drawn. Team Spirit, they're smoked up again. They want this battle. Seneko, he has a Blink Dagger, so a little bit better, a little bit easier for him to get that positioning. Afterlife is still just a glorified support, though.
Oh, Yatoro smoke breaking. They drop one of the monkeys. Arrow gets tossed out for some vision. They know exactly where they are. They want this Roche. Another smoke. Can they get anything done here? They know it's coming. But the monkey Dream jumps in immediately, just gets snapped up. Arrow, everything, CC. But it's a good save, though, coming out from the Oracle. We'll buy him a little bit more time. The BKB has already been popped from Yatoro. The Gush thrown out. Seneko onto the backlines immediately. Do they have any sort of detection here to take him out, though, is the real question. They don't even need it. Sorry. See you later, Oracle.
Just excellent. Excellent awareness there from Spirit. They just force the BKB. Tokyo.
Uh-oh. No one forced to pop that BKB. They go right back and they have a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Not enough to slay him before he can teleport out. And Afterlife's thinking, God, just please don't look over here.
They can just Roche pretty easily now with the Solar Crest, with that Gush. They got an Arcane Rune on the Storm, of course.
Do we see the
this
cheeky
is just
play,
an easy
though?
one. No Oracle.
Do we see the cheeky play, Fog? Is he going to try to go in? Is he going to try to
I
get
think
this?
Afterlife has to. He absolutely has to in this game.
He's stopping, thinking about it, channeling, stop, thinking about it. Hawk coming through, knows that they're not in the pit. He's got to time this just right. A lot of pressure on a little Sand King. Getting closer. Another couple seconds. He's starting to channel it up a little bit more. Needs to let it go now. He wants to go in there. Not going to be able to do it. Oh, he used the...
He's having a rough one.
It is. It is rough, especially when you have someone looming over your shoulder watching your mistakes. Oh, dear. They found the Willow. Can they get Dream, though, is the real question. The Zip 4 trying to knock him down off of those trees. Follow up, though, from Afterlife to pop off the Lincolns. Mira trying to find any sort of an angle, trying to keep Toronto Tokyo alive. Is going to be able to do it.
He actually keeps the Aegis alive. If he doesn't get that little bit of interruption off the Monkey King, Tokyo does go down the once. Nice play there from Mira, and continuing a Spirit, just understanding how to take these fights and understanding what they need to force. As soon as Oracle ults earlier, the BKB from Monkey King, they wrap, reset. This is just a masterclass right now from Team Spirit as they continue this dominance in the game. And how close are we to 25s? The three cores must be getting close on their side. 22, 24, and 23.
Things are looking spooky.
It's never looking easier for Gambit. They're getting scaling on the Monkey King, the Beastmaster as well too, but not feeling the scaling at all from Sand King. He is literally going to get surpassed by the two supports by Spirit soon.
Monkey. Nope, he's all right. He's all right. Collapse showing that they were indeed Moonlit Shadow. But they do have a tier 1 down here that they can go and hit.
Okay, now no one has bought a Solar Crest for his team. It seems like he's going to have to be that one to buff up Dream a little bit more. I think he bought it a little bit ago.
It's too good. You just have to buy it.
Yeah, you have
There's
to.
no excuse not to buy this item.
However, now, he's not building around the build. You're not going that Singe Kaya that we've seen popularized by Beastmasters. I've seen some, I think I saw like 1 or 2 Bloodstones maybe in a different region. So he's not going to be amping up his damage anymore. It's just going to be all playing around Dream, which it might be the right approach. It really does feel like Dream has to just super carry this game. And the Axes, they haven't really felt like they've done much of anything. Like the pipe early on collapse and just tanky. It is. It is.
Is that the strength of Beastmaster or the weakness of Monkey King? You know?
That is true. Yeah, not sure. Let's see if it works. I mean, it's just feeling like such a rough game, and I'm not feeling really the impact of those axes so much. And he's not 25 yet, so makes sense. It's Tokyo.
Yeah, it's going to be a dead Seneko. Looks like Dark Willow will be able to escape, but because he died for that, he is going to be able to allow his core to teleport out. The rest
of regen rune. So Tokyo can keep going, and he's 25, so we have those auto bounces, the fun.
The fun never ends.
Yep, double bounces.
Arrow coming in hot, the drag back over onto no one. They don't want to overextend here, but there it is a beautiful route, followed up with the Ink Swell, and no one is just murdered. Does have buyback. They bought back on the Oracle, the jump forward, again, coming out from Dream, trying to land that Wukong command, and there's 3 of them now caught in the middle of all of this, but 2 of them are able to just walk away. Mira, though, not as lucky. The Roar comes out again, plus the Terror, but the zip back in from Toronto Tokyo as he drags 2 of them right back in again, plus the Gutch. The BKB is forced out by no one as Dream goes down. He's gonna have to buy back, as is no one over here on the side just throwing out the axes. Okay, Toronto Tokyo still has that Aegis, though, and they're still not able to even pop it.
That's 3 buybacks from the side of Gambit to get nothing. Not even the kill on the Aegis.
They look a little forlorn here, Fog.
Yes, they do. Spirit does not, though. Spirit looks very happy.
And there's a double damage right outside the Roche pit.
It's been such clean moves from them all game. Even this little initiation, just the Ink Swell Ravage, just chain stunning onto no one when they know that Sineko has to buy back at the last second. They've just done such a great job of just controlling it, always getting onto the right targets. I'm not really feeling the presence of a lot of the heroes from Gambit just because Spirit's not allowing them to do much of anything with these jumps.
They've just played their draft very, very nicely.
Yep.
Got the Minotaur Horn online. On the Storm Spirit, I don't know.
It's such clean Dota, and that's, you said not as clean as the other day, perhaps, but just the way that they're hunting and just not ever really losing the key heroes. Like Tokyo, he's got 4 deaths, but that he didn't go for BKB and he only has 4 deaths is saying something. The other 2 cores, they barely died. The 1 death on Yatoro, 2 on Collapse.
God, the second that Dream shows up in the lane, do you see all those TPs immediately just hoping that they can get their hands on him?
He's the only one who can really get out on the map at all. So every time he shows, even for a split second, they just beeline it to him. That's Yatoro. He's got a DD in the bottle on this high ground.
The good news is they know where Team Spirit is, right? Because they all went top to try to go and deal with Dream. So can they get this initiation? Can they make something happen? Of course, they're throwing out throw up front. It's got a full blood throw. No one, though.
No one's getting a wraparound.
They find Afterlife first and foremost. He's got an Aeon disc. Burrow strike off. I can hear Aurora on the back lines. Had to immediately turn it right back around with the Vortex. Everybody's sitting here in this Wukong's command, though. Maboshka, he is going to fall. He's going to buy back immediately. Collapse somehow still alive as they use that BKB, but there's fighting going on over on the other side. That Terrorize is not going to actually be able to go off as they're hauled into the brambles. Afterlife trying to run away. He's already used that epicenter, but no one is just getting hunted by Toronto Tokyo. He just drags him right back in. Nice save, though, coming out from Sineko. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be able to allow no one to escape? Yes, it is. But Yatoro is just chasing after Dream into the base. He wants this kill. He's got the reincarnation. The axes are getting tossed in. They have the arrow, and they're just running at them, Fogged.
Looked like a not so bad of a fight for Gambit at the start of it with no one getting the wraparound, but he roars a Lotus. The Monkey King ult's decent, but as soon as Monkey King ult runs out, Spirit just completely starts to dominate and take over that fight again. They can't even force Yatoro's ult the one time.
They can't. The zip forward. Brought to Tokyo. You said it. The bloodlust. He wants murder.
They're continuing.
They have no reason to
leave. No Ravage, but they're feeling strong.
Did you have to be careful of all the, the axes being tossed at them, but they're just sidestepping
they're
around
dodging
them. Easy peasy. They've got the Ink Swell over onto Toronto Tokyo. They see Dream over here. The drag right back at, and he is toast.
Lord.
GG gets called. Their king has been slain. And let's have a moment of silence for the Monkey King because I think he's on the way out, Fogged.
I think that's enough of a moment's silence right there. Yeah, I agree. It really does feel like this hero might not be as, nowhere near as good as he was. And just if he can't even do that great versus like a Tidehunter Mirana lane with an Oracle at the back of him, it's going to prove some problems. However, I don't want to take anything away from Spirit. I think they just made that hero look a lot worse from how they played. The chain stuns. Every single one of their heroes have some type of disable. Feels like they're catching it on the right heroes every single time. Mira, as well as the Grimstroke Miposhka, coming in clutch, but Collapse, this Tidehunter, he really led the charge in most of these fights. Just phenomenal gameplay coming out from him.
That lane just went so well in the top. You know, we were a little bit concerned. You know, there was a Monkey King. They had the Oracle, but it's still, you know, Collapse and Mira just totally dominating that lane, and they looked so good. But I do want to take 1 second. I want to just shout out the fact that Miposhka, such good positioning. I don't know how many, he didn't die many times that entire game, and as a Grimstroke against that lineup, that's hard to do.
Yeah, you're playing into Beastmaster Hawk, and somehow they're always the one starting the fights. They're always the one going. We don't see until literally the last fight. No one gets a roar on him, but he gets the Lotus Reflect and everything too. That's like one of the first times he actually gets caught post-laning phase. Yeah, great stuff from Spirit. You can tell very prepared for this game and just very aggressive. Love the warding, love the gameplay. Let's keep it going, Spirit.
Yeah, they're definitely on a hot streak, and I'm sure the guys over at the desk are going to be very excited to break it all down for us.
Yes, we absolutely agree, Moxie. I think the phenomenal job, well done by Team Spirit and their controlled aggression. Of course, we're going to talk more about that after the break.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime, but can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said all. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
An impressive start here for Team Spirit, and all around a standing ovation for them and being able to pull off a lineup like this and make it look so good. I have to say, in particular, Miposhka and Collapse really impressed as Collapse, man. Tidehunter game with an Inkswell on him. I never thought about that combo before, but it looks fantastic. And even though it may have pushed well past 40 minutes, it definitely felt like it was Team Spirit's game the entire time.
Yeah, not too often do I see the 7th pick of the draft overall be that impactful. I think, you know, we talked about how it was like a nice combo breaker to like the Willow preemptively, but you could just see in the way that it fit their entire lineup that we doubted it a bit, but it was just, he played it perfectly and they played around it perfectly. Yeah, you have the Beastmaster Hawk, but how about just a guy that can walk around and pick and choose his targets with the Inkswell, gives him that stun that maybe he doesn't have to commit that Ravage, you know, when he gets in there.
Yeah, there's also just the story of the side lanes, right? You've got a Tide Mirana lane, applying pressure to a Monkey King, getting the kills and just being present in the game. And you then have Sand King Willow, who is a really strong lane. That should be getting kills, but they haven't even been able to get the Wraith King down. Maybe they punish a Grimsword, but they're not doing enough to really get themselves into the game. And that disparity, you now have this free farm Wraith King, a happy Tidehunter, mid lane Storm, you know, doing his thing. So it just kind of is a recipe for Spirit to want to get themselves into the game quite quickly.
How did Collapse manage to pull off such a great Tidehunter game? Well, we've got Purge, a little bit more information.
Thanks, Cap. Tidehunter was crucial towards for Team Spirit to have a really good game here. He lanes very effectively against Monkey King in this case. After the earlier Monkey kill, getting a 6 right before Monkey picks it up, gets a nice solo kill. So the laning stage went abundantly well for him. And then in terms of team fights later on, they did a good job continuing to shut down the Monkey King. In this case, Storm Spirit and Grimstroke punishing Monkey one of them many times this game, but ultimately what this did was it also leads Collapse to be really aggressive on the map. And the secret here is Kraken Shell. Kraken Shell is the counter to Beastmaster Axes. Beastmaster Axes work by doing damage amplification every time the axes apply. But if you do too much damage to Tidehunter, he gets a strong dispel and those axe stacks go back down to 0. Watch how effective it is against Wraith King. 2 stacks, 4 stacks. Now he's doing like 50% more damage. Now he's got 5 stacks, doing 60% more damage. And finally, the last axes blows him up. Collapse by rushing a pipe and having Kraken Shell can be the frontliner that almost no other hero in Dota can be against Beastmaster Axe. And very wisely, Gambit back up, use a smoke after getting that kill. They initiate a fight against the Wraith King, getting a nice pick off on him. But once again, Collapse is here, ready to go. He gets to use Ravage in a really effective location, and then he gets to use a second Ravage with Inkswell that is almost always going to land. 2 Ravages in a row at the 15-minute mark is broken and so strong. And this whole time, he just ignores Beastmaster and becomes that buffer. Here's another gank where Storm uses his hero to initiate, not so much to carry the game. And again, Collapse just runs in to the entire enemy team with Inkswell, getting kills, pressuring the Oracle, getting some damage in. Here he is taking axes. The stacks are at 0. Stacks are at 1 or something too. Here he comes to dodge it, but he's got pipe. He's got insane magic resistance. The only thing that's a little scary is the boars. And again, the initiator becomes Storm Spirit here when the axes come out again at about this moment. That's going to give Tide time to move in. He gets a great Ravage off before Monkey King ulti. Here comes the second Ravage once again. And this whole time, he just keeps throwing axes on Tide, but it is just not worth it. He used pipe to cover his allies. He doesn't even care about himself because he's ahead. He breaks the axes, and this just makes Beastmaster Ags not good. I still think it's broken, though. Definitely nerf finish, probably.
Well, that's the wonderful thing about Dota, right? Even though there may be some broken things, there's a lot of broken things in Dota, and you can counter broken things with other broken things. And certainly Team Spirit did an excellent job of being able to answer that Beastmaster, in particular because of Collapse's performance on the Tidehunter. Will he get that pickup again? Are they going to elevate it in the draft picking phase? We'll have to see after the break.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah.
Maybe it was the Grimstroke, maybe it was the Tide Hunter, or maybe, just maybe, Team Spirit have leveled up since Season 1 and become one hell of a good team. We're gonna have to see how this season plays out, but I really think that Team Spirit, we're gonna be seeing them at the second major. But it does depend on this matchup of AS Monaco Gambit and, of course, them being able to beat the rest of the field as well. BSJ, Robson, thoughts, second game, did you feel that it was draft performance-wise, or do you feel like it was actually Team Spirit as just a team being better?
So if we look away from draft for a little bit and think about, there's one Roshan contest where you have the entirety of Gambit standing on the high ground, but then you got Afterlife blinking in, bar striking on the other side of the pit. You know, there's no way Gambit can suddenly get to that side of the pit. And I think those small decisions, when you're behind, you need to make sure you're working always as 5. And if you ever have one hit player off beat, it's so hard to come back. So I just feel like Gambit, when they aren't in the lead of the game, they are struggling to find the way to get back into it with their kind of full 5-man working cleanly together.
I think our main concern in the draft for I'm sorry, I'm totally spacing.
AS Monaco Gambit?
No.
Team Spirit?
Team Spirit, I totally spaced there. It's been a long day, guys. Sorry. The draft for Team Spirit, our only concern really was the lanes. We thought the Wraith King wasn't going to do so hot against the Sand King, and we thought the Monkey King was going to bully the Tide. But after they got past that, their vision of the game seemed way better. Like, it was in the draft, but also in the execution. They constantly had the Grimstroke playing with the Storm Spirit, looking to pick off the Monkey King, and then they also were... We've seen some Grimstrokes have some underwhelming performances, and it's not necessarily like just the Grimstroke player. It's the coordination of that Inkswell. That hero is all about enabling your teammates to stun people. It's not like a save, it's a stunning enabler. And if you don't put it to good use, Grimstroke feels very underwhelming, and they made it look as broken as teams seem to prioritize it with these early picks.
What about the Gambit side? What do you feel like they did wrong? Is it drafting wise? I know you mentioned that Sand King failed initiation from Afterlife, but other than that,
I feel like it's Beastmaster is a broken hero. His axes are very strong, but you have to think about what changes. You know, like you can't buy Necrobook anymore. It's not in the game. The style of Beastmaster isn't now kind of positional control. Like he's not like taking over your enemy jungle. So that when you pick Beast now, you're losing that value. I'm not seeing that new hero stand up and go, okay, I'll take over the kind of aggressive posturing to enable the rest of the team. Like Monkey King, he doesn't want to be the first one into the fight. Sand King doesn't want to be the first one into the fight. Maybe defending towers he can, but like there wasn't that clean way to go, hey, look at me, take the fight here, and then suddenly our damage will come on top.
You've also got this Tide that's like the perfect version of that.
Zooming in with the Inkswell as well, you know, the little phase boots and off he goes. Like, yeah, I just think the disparity in frontline and being able to just take a fight away from objectives was so superior for Team Spirit, and that's how, you know, the game lasts 40 minutes, but it's that continuous open map fights, Roshan, which goes away with Spirit most of the time.
now, Brian, that kind of fits into something you said backstage I don't believe we talked about. Do you think that blinking offlaners, like those kind of offlaners that just go blink dagger first, are kind of out of meta?
I think it's...
Can we quickly coin the term bluff laners?
No, we're not.
No worries.
Go ahead, BH.
Yeah, I'd prefer you just... I'm going to act like you never said that.
That's fair enough. I respect that.
I just think that the offlaner's job right now, is since the map seems so wide open, is not necessarily to find people, but to make people find you, almost. It's like you're putting yourself in front so that the Wraith King can just AFK jungle. You know, Sand King's not pulling that off as a hero. In most games, he's looking to be the playmaker, and I think it just doesn't fit the way the map works right now. That's my initial impression. The Centaur worked so well last series. Similar idea. He ends up buying a blink, right? But for like the first 15 minutes, all he's doing is farming. Tide and Centaur very similar in that regard. They just spam one spell or walk at creeps, and they like kind of take them down one at a time and have a team fight ultimate. Sorry, Tide. I can tell you're ready to...
No, I was thinking about your point, and I agree with that, and I just think it's the whole idea of its simplicity of draft, and when you want an offlaner who doesn't rush blink, it's because you have someone else in the draft, like I said, can do that, right? Like, again, if this was previous patch Beastmaster, he's the one going in, you don't really need it. But now, because you don't have that in mid lane, I think you sometimes do need the blink offlaners, but with these type of drafts where they don't have initiation, maybe it's better. Again, it's very draft dependent, but for sure I can see tankiness being superior right now for sure. There are just rare
It's
occasions.
just a preliminary impression based on the first week or so of the DPC.
Sure.
The teams that are doing it, they just look cleaner, so it must be easier. Yeah, it just must be easier.
Well, I have nothing to add to that besides the fact that it's not bluff offlaners. It would be off link. But what about the Grimstroke, right? The Grimstroke pickup, we talked about this hero being buffed. He seemingly was kind of OP at the start of the patch. And Brian, I know you've said that it's kind of, you need really good coordination to make it work.
Yeah, and they clearly had it. So I would love to see them pick it again. I think it's not about the ultimate. Like the single target, like double application is great and all, but it's all about that Inkswell. It's all about having that hero that isn't afraid to go in.
Yeah, does more damage, heals the target. It's just like, why should it do too much? I feel
it's
like
just such a huge health swing. It's kind of like Omni-Knight Purification combined with a stun.
There's a lot of spells in Dota now where they were pretty good, but then, you know, Ice Roll keeps adding like new elements to it. It's like, you know, it does damage and it'll slow and it'll heal and it'll do this. It's like, calm down. Let's do like one thing really well, not, you know, 2-3 things. It's like, get a bit carried away. But yeah, Grimstroke is strong in the right hands of, you know, coordination.
I think the shards are cool for that they add like a new dynamic to every ability, but sometimes it's just simple. The numbers are just too high. You know, you can't have it. They already nerfed the heal number on the Grimstroke shard, but I think you just can't make it that good.
I think an underrated aspect in that last game was the movement speed. Tidehunter was cruising. You just dropped it on him, and he was just able to run at the backline supports.
Does it buff movement speed, or is it just the Inkswell itself that you're referring to?
That's just Inkswell itself.
Inkswell.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's like 20%, right? 25? I actually don't remember that. As we
Well,
go
either way,
into the
Spirit.
Grimstroke, speaking of which, you know, perfect segue into the draft.
So 18% at max level.
18%.
Yep.
That's like a phase boot active.
Yeah.
Go zoomies.
For a hero that already gets phase boots.
Yeah, so you got the double phase boots.
Whoa, double zoomies. Oof.
Too bad you can't break the movement speed cap anymore.
Unless
Those were the
Spirit
days.
Breaker boys.
The Spirit Breaker's the only hero now that does it.
No,
right?
Bloodseeker.
Yep.
Ah, Bloodseeker.
What?
Treant Protector.
Tree.
Backs against the wall. AS Monaco Gambit. 1 game down against Team Spirit. Already lost her. Virtus Pro decided to go for something completely left field. All right. I don't mind it. It's pretty cool.
I mind it because what makes this hero good?
Yeah.
The tree.
Do you think the new Leech Seed buff? Didn't they buff like the mana cost on that drastically?
Brian, what did you just say before we got to this draft? You said how Godot is being played. Are you the guy finding the kills, the guy waiting to get the kills?
The guy waiting to get the wait, what?
Yeah, exactly. So you're just playing defensive, you're reacting to the plays.
Oh,
You
I see.
You
Okay.
see?
Oh,
So now
that's true. Okay.
Now look, this kind of style.
Using my own point against me here, I see.
Yes. I listen to you, Brian.
That makes one of us.
Shard now grants invisibility near trees.
So yeah, they removed the invisibility aspect of his 10 talent, which I thought was a pretty big nerf.
Okay. The mana cost dramatically reduced for level 1 Leech Seed from 110 to 80. Some talent changes.
Yeah, the talent changes were to make up for the loss of the invis. They did make it so that the Nature's Grasp has 100% uptime with that talent. Because it's minus 5 seconds at 10, and it goes for a 12-second duration, 12-second cooldown. Which could be nice for defending some towers, pushing out some creep waves, but I feel like you want that living armor. So maybe you get that value point in Leech Seed now, but...
Yeah, right now with the players on Monaco Gambit, I expect this just to be the 4 and 5 combo. You know, Snapfire is just your 5 position, and Tree will be your 4, and they're going to look to just apply a lot of pressure. If we see the Snapfire with the Blightstone and Little Shredder build, really obnoxious. Tree can be a ruthless killer in lane if he has an offlane that also wants to, you know, get in the fight and utilize that slow.
Do you like Tree as a 4 position? I prefer it as a 5, personally.
I'm just seeing immersion, and I'm just kind of gravitating. Like, it's Zayat and immersion are the 2 Eastern European players that would play it in the 4 role.
Okay.
Maybe a more stationary 4 is okay this patch. You know, we've been talking about the less roaming towards mid. Usually, I would say in the past, Tree would never work because he's never walking through the river. There's no trees in the river there.
Yeah.
And as much as we've spoke about this combo of Tree Snap, what's it really bad against? Elusive Heroes, instant response.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
I was
instant
thinking
response
all
from
the
Spirit.
heroes that buy mantas, the heroes like Slark with dispels. These are heroes that they don't have hard, reliable lockdown, right? If you're a hero that is stationary, they will be able to control you. But any quick dispel and they're out of there.
Yeah, but at least when they want to take a fight, they're going to be able to, you know, decide where it's taken because they do have the overwhelming team fight presence. They still, in the words of dear old Brian, they need a dangler still.
I think that's Kyle, and I was just trying to.
Yeah, no, but you're now.
with the
It's now
cool
yours.
kids.
It's now yours.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll claim it.
Please. Kyle's not working today, Brian. It can all be yours. All the power.
There's the PL ban. Natural Manta builders are the way to go against Treant Protector. Removes Leech Seed, removes the ultimate, and overall, he has absolutely nothing he can do to multiple targets.
Yeah, these bans, it's like they are very good heroes against Tree, so I'm either scared that it's a core Tree, or they just respect the fact that their support duo needs to be able to scale into the game, and against, you know, these carries and win conditions, if they don't do anything minute 20, 25, then of course it's going to be a very hard game.
I would say usually the carries are the ones you get the gotcha picks on pick 8. So Team Spirit does have 8th pick. So maybe they're thinking our supports don't deal with these carries. And if we were to pick an offlaner that they probably have in mind that can't deal with these either, then that would be the issue. Those 2 heroes both have like their own summons, PL Illusions, Wraith King Skeletons. They don't want to deal with that clearly with whatever hero they plan to pick. So hopefully that kind of reveals itself. That's when you can tell a team's really got the whole draft planned out. These bans are so seemingly boring, I would say, when I'm a spectator. But I actually find them to be the most entertaining when you see the second round of picks. And then you get to look back and like see, you know, why. Explain to me why you banned these heroes. Because you get a lot of that insight there.
From AS Monaco Gambit right now, they haven't really targeted the offlane like they did in game 1 with these bans. So now, okay, ban out Medusa as well. So you're giving Collapse pretty much free reign of...
Is that a core time?
Ooh. No, I think this is now... Yeah, they're kind of flexing it a little bit, but yeah, I think maybe it's 5 snap, 4 tiny, 3 tree. or
Mid-tiny is very nice against Puck.
Yeah, or mid-tiny. Yeah, that was the second.
The blink
version.
toss combo, if you start with the toss, because you know she can phase shift the avalanche, it does usually go full zero.
Is Timber looking spicy now? We are seeing,
that is three strength
heroes.
That's
like the gotcha
jug.
pick coming, I feel. If they don't cover themselves, it could be quite disastrous.
I'm personally surprised that they would be. I actually, now that I think about it, Wraith King, PL, and Medusa are all quite strong against Tiny. It's hard to ever toss a Wraith King or PL, and it's also like, okay, you avalanche toss combo to Medusa down to 80% HP.
I love this pick from Spirit because it feels also like kind of like a block pick. This style of jar from Monaco Gambit, a Juggernaut would thrive within, the burst lockdown, you chuck the Omni Slash on top, or you're playing defensive, but you have the healing ward.
But they also have no saves, so you want to carry that's
exactly. So I feel like
himself.
Yeah, this is kind of like Team Spirit just taking it away, and then let's say Monaco Gambit pick a weaker hero against maybe Timbersaw, you can then pick it with confidence because it's not like there's some casual jug pick. So it'd be really interesting how Monaco Gambit kind of pivot here, because is it tree offlane? Is it just a tree 5? Like,
I'd like to see the tree 5 with the Snapfire 4 because I think it matches up better in lane against the Jug. You go with a melee hero.
And that's true. That is true.
Honestly, I'm down for Slardar. I think it's an underrated hero. It's really good against Jug. The physical damage of Slardar plus the Snapfire will make their overall last pick. You can go a lot of different options because of the physical damage amp. We'll see. I'm like skeptical because I feel like I'm like rooting for these heroes that I've seen be successful, but people are not exploring them just yet. That bash change, man. I don't know if you've seen it. Double damage on creeps from Slardar bash.
How about?
Definitely want some sort of physical damage dealing off, right? If you're gonna have
hey,
a
that was what I was
Snapfire,
suggesting earlier against the Jug. I don't know if I like it though.
Definitely not as good of a game for a Legion Commander, but
this is the most like pick-off centric draft that Monaco Gambit could have gone for. We have Avalanche Toss on Tiny, we have a duel for Legion, layered with Mortimer Kisses from Snapfire, and then we can defensively play around Tree. But other than that, that's it. It's just whoever they target has to die. If they don't die within that combo of spells, they don't have any other presence within the fight, and they're going to be in the aggressive position trying to retreat.
I'm down for like a Mars, a Warlock 5 with Grimstroke 4, like just some serious, like once this Legion blinks duels, we're just gonna control that area with whatever this counter initiation ultimate is from Team Spirit. That
Winter Wyvern?
I just want
Wyvern as a 4.
I still want to see Timber, lad, so I won't lie.
Okay, Timber would be fine.
If
It's
they get
good
Timber,
for lanes, but not good for game plan, I think.
I know Legion Commander should be good
there it is,
against Jug and can catch the puck. But I feel like part of your game plan is so pick-off centric, those cores are still hard to get, right? Like if you manage to get off the duel, but he spins beforehand, maybe you don't have enough damage to actually finish him off in time, right? The puck, a simple phase shift. Like execution-wise, Team Spirit can still just totally ruin Gambit's draft.
Yeah, the thing about the Timbersaw, based on what we saw in game 1, we didn't think Wraith King was very good for the lane, but you saw how it played out in game. It seemed really nice. And I think that Team Spirit, just from these 2 drafts alone, I could infer that they prioritize a straightforward game plan. And you want the Jug to feel comfortable, like you said, getting that spin duel, because now I don't think Gambit can really contest this team fight. They're too far behind in the team fight aspect of Dota.
They've already banned Willow. They have to ban Phoenix out because I think these are the 2 4s right now that add extra layers of we've survived your jump. Like if you don't die, you just throw an egg out. If you don't die on Willow, you have the Shadow Realm to survive as well. So I think they're the 2 key bans from Monaco Gambit. And Spirit, they just need to have, I think, a 4 position that either has a way to prolong his own save. They actually go, is this just not... Maybe you can just go Phoenix now, no?
Yeah, I was going to say...
Or Shadow Demon. I have a soft spot for Shadow Demon. I think this here is pretty good still.
I still think Wyvern's good.
Okay. I don't mind it. Why do you think it's good, though?
It's just because it basically makes the Snapfire the only source of damage, and you have a carry that can already put himself magic immune. So if you make yourself immune to physical, which I imagine like they're going to have a physical damage, like they want to pick a physical damage carry last. You want a hard right clicker, right?
Oh, they go straight from Mirana.
They don't go for the combo break.
Wow.
Mirana into Legion. It's a bit of a strange last pick. It's not like it's horrible, but you want that 5-second arrow to be a 5-second arrow.
I also like the fact that he's got a Yule's buyer as well. The initiation from Monaco Gambit is 2 blinks in, layered damage on top. So if Mira is quick on the fingers, he can maybe outplay them there with a quick yours and escape, and then arrow to on the retreat.
I like Troll a lot. Did they ban it? No, they did not. I think Troll's your best Legion buffer target here.
I also like when Mira was picking his hero, he was very vocal as well. It's not like being like, the young kid in the team. It was like, okay, you're playing this hero. He had quite a voice on like what hero's going to get. So it's good to see that level of trust across from the experienced players all the way down to like the newer ones in the team.
I know I've hyped up Gyro too. No, not Gyro and a Jug, never mind. It's either Ursa or Troll, and I think you need a hard right-click building hitter.
And Slark.
Yeah.
Oh. BSJ? It's not a Slark game, is it?
I'm not a...
What about the shard, though?
It's...
Brian,
the shard is pretty sick.
There we go.
It's not a horrible Slark game. It's a decent matchup against Jug in the carry role. My only issue is that there's like 2 ways that Slark loses games, and one of them is the opponent's able to just 5-man and you can't do anything about it. And they're already so pick-off centric that they've really like emphasized this narrative that Gambit's got here. They are all about splitting you up. If Gambit is able to prevent Team Spirit from barreling down lanes, going for 5-man team fights, they will take this game. They have all the vision, all the pick-off, but I personally think that Team Spirit will be able to execute the game plan that they want.
I do like the fact, though, that they're, after a pick-off-centric lineup that Gambit has, they've gone for the Slark, which is, breaks down the vision game. He can instantly get the 3D wards, he can identify what should be a good fight and a bad fight, allowing the Tiny and the Legion to get the good jumps just from kind of how the mini-map will feel, sorry. So yeah, I don't mind the pick for that style, but it's very high skill based. They're going to have to get that ball rolling because, like
if
Brian
Slark
said,
dies once or twice, this game is over, I'll be honest with you.
If the ball gets put into motion, then Gambit's going to have a hard time getting some kills.
Do you feel like the vision game is what they identified from game 1 to going into game 2, that's what they wanted to amplify, that was the problem, that was the reason they lost?
I think the ability to play on their own side of the map, react and scale correctly with that vision element is for sure probably the key takeaways from that first game, yeah.
All right, fair enough. So it looks like you guys are both feeling Spirit here?
Yeah, but if this Slark could very well go like 12-0-10 and just win the game, because if he doesn't, like the tankier he gets, he's going to hit that threshold where they cannot kill him.
If he gets a shard. If he doesn't buy a shard, they lose.
Okay, I agree with that.
Thank you.
Okay. It's heating up here in the studios, hence why I'm taking my jacket off, but it's also heating up in this series as we head to game 2 of AS Monaco Gambit versus Team Spirit.
Well, it seems like our panel seems to very strongly believe in Team Spirit, unless, of course, the Slark pops up. But I want to talk about something else here, Fogged. I want to talk about Collapse and Mira, their lane, the whole Mars with the spear with a Mirana arrow.
Yeah, and it's Collapse's best hero, in my opinion. He's looked amazing on it. I think that Mira's best hero might just be that Mirana, as we saw that last game, just landing every single one. And I'm really hoping to be surprised by Gambit because I hate their draft.
Okay, wow, not mincing
It's like
any
4 or
words.
5. It's like 4 or 5 melee heroes, kind of in a way, jumping into Puck, Mars, Mirana, Grim. I think at some point, like they're just gonna get 5-man hit by spells. Like, I don't know. This Slark is gonna have to do some miraculous stuff because I really don't like their draft almost at all.
Well, you heard it here, folks. Fogged is not a fan, but of course,
I don't say that very lightly either. I usually am pretty open with like giving more opportunities and stuff like that. I don't like Tree too much as a hero right now. I don't think Legion is doing so hot either. I feel like the hero, it looks like it fits in so many drafts and it just falls flat on its face. I'm really on board with the same thing with Tiny. And I think Spirit's just gotten amazing comfort heroes and just kind of the counter versus these like quad melee. Like you're going to get caught by all these spells at some point.
Yeah,
but we'll see. I'm hoping to get surprised.
Why shake things up if it's working for you, right?
Yeah. And maybe Afterlife can do some amazing stuff because he is a very, very comfortable Legion commander, but this hero is it's losing every game I see. I think it's okay. JJ just linked me the stats. Actually, thank you, Mr. JJ. 35% win rate across DPC at the moment.
Oof, not great.
It's just tough to make work. Like the concept of it, of course, that duel versus that beat, the spinning jug and stuff like that, and the lane can be pretty strong. But besides that, what do you actually contribute in the game?
I mean, that is the question that hopefully, they'll be able to figure out. You never know, though. We have a fresh patch. Perhaps they know something we don't know yet, Fog. A lot of different things are getting tried out. Good bash back. That arrow right into the tree. Bullseye. And this
Wanting to get that first blood with the tri-lane, but not quite able to at the moment. Maybe they keep it up here until they do get that kill, though. Which means bottom.
Yeah, I think that's very risky, though, because, I mean, once they get the level 2 online from Aposhka, Yatoro gets a spin-off. Can make some plays here in this bottom lane if there's no babysitter. Absolutely agree.
I think they have to move these lanes eventually, but we'll see what they do have to do. Because I don't know who actually helps bottom so much. I'll be honest with you, because this is a really strong lane. It's your Grimjug. They're going to have a head start, so they're going to already have that level 2 really early on. So if they go down late with one of these supports, I don't know if they're going to be able to pressure at all.
That and they were taking, some of that XP up in the top lane by running a tri-lane that was not successful. And so you're going to have a little bit of a boost for the, maybe not a boost, but the Mars and the Mirana are going to have a little bit of an advantage, I guess is the right way to put it, of that XP. They're going to be able to hit those timings a little bit nicer, and those are pretty big ones for them.
Yeah, and they have plays to play around actually getting gone on aggressively at all, right? As soon as Collapse hits 2, it's so much more difficult for the Slark to ever get on top of him and just go for these chase kills. He'll just get speared away time and time again. Mira's going to have Leap available pretty early on, and yeah, not sure what they do from then on. His Collapse is already 2.
They've definitely got to be careful, especially when you consider the fact that they also have the Inkswell, which is, of course, whatever is just in the vicinity. So that Shadow Dance is not going to be enough to save you if you end up being just a little bit too close. Maposhka gets the spells off, and he's already done such a fabulous job in his positioning in these other games that we've seen him play.
Yeah. I don't know how they get to the back line. That's the thing. It's like no one has to get this really early Blink Dagger, which you might be able to do on the Tiny, but I'm looking at some free casting for Maposhka in this game, and there's some great ways to just shut down a lot of aggression. This Soulbind versus Slark versus Snapfire, it can trip you up. It can be annoying. Mira, still level 1 though.
Cookie Hopper nice spear though. Oh wait, this is still looking potentially like a dead Mirana. So Seneko will get the first blood. This tri-lane will end up working out for them.
They needed that one for sure. As Immersion, he steps to the side, kind of just gives away the dual lane experience to the 2 that actually need it. And Mira not quite able to give the 2 since he's giving Collapse XP. Good start.
How do you feel about this, though? The fact that the tree is just kind of trying to give them that little bit of space. I understand it's necessary, but I feel like it's just going to become difficult for him. Bottom lane, though, Stroke of Fate, not quite enough creeps to really do a decent chunk of damage here to Afterlife, but he is sitting a bit low, has a solve on him, should be able to heal up and get right back to the lane again. Mira, though, still only level 1, doesn't have that leap just yet, but they're not going to be able to slay the Mirana this time around.
I'm actually fine with Immersion doing this. As we said, as I think like Brian was talking about too, I think this whole game is going to rely on Slark. If he has a tough start of the game is just going to be impossible for all of Gambit to do much of anything. And I think you're all right. Like you're sacking Afterlife a little bit, but he's actually getting stuff down here. He's manipulating creep waves. He got early boots. Grimstroke can't actually slow him down.
I mean, this time around, at least they don't have the double stun lane that they have to go up against. So it is a little bit easier for them, but still has to be very careful in the positioning. Don't want to let this jug accelerate.
Haven't really glanced too much at mid, but it's been pretty much just even farming. I saw Toronto Tokyo the first couple waves was trying to force it under tower so that no one would get, the low armor of Tiny starts to get abused a bit, but no one's just been able to sustain, just get those last hits nicely anyway. So just kind of a boring matchup at that point.
I don't think we're going to see much happen until we either get some ultimates online for the puck or whatnot. Afterlife, yeah, again, we've talked about this, though. This is what ends up happening when you're running that tri-lane. They do have the spin, though. It's going to be able to just chase him down, and they need maybe just a little bit more damage. Do they have a Stroke of Fate? Doesn't look like they do, so Afterlife will escape here. The toss-up from no one, trying to do a little bit of burst damage, but there is a water rune available, so Toronto Tokyo will happily gulp that down.
Ooh, they double take the runes, actually. Mira also checked top runes, so no one. He's not going to be able to fill up that bottle. He's still decently healthy on the mana anyway, but good move from this Mirana. Collapse is still getting a lot. Mirana, as we said, Mira, he's not really that much, not that great with getting these levels, but Collapse is 20 last hits and almost level 5. That's really relevant. As Mira gets a side pull off now, too.
Nicely done. Arrow connects, but they don't want to force this too hard. Cookie hop forward, though, over onto Collapse, less the slow. Nice spear away. Collapse looks like he is going to fall. Snako, though, will fall to Mira. It's a bit of a trade, but not really the trade I think they wanted.
No. There's a 1K gold lead already.
So much damage, though, here from the creep wave and Mira.
He at least has the tree right behind him, so he's going to be able to... Oh, he's actually going for it. I like it.
I like the bloodlust. We've talked about this.
This team does not give any hoots. I've seen that from their last series as well. Just always looking for the big plays.
I love it.
No one will get his bottle refilled mid, so Sineko's death top doesn't look as bad since he does at least get some help to that tiny.
Dream though.
But now,
Arrow connects,
the arrow connects.
collapse.
No way.
They just need another hit to take down this little fish. Can they get it? The spear does not connect. He's got his dancing shoes on. He's actually still let one more hit. Down he goes. Mirana now having to just move away, and the TPs are coming out. Looks like the Treant's coming back top, but
Afterlife. Somehow he's able to survive again bottom. Just by the skin of his teeth, he's able to get the salve off too. He's going to make them work for it if they want to continue going for this kill. And now top again.
He's going to get the courier?
Collapse. He'll be all right. Oh, he will.
They got the courier. Yep. They got the courier.
Now they want him dead.
You've taken things. Oh, geez. That shouldn't be coming out there. Yep. Collapse. Afterlife, though. He's had those dancing shoes on, but eventually gets run down.
Looking real solid right now. The off-lane Mars has more farm than the safe lane tri-lane Slark.
Yeah.
That is not where you want to be for Gambit, as only really your middle lane is going great. Just that Tiny's getting the good farm. Legion at least is getting XP, but he's not getting too much farm whatsoever as Tokyo.
He's
stealing away some bounties.
Does have that Grimstroke nearby. Feels like they want to make something happen.
Nice
Try to
courier
get the
snipe.
D ward. Avalanche comes out. A lot of pressure here in this mid lane.
He's tanky. He's got the boots, the chainmail, 1200 HP with his ulti skilled up too, so that armor, he's at 16. Lots of magic damage that does come through from spirits, but they're not going to go for it. Go
I think
back to their original
they missed
lanes.
their window there.
Yeah,
At
agreed.
that point, you know that they're just holding. And meanwhile, Dream though here making the pounce leap forward though. Oh, the
Oh my God.
Starfall. Mira almost finding enough damage. The arrow comes through. He sits at 14 hit points. Oh my
Collapse
word!
missed his spear as well. That was a kill for sure. If Collapse just connects it, they even almost get it anyway.
That's a time to be cheeky and throw out a tip.
Yeah. That's 2 times now I've seen Collapse actually whipping the spear.
Which is funny considering that he did accidentally hit that good game well played. A little bit too much
did.
sass coming out here from Mr. Collapse.
Dream is sitting very low still up here. Immersion trying to make an aggressive move onto Collapse, but Mira's here.
No, there it is. The spear into the arrow, into the Starfall, into the dead. And Miposhka, though, this time will fall to no one. So not the start that we saw from him last time, but a little bit of fight over here by the Rune.
Good move from no one, getting himself involved nice and early. I think he has to be very active on this Tiny to start fixing a little bit of these problems that are going on in the lane.
Dream is sitting so low here in this lane. It's kind of
He really
scary.
is.
Does have
So
a
much
6
burst
now.
damage on the side of Spirit, too.
Surprised that we haven't seen the Puck make a rotation with that Invis-Rune. Try to make something happen, alleviate some of the pressure here in this top lane. Immediately, though, the D ward. Oh, that feels so bad. And there's the
A gift
tip.
from the night.
They're sassy today. Hello, Team Spirit, now Team Sassy.
They should be. They're playing so. They're honestly playing so well in these series, and I love when the team just bleeds confidence. Just when they're like looking for just constant kills, tipping, doing all this fun stuff. Like this is a great start for them. This Puck top net worth, Jug secondary. The Mars who got tri-laned is almost the same net worth as the opposing mid. I don't think you could ask for much more if you are Spirit after the laning setup.
No, you're pretty happy, that's for sure.
And Jug looks like he's going for early game items to get involved with this team, which I like. I want to see Team Spirit just like dictating the pace, starting to pressure those early towers, because once they start grouping up, Gambit has to just somehow split up the map completely. They cannot run into this 5-man force. They have to look for some type of pickoffs to trip Spirit up.
All right, well, they've got a smoke coming out here from Monica Gambit. Hoping maybe they can burst down someone. In fact, there is a Jug over here on the corner. Lot of collapse coming in now. Not the player, but, you know, the movements. They're going to have to settle
Miposhka?
themselves for Miposhka because they have the Avalanche. Nice silence, though, immediately. The TP's coming in. They go in for the duel, but they do have the Inkswell. Nope, doesn't matter. They'll be able to collect their first duel victory on the Legion Commander.
Good move. Tokyo.
Tokyo.
Will find himself a DD rune up top.
They know
Ooh.
he's there. They've got the sentry. They'll use the Dream Coil to
He
hold them
actually
into
used the
place.
coil.
Can they get anything else from it? They don't have... Oh, the leap
He broke
forward, the
it.
Starfall. They need one more hit, and again, no one. He's going to be able to walk away. That orb, they're trying. They want to get the final hit. There it is, the Waning Grip, plus the double
what a
damage. Now they're going to chase down Immersion. They've got the Inkswell on Toronto Tokyo. It will connect the arrow just a little bit too high there, Mira. But it's all right, because I'm pretty sure they're still going to be able to cut down this tree.
He broke the coil. No one killed himself. He stood inside the leash the entire duration, then last second breaks the coil. That's the damage that allows him to get this kill. Oh my god. That's gonna hurt so bad now. Like, he needs to get good item timings. He needs to get good blink timings, and he just dies to this coil like that.
Oh, this is not looking like a good setup here for Legion Commander. The spin comes out. They get the soul bind. No one. The rest of the team is teleporting in. There's the toss up. Be able to go get the pounce off over here onto the Grimstruck, but they don't have the detection. The Slark doesn't have anything. They'll turn right back around again. The Waning Rift, they have the Omni Slash, and they just murder Dream. No one now trying to run away. The spin is on, though. Yetoro looks like he's going to be able to get the hit off. We've got
It's a disaster.
just these beautiful kisses coming out. And maybe it takes down Miposhka. Yes, they'll be able to get themselves a consolation prize, but they've already lost the Slark and they lost the Tiny. Not what you want to see if you're an AS Monaco Gambit fan.
A full-blown disaster, Moxie. He tossed his Slark in. That's the first movement. Dream's already having a bit of a tough game on the Slark. He tosses it at him. He gets silenced, and then no one proceeds to die himself.
Betrayal.
The game is just really falling apart. Like, Collapse is he's just sitting top this whole time too. He doesn't even need to get involved, and they're getting these kills. This does not look promising for Gambit in these next few moments.
Anything is possible, but again, Team Spirit has been looking fire.
And immediately look at top.
Yep, they've
Coil's
got a
ready.
Dream Coil. They can throw that Inkswell down on the puck, plus the silence. You're not going anywhere, Legion Commander. Unless you want to get pinned to your own tower, which, you know, we can do. No one. Searching for Collapse over here. You can see a couple of the pings. Collapse, though, trying his best to juke around the corner. Does eventually get spotted out by no one, so they find themselves a kill, but the turnaround immediately, again, plus the silences coming out from Toronto Tokyo and Miposhka. They went a little bit too far, though. The overgrowth comes out. Seneko with a nice cookie hop forward as they kill Miposhka. Toronto Tokyo, of course, a slippery little fairy dragon does manage to get away. Another smoke, though, immediately getting dropped here. Coming out from the side of Gambit. I'm not sure what they're hoping to do with this, though.
I think this just might be one for Seneko to put wards down safely, I guess.
I don't know.
Because there's no real other place for them to try to hit. As Mira, taking all this time, as they've been moving around a bunch, he's just hitting the mid-tower as the 4 position. He's going to almost get it just by himself.
It looks like Collapse will lend a hand.
He'll secure it. The last hit, of course.
Mira's like, I've been working on that for 1 minute. You couldn't let me get the last hit. No, I'm sure he's a great support, and he's like, yes, please take this. I've softened it up for you, my lord.
That actually is the way it is for the 4 position. Mira's having such a solid game. Like, you're already level 7. Like, you're feeling phenomenal as this Mirana. And he's probably going to be going for what I would imagine is an early Yule Scepter this game, which he should have at a decent time. Coil's available. Instant smoke. They're looking for the next target. Collapse. He's got a hood up top.
There it is. There's the arena. Oh, Afterlife, he teleports right into the middle of it, too. Plus, they've got the Moonlight Shadow. It's going to hold them in place as the rest of the team trying to get up there quickly. Toronto Tokyo focusing over here onto Afterlife. The arrow not quite connecting over here on the side as he's able to cut off the Phantom.
Bit worried. Doesn't want to full commit. Keeping the orb very safely there, Tokyo. Nice play.
Yeah, look at the way they're just backing off. But they still have their eyes on this tower. They like it. And you have to commit for towers when you've got that living armor that can be placed upon it.
They're a little hesitant without the Arena of Blood, even though they do have everything else available. Puck moves away, so they're going to be cautious. Dream and Yatoro kind of watching each other farm. Dream actually will have his Diffusal Blade at a decent time. So let's see if he can start getting active, because no one is also going to have his Blink Dagger pretty soon. So let's see if they can start splitting up the map as we were talking about earlier, as they have to. They do eventually have to start looking for some split up, because these fights, they're going to be brought to them, and they cannot win the 5v5.
He's got to be so careful. The Phantom, Silence. He just has to go for an Omni Slash here if he wants it. Yatoro, no, he doesn't have the vision. Very close. They're pushing the hero to the limits, but we do have a Blink Dagger picked up now for Tiny, so we're going to have a little bit more of a hit squad coming out.
Taking a look around at all the supports, taking a look at actually everybody on the side of Spirit. Yep, they've done their jobs. Everyone's got a raindrop except for the Jug, so that Tiny's threat is a lot more limited because of that. It's going to be able to protect them most of the time to get at least something off.
Now, I know that we've seen, like, I think SA has found a lot of, well, maybe not a lot of success, but they have found success with Kotaro playing the position 1 Tiny, but it really hasn't seemed to work in a lot of the other... Hold that thought. Mira's gonna get tossed up, and that's a really nice Blink Dagger reveal. Get a nice quick pick off.
So it's looked a little underwhelming for sure in some of these. I understand why they picked it, right? They saw the puck, they wanted that instant disable. You blink, toss, get the avalanche burst. And maybe he can actually make some stuff happen of it. Ooh. Like we said, they have to start getting numbers advantage. They don't want to fight a head-on fight like this.
Oh, this is very
Tokyo.
suspect. Collapse starting off as they've got a nice Dream Coil over here onto the Tiny, but they do have the Mortimer Kisses. The Hood coming in handy here. Collapse not going to go down just immediately. Omni Slash is going to ham out. They follow up with a nice Arena. They need more damage though. Yatoro, he's going to be able to help dish it out as Collapse
Beautiful.
finds a kill on Dream. No one goes down, and Seneko will also fall.
I'm surprised they're actually trying to... It looks like they're trying to pick the fight there, but the team fight from Spirit is just in every essence better. Like, unless they just instantly kill a hero, there's no way Gambit can win one of those fights.
I don't think Slark can afford any more deaths, really. Like,
no.
He's got to just back off, and I don't know. It's not like Slark is particularly great at farming, and on the flip side of it, though, he really can't try to go for pickoffs. The response from Spirit is just way too severe.
I don't think he can make a single another mistake. I think 3 might actually have already been too many for this Slark to catch up, as he's playing versus so much AoE control and disable. Spirit, they're cruising. 6,000 gold lead. It's only 16 or 17 minutes in. Like, this is crazy.
God, that Hood came
Beautiful
in so
connections.
handy for those Mortimer Kisses. Collapse almost just eating everything there.
But the build that Collapse went for, right? He identified this game. I don't need to go for Blink. I have so many different ways of the fights coming to me. I'm just tanking up. I've got Hood. I got my Soul Ring. Got my Phase Boots. And it's working.
It is. And it's looking good. Do have the medallion does get picked up on the Legion Commander, so they'll have that a little bit earlier than last time. No one finding an opening here. We'll be able to blow up Maposhka. So it is a little bit more difficult for him this time when he's getting focused down by no one.
They're going to know there's a ward there, though, from the way that he jumped more than likely. So that one will be taken out pretty quickly. And can they actually turn it into a tower, though? That's the next the real task that they want to get. A pick off on the Grim is great, but need to get something out of it.
And they'll drop a sentry ward, so that way it'll help them out a little bit should the Moonlight Shadow come in. But they do see that the TP's out immediately, waiting Rift, though, forward to take down the ward. Yatoro TPing right behind.
He's so farmed on this Jug, though. He's got the Yasha, and now with this bounty rune, he's going to have a Battle Fury, and look at this juiciness. Oof. A triple stack right next to him.
Beautiful.
So Spirit, they're just ticking all the boxes, even defending this mid tower very safely with the way that they kind of set themselves up, not really looking for this initiation of a fight because they'd lost the Grim at the start. It's looking real good, and fun pickup, a Sage on the puck. So wants to tank up, does not want to get burst by the Tiny is what that tells me.
Definitely don't. Smoke
Spirit,
over.
they want the 5v5 real bad now. They are in such a good position to take this fight. Yatoro doesn't have a TP to join in, though, so we'll be kind of 4v5.
They don't even have the full 5. They're just feeling that damn confident as the Arena comes out over on the back line. So Toronto Tokyo immediately silencing up the Tiny. They don't want to let him get any of this damage off. And the toss up into the air will work out here. It is the Snapfire Kisses coming in. The dual damage, though, coming through. It should be a kill here for Legion Commander. So perhaps they needed the 5.
Perhaps they did.
The toss of the Slark, the lead forward though from the Mirana. She can't do a whole heck of a lot here. She doesn't have it. No, the final hits coming out now from Afterlife. will slay Mira.
Afterlife kind of going for the same build. It looks like as collapse. He's like, all right, you know what? I'm going to tank up the spells too. I'm going to go Hood. I'm going to go for that Solar Crest build. And this time it works. They're all set up.
Well, like you said, Dream has to play pretty impeccably now. Does find a little bit of a pick here, but the spin coming out. And again, this time you have the Jug here, and the Jug does some serious damage. So they'll take down no one. The Omni Slash was specially reserved here for Dream. They do manage to find Mapochka, and now Yatoro has to run, but they get the duel off right in the nick of time. Toronto Tokyo can't really do over the arrow coming through. Can they finish them off? They take down Dream. They don't get the duel damage, and Toronto Tokyo is just plinking away over here at Grandma. Takes down Sneko, and they're still hungry. They want Afterlife. Afterlife's running for his life right now. Does have that hood popped as well. Has the living armor to keep him alive. But that gank from the side of Gambit immediately turning sour.
It was almost looking so good, the duel coming in, but that arrow Mira from downtown gets the connection and the damage, really. I mean, just Jug and the puck doing near 4,000 damage in that fight, just sticking on the targets perfectly. And now full item finished up for that Jug, enabled heavily. 3,400 gold ahead of the Slark now with a Battle Fury. And Dream, he goes down again.
I don't like, so the last time that we saw an engagement without Yatoro, it did not go super well, but I think when he is a part of these fights, they don't have much of a hope. Like, it's just too much damage.
No, they absolutely don't. And the thing is too, is like the way that what I was talking about earlier, why I said I really didn't like their draft is because of what they're playing against. They have to group up. They're like 4 or 5 melee heroes. It's only the Snapfire dishing that damage from afar. You're gonna get caught with these spells. Multi-hero Ink Swells, multi-hero Starstorms, multi-hero Spins/Spears, etc. And it's happened now in several different situations, just naturally from Spirit's heroes. It's Roche.
Yeah. It belongs to Team Spirit. There's really not a whole heck of a lot that they can even do. I don't think they want to take a fight. I think Dream really needs to just... I don't know what he needs to do at this point, honestly. I think he needs to rewind the game a couple minutes and...
I think so too.
Replay them.
Because like they want to fight because he's got the fight build, but he can't fight. So he wants to farm, but he can't because he's got the fight build. And it's just natural that the Jug is going to outfarm him at this point in the game as a Slark with just the way that the whole game has gone.
It's rough. I mean,
he's got
Afterlife
Battle Fury, of course, too. So
has found some pretty decent duels at the very least, but it still just feels like a very uphill battle for AS Monaco Gambit. No one gonna lead the charge. Mira tosses out an arrow. They're aware that someone's over there, but I think they're after...
Can't believe the mid tower's still alive. It's 22.5 minutes and they've kept it up this entire time. Dream is like, all right, come on, we gotta get rid of this. But nope, they're not gonna be able to.
The Jug's here. You don't want to face off with that Fogged. He's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Arrow, it lands right over onto Dream. He just happened to be walking past the eye spot. Still alive, though. So he's gonna get stunned up. Yatoro getting the spin. All right, the follow-up. You know, the Overgrowth has already been used now, but Dream, he can't seem to get away. The Starfall comes through. They'll get the kill. Afterlife also next to die, as no one is just left all alone here by himself. He is going to just get murdered, as Immersion also gets murked on the back lines.
I think they're going to call it pretty soon, I'll be honest with you. It started to get just completely out of control. They have high ground advantage. They just get ran at. Toronto Tokyo eats a full combo and takes 0 damage because he's got a Kaya Sange versus this Tiny. He also just gets the perfect jump, gets into the backline, gets on top of the tree and the Tiny while also controlling the Legion. Like, Toronto Tokyo is just actually out of control these last few days.
They were just trying to get a D ward, and Dream just happened to be right there.
And look at Tokyo. He jumps past everybody, and as you see, he gets the coil on the tree, and on the south of the screen that you can't really see, the Tiny's caught the entire time. His combo does absolutely nothing. That's your mid lane. That's the contribution he had in comparison. Spirit's just run away with this game in the last few moments completely.
I mean, he knew what his objective was, and that was the person that he needed to maybe not necessarily kill by himself, but needed to just hold in place to make sure he couldn't be a part of everything. They do get a toss up with the spin, plus the Ink Swell. Oh no, this is not looking good for no one, as he's gonna just take a lot of damage here. They follow up the arena, the Cookie managing to help him out, but it doesn't matter because they still manage to find the kill on no one. On the back lines, Maposhka sitting very, very low, but he turns back around. He was at X-Wall to connect, and they do manage to get it. Oof.
Yeah, it's out of control. I'm surprised they actually have not called this game. They have to start feeling pretty bad. Like Team Spirit's just not only, I feel like with their draft just looking so much more solid, but their play. They just are so comfortable. The synergy between every player is on point.
I mean, is this just the patch that... Okay, does manage to get a kill on Collapse's courier. Snako making some small plays here, but it doesn't seem to matter because this tower...
He did get the whole wave too. Like backdoor's gonna kick in, so they can't actually go for more. So decent move by Snako. Will he die?
No.
He will.
They have the ults. Into an arrow, into a star, and just the God of War smacking away over here at Grandma's face. They still have vision on him. It takes a while, but eventually down goes Snapfire. And a gem is picked up because they've had enough of these shenanigans.
Why not? You've got such overwhelming control anyway. They even have all these wards outside of base. They see Dream actually walking into the jungle.
Oh no, Dream catching another arrow right to the face.
That one's just a bully one.
That's to show dominance.
Yeah.
Mira's watched the Dota 2 anime Dragon's Blood and is channeling the power of Mirana. Really leaning into that whole role play here. Dream needs to be very careful. He is... Whoo! Collapse right behind that tree line. Moonlight Shadow does get used. The dust immediately popped. But I don't think they really care because they just run on in. It's a nice arena, managing to catch two of them. So they hold Afterlife. The arrow connects. The spin around, down, and he goes. They'll chase after no one. They've got the Dream Coil. They've got the Silence. He can't do much of anything. He's trying to do anything, but he just doesn't have the attack speed to take off the Phantom, and he just crumbles.
Crumbling is the right word.
I was about to ask, is Fog even there? Did Fog just leave? Did he think the game was over?
No. I'm sad, honestly. I just feel bad watching when they try to go for these plays. This Dream, he tries to go in and he's just dead. Or is he?
He's still alive. He hasn't gone down quite yet. You know, they've got the living armor. They might be able to make something happen. But again, Mira, no. It's actually going to survive. Snako gets Omni Slash down. Just have to be careful, though. Still has an Aegis, but it does get reclaimed at the last second.
All the lanes are pushing in as well, too. Gambit's just trapped in their base. It's a level 14 Slark with half the net worth of a level 21 Jug.
Sad.
That's why I got,
Yeah.
I feel sad. It really is just like, I see no one like trying to go in and he tries to combo like a Mirana or a Grimstroke, but the Mirana and the Grimstroke don't even die from it at this point.
It just slipped through their fingers, it feels like. And it felt like, they were, I don't know. I mean, I remember the panel discussing it, and, BSJ is the Slark spammer, of course, in our group here, but even he was not sold on. He said he had to absolutely snowball, but he had so many, I don't want to say so many, but he had 3 deaths early on, and it was just enough to hamper him. Dream Coil gets used on no one, plus the Silence. They've got the Ethereal Blade. The spin comes around. No one's nowhere. He's dead now. When they follow up with an arena, they manage to find themselves immersion, waiting for that arrow to come in. There it is, and Yatro cleans it up.
This team's just so comfortable with these picks, too. That's why I'm also surprised that they allowed Collapse to get Mars. They first 2-banned it, right, in the first game, and then they let it go to all the way to, like, 17th, 18th, like, later picks. I feel like Spirit just got everything they wanted, and when I look at Gambits, it looks like I'm just not seeing the synergy between their heroes. I just see a bunch of heroes put together, and it's so hard to play this draft versus Spirit. I feel like in so many occasions, if you just saw these replayed, I don't know how Gambit can actually play this game. They have to do so much weird stuff in the game to be able to ever actually battle versus Spirit.
I feel like
Spirit just has to actually use their heroes and click the buttons on everyone who's going to group up from Gambit, and we've seen this happen.
Oh, God. Oh, Dream. Oh, dear. No, on the toss back, they do get the duel off, so this is looking pretty good. They managed to finally end that monster kill streak. Sapphire Kisses getting thrown out. Dream looking, trying to find an opening. They get the Soulbind off over onto the Tiny and the Slark, though. Arrow coming in through. Does manage to land over onto no one. The spin comes out. The Overgrowth is going to get tossed off over onto the back lines. But they're just so far separated from everyone else. The spear comes through. Not quite enough damage to quite finish down no one, but they get the arena off right onto the side. It's going to be able to push them back again. Buyback now coming out from Tiny. Yatro needing to be a little bit careful here. here. Dream chasing him down. They don't have any other way to really like stun him other than this cookie, but he's got the spin already. Nice spear back into the trees. Yatoro just spinning around. He's managing to go. He pops that BKB. Doesn't want to go down here. As the rest of, but the arrow again coming out from Mira. Miposhka needs to be careful, has his little shard thing, but he's not going to be able to lifesteal quite enough off of Dream. I don't think. Another hit should do the trick. He pops the Swan charges. He does have the gem. They need to be careful with the tree getting tossed out. We'll be able to go and secure the kill.
All right, with a really cute play to start it all off, they are actually able to hit back a tiny bit. The toss from no one into the duel, very tough to execute, but they do get it this once.
They're showing signs of life. It's definitely not sealed in the bag yet, but they're trying to bully this Mars, and look at this. They've got two of them stuck in this arena. So they take out Seneko. No one's going to have to teleport out. They don't have a way to cancel it as they jump forward. Again, they want this kill on Slark. He has to be careful. He can't afford to go and snap this, and he has his BKB up. He's trying to bully Toronto Tokyo here. There's the body blocks coming out now from Collapse. They can find this little Slark. They'd be able to pin him to the tree. Rest of the team just trying to catch up here as he is stunned. And down goes the Slark for 53 seconds. Toronto Tokyo still hungry, still wants more murder. He wants blood. He wants Afterlife. Afterlife forced to pop that BKB. He doesn't have to teleport though. He's just trying to buy a little bit more time. The Yules is going to come out. They should be able to go and land all of their spells, and they blow up Afterlife. And Yatoro just waltzes on into the base and says, hey, I'm home.
Yeah, we see the shard, you know, that little shard mini BKBs coming into play from Afterlife, but it can't protect the Slark. He just gets chased way too hard. And they tried to go for this aggressive move because heroes were dead, but Miposhka buys back, Puck respawns. It's disaster, it's chaos. They cannot do much of anything from there forward. That's back to the high ground. Yatoro with just unbelievable item timing. Butterfly and almost Scotty.
Ooh, the toss back, though, into the duel. Followed up, though. They'll be able to go spear over into the side. They do have to be careful of these Mortimer kisses coming in hot, but they still manage to get the kill on Afterlife. Yatoro spinning back around, focusing on these objectives. They know what's up. 29K net worth lead. AS Monaco Gambit, they're not happy about this. They're very upset that their buildings are being ripped apart, and the Butterfly is now completed for the Juggernaut.
Yeah, it's the Scotty in a second, too. Yeah, the three cores are absolutely dominating the game. Even the supports are almost passing everybody on the side of Gambit. It's starting to get to some pretty ridiculous territories of that farm as Spirit continues to just mollywop poor Gambit. Tokyo gets comboed, but he still is fine.
He lands the Dream Coil. The arrow's coming in hot, too. And lands right onto no one. Oh, these arrows are just something else, Fogged. They're going to chase down Immersion. Drops that sentry ward, hoping by a little bit more time, but it looks like the tree will get cut down, and this Snapfire does not look healthy. The GG gets called. They've had enough of this walloping. Team Spirit on a hot streak.
Team Spirit on a hot streak, not just with their play, but with their drafts. This one, I honestly can say, like, I love their draft, and I'm going to say it again, I really hated Gambits. I really don't know what they could really do with their draft with what they're up against. The early pick of the tree, I think I've seen it win 2 games in the DPC, but it's only been picked twice. So this hero is still very volatile, and yeah, I think that they just got completely outplayed, outdrafted, out everything from Spirit today, and it's back to the drawing board for Gambit, and they really need to do their homework.
It just felt like their second draft was just completely lost. I think they wanted to do a lot of things, and they just couldn't find the right direction to go to. And when you've got that many pieces that have to fit together, it's just a recipe for disaster against a team like Spirit, who feel like they've really found their identity.
Yeah, Tokyo is looking, honestly, like maybe last season, he was still looking really impressive, but I feel like he was looking maybe just hesitant on some moments where he wouldn't want to go for these crazy plays. He's going for these crazy plays and they're working. Like the bloodthirst for this team is absolutely working out. And I love how they're actually getting this, you know, getting their heroes. Somehow they ended up to get the Mars, the Collapse Mars in the 4th pick in this type of game when you're playing versus Gambit. Like, it's phenomenal when you're able to somehow get these amazing drafts no matter what the case can be.
I think you also have to be very aware, you know, Collapse, a monster on Mars, but also, you know, Mira's Marana, arrows everywhere. They're just landing on target, full on sniper mode. And then, of course, you know, you've got the puck pickup too. Just all those pieces came together so beautifully for Team Spirit, and AS Monaco Gambit, they've got to go back to the drawing board. But speaking of, well, maybe not drawing board, but we do have some analysts over on the desk who I'm sure would love to discuss what we just saw.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe we'll put BSJ on a drawing board a little bit later, though. First, we got to take a break, and then we'll break down this series where Team Spirit taking it a very clean 2-0.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
It was a dominant 2-0 and an even more one-sided game 2, as you can see from some of these replays. It's pretty much just Team Spirit winning team fight after team fight. Kind of got to wonder what Gambit was doing here on this side of the map. But what we talked about during the drafting phase did kind of play out. We said that Gambit's lineup was going to be very pickoff oriented, and they were not going to be able to win team fights, and that pretty much happened the entirety of the game, right, Robson?
Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately for Gambit, their draft just kind of lacked the gusto to get themselves into a commanding lead. They had to somehow have this amazing laning phase, have the momentum, get the Tiny really into the game, but we just never saw that, and the simplicity of Team Spirit kind of once again strikes. It was beautiful. I love the optimization from Puck, going through, you know, a little sand deal with the roots and the annoyance, but yeah, just Team Spirit looking so strong.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways that any given lineup can look to choose fights, you know? And sometimes it's by forcing objectives, sometimes that's by having the team fight yourself where you have the straightforward button pressing, but theirs was purely on vision and snowballing the whole, not really taking a 5-on-5, but catching people one at a time. Maybe they're caught off guard, and that's just not going to work unless you have significant map control. So that, like we said, comes from the lanes. That's why when I saw the drive, as a Slark player, I'm like, I feel like if he dies like once or twice, it's going to look a little ugly. And that's Mars. He's not an offlaner, a melee offlaner that's dominated by these Ursas, Slarks, Monkey Kings. The God's Rebuke and Spear is too much of a threat.
Let's take a closer look at some of these team fights that happen in the mid game with a breakdown from Purge.
Thanks, Cap. After a rough laning stage there for AS Monaco Gambit, they move around the map trying to get a kill, try to take fights near the tier 1. But very importantly, what's happening is everybody on Team Spirit is here in the entire game. If we take a look at the minimap, Treant Protector is not here. He's out of position, and we also have another guy over here that isn't quite in position, the Legion Commander here. So upon realizing the whole enemy team is ready to go, but the puck coil happens, they do semi-commit and get collapsed kind of low. Slark moves forward to try to help out Tiny with the Phantom's Embrace, which is very annoying to deal with, but because that he gets caught in the ultimate, the heal goes down on Slark, he still ends up dying, and Tiny falls in addition. Seneko tries to finish off collapse, but isn't able to. So basically just Team Spirit ready to go in this engagement. Here's another follow-up of this, but this time they've got a ward behind tower. This gives Tiny some space here to get a solo kill on the backlines right off the bat. So everything's looking great for them. They can now slap buildings, but the glyph comes back out. Everybody's rotating over, and they feel a little bit unsure about hitting that tower because they just don't have the best tower hitters this game, outside of maybe Tiny, but he doesn't have his Echo Saber up. So this makes that fight disengage. Here's one fight that went good for them. All of the effort basically went on to Legion Commander. Full Mars ulti, Ink Swell follow-up, and Puck had this disengage. The arrow missed. They finally get a good engagement, but unfortunately they're only able to pick up the Mirana as well as the Mars. Immediately after this, what ends up happening is Tiny runs across the map, but there was an observer ward right here that spotted him moving up into the jungle, looking while his team collapses. And as a result, he gets the brunt of this as he goes high ground. He takes a lot of damage here. This healing ward gets some time on the ground. Slark takes way too much magic damage to begin this fight, and they have to use a lot of skills just to buy a little bit of time here. So as a result, when going for this jug kill, it looked good sort of with the duel, but Dream knows that his ulti's gone. He's already used Essence Ring. He's a little bit too slow. Watch for this arrow that comes and does a bunch of damage. Puck's able to clean him up. They still don't kill the Juggernaut because that slight miscoordination, and at this point they've just lost way too many fights in a row. So difficult for AS Monaco Gambit after losing the lane stage to also lose 3 to 4 fights in a row. Very difficult to come back at that point.
Great stuff as always, Purge. And yes, it seemed like those team fights almost destined to go Team Spirit's way, and they've now taken another 2-0, gentlemen. I mean, feels like Team Spirit, they're a freight train in this season too.
Yeah, so both Spirit and Gambit basically have the same entry to the season, right? You got to play top 4 seed teams. Team Spirit, they've won 2 of them. Gambit, they've lost 2. So it's just telling that after season 1 coming into season 2, how one team has been unable to really find that stride, and a team that didn't make it to the major, Team Spirit, in that off time, they've clearly found something that clicked for them, and they are looking very scary. I'm excited to see how they match up against VP for sure.
What that special something is maybe something we can ask our guests. We've got Toronto Tokyo here for an interview. Congratulations, sir. You guys dominated today. Nice 2-0.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, so I was wondering to start off, that second game draft, what'd you think of Gambit's draft? We personally weren't a fan. What'd you make of it?
I don't know. We see their double pick, and after I saw their double pick and I picked Puck, for me it was 100% win. It wasn't any doubt about our winning.
All right.
So yeah. And after Slark pick, it's even more.
Okay. I was looking at your account, and you've only played 6 pubs on your main account. Are you playing on a Smurf, or are you just focusing on team games a lot more?
I have Smurf, but right now I'm sick. Every time I'm going to boot camp, first week I'm getting sick. I don't know why. I need to fix this problem. Right now my body degree is 37. Or I mean 38. Yeah.
Well, hopefully you get well soon, but you're still playing really well.
Yeah, thank you.
We were talking about how you're kind of the crazy guy leading the charge in a good way. We were complimenting you, and I was kind of wondering how much of these like diving, aggressive plays that you make, are you calling like ahead of time, or does your team kind of learn to follow you behind, or what's up with that?
It's all about team fights. If we can do something in team fight, we will dive, of course. I dive on Storm. I fucked up. It was like I could vortex for people, but I didn't have mana, like 10 or 20 mana. Yeah, that was sad.
Well, at this
look
point
here, look here, I could vortex 4 players, but I didn't have like 10 or 20 mana. Yeah, that was. I was playing here for fun, I guess.
Here it is. Here it is. Oh. No, it's fine.
That looked really fun, honestly.
Yeah. Imagine if I vortex for players here, it would be a content for you guys.
Yeah, we'd be screaming your name. It'd be MVP potentially.
Well, at this point, you guys have faced up against some super strong opponents. Last one left, really, is Virtus Pro. How do you think that's going to go?
I don't know. We will play our game, and I feel really confident in our style, because right now we are winning every single screen against Tier 1 teams. So I think it will be good games against Virtus Pro too. I have friends in Virtus Pro, but I would say it will be easy game if I wouldn't have.
All right. Thank you so much, Toronto Tokyo, for joining us. Great interview.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Wonderful job by him.
Damn.
Easy game, just diving in. Feels like it's going to be easy against Virtus Pro. I mean, it definitely feels like this team has built up some serious momentum. And as long as they don't trip up against all the other teams that they are seated ahead, I mean, we still have to, I guess, judge the strength of some of the lower division teams that came up, like Winstrike, who is undefeated right now in the upper division. But still, it feels like their biggest hurdle left, is the only real hurdle, is Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and I think that is a great way of looking at it. But for this type of team, where they're still kind of not the underdogs, but they're still proving themselves, they have to respect each opponent. Because even though he's saying, it could be easy, if they have that philosophy going into a Winstrike or a PuckChamp or some unique, and they suddenly drop a series, that's when the likes of, the Na'Vis or the Gambits suddenly get a really good second end to the season, and they can catch up.
And that is what happened to Spirit last season, is they did drop some games against some of the teams that they ended up being placed ahead of. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standing and see where Team Spirit is now, which of course is top of the board. They're one of the teams to play 2 games on week 1. They go 2-0. What a great place to be.
What can I say? Having the name team in your organization puts you in top 4.
Yes, it
Top
does.
2.
Very astute observation, Robson.
Thank you, Capitalist.
That's
Meanwhile,
what we pay him for.
BSA Gambit. What's going on? I mean, they just had tough opponents, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have tough opponents, but there's no excuse. These are the people you have to beat if you want to go to the major. That's really
And then
simple.
to TI, right? Like Monaco Gambit, this was their season to, recover, the first season and actually prove to them that they can be a top 2 team. But after the first 2 weeks, or the first week, sorry, it's not even been 2 weeks, they're already 0-2 against the teams that they should be beating to get to. It's crazy that they're down there already.
All right, well, that goes ahead and closes out week 1. Let's take a look ahead at the schedule to come. We've got Thursday, ESL One's going to be back, and we've got Na'Vi versus Extremum, an opportunity for G to get some revenge against Na'Vi that I believe managed to 2-0 them last season. So we'll have to see if Extremum has been able to step up their game since we last saw them and managed to take down the big boys in Na'Vi. Na'Vi, meanwhile, desperately need that win, that's for sure. Yeah. Either way, it's going to be, that's it for ESL One. Of course, Dream League is going to be starting back up tomorrow. Towards the latter end of the week, we'll start up ESL once again and continue following the Eastern European coverage here at the DPC. ESL One continues on Thursday.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
I've been so anti yeah, you're a bad chick and you know that. Eyes roll back every time you throw that. Love letter on your bed, I wrote that. I need you and I'm not afraid to show that. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. My world falls down when you pick me up. I came up from a small town, no one hit me up. Now they wanna be my friend. Everybody play pretend. But now I'm pulling up in a Bentley. There really ain't shit you can tell me. What? I just wish somebody would help me. This lifestyle is not healthy. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Anything on your everything. She's a goth girl, welcome to my goth world. Fell in love with the diamonds and pearls. Yeah, we do what we want when we want. Sex fifth with the new Saint Laurent. Party too lit, get kicked out. All alone, that's the only way to live now. Yeah, we do what we want when we want. I'ma get you anything that you want. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything on your everything, everything. Yeah, I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything on your everything, everything. It's so high from here. You can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Set aside your subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls of faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are
a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
Yeah. Ay, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping this basic, skipping this classic. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we countin' them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this. Don't like surprises. I cause a crisis. Man, I'm a scientist. With the music, I spice things up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my niggas from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard.
Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Yeah. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You acting like you really wanna fall for me, I still want something that can last. You make me feel like I'm okay. We both know that you feel the same. Ooh, baby, I got nothing else to prove. You're talking about your best side of me. Remember that you always get to choose. Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You're acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You're acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? I don't friends, yeah, I guess you got my intention. Got no place I'd rather be, feel like another dimension. I don't wanna talk, baby, you should let it go. I don't wanna go, let me stay a little more. Now talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You're acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be? Talk to me, I just want a little bit of company. You're acting like you really wanna fall for me, but baby, can you tell me who you wanna be?
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time. In the towers, looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sun.
I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind.